A world consumed by a sea of fire and choking smoke. This is where a hero's legend truly begins. Amidst the ruins of a fallen village, a boy was forged in the embers of destruction. A mysterious man with long white hair reaches out. The violence of the novel's start is set in stone. Escaping the forest of darkness. The protagonist, Choi Han, finally tasted the warmth of human kindness. He found a family in Harris Village. People who welcomed him with open arms and gentle hearts. But peace was a lie. Returning home, Choi Han found only a landscape of cold-blooded assassination. His footsteps faltered. His tool hit the dirt. The sight of the massacre tore his soul apart. Slaughtered by a secret organization. Despite his survival in the forest, Choi Han was paralyzed by grief. He knelt before the white-haired man's corpse. His purity died right then and there. Silent rage boiled over. Eyes filled with a thirst for vengeance. He prepared to unleash hell. For the first time, he would kill. Like a lightning strike. He lunged at the mysterious intruders. His blade cut deep. A scream echoed as the enemy realized they were facing a monster. Choi Han didn't stop. Gripping his sword, he pushed forward with a terrifying, singular focus. Kill him, the commander ordered. A swarm of black-cloaked figures rushed to meet their doom, unfazed. Choi Han carved through them. His eyes blazed with a murderous, unyielding fury. Blood dripped from his blade onto the scorched earth of the village he once loved. The last assassin collapsed. Choi Han stood amidst the bodies, breathing hard, covered in gore. Sweat and blood mixed on his face. The secret organization was gone. But so was his soul. His sword reflected the ruins. He had won the battle. But he had lost his home. He had no leads. No info. Despair took hold as he collapsed onto the blood-soaked ground. I will kill them all, he vowed. His body was battered. But his mind was set on revenge. Every single one responsible for this nightmare will die by my hand. He walked away. Grief was his new companion. He found a golden badge, a turtle crest, the only clue left behind. Leaving the ruins, he headed to Huisen. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, a red-haired man drank. A sudden twist of fate. This man, Cale Henituse, was known only as a pathetic, drunken loser. Cale was the trash who provoked the hero. In the story, Choi Han would beat him senseless, but as the red-haired man looked in the mirror, everything changed. Wait. Am I Cale now? Memories flooded back. He was just reading The Birth of a Hero before waking up here. I've become Cale Henituse. I was Rok Soo. A man with nothing to lose. He stared at his reflection. This was transmigration. He was trapped inside a fantasy novel, barely covered by a towel. He touched the glass. This is bad. I am the designated punching bag. In Chapter 1, Cale is just a minor villain used to show off Choi Han's strength. Steam rose in the opulent palace. Cale leaned back, trying to process this insane new reality, soaking in a luxury bath. He realized something. This life of wealth wasn't actually half bad. Back home, he was a lonely orphan. No family. No money. Just surviving day by day. He lived as Rok Soo, a man who just didn't want to die. A simple, empty life. He opened his eyes. He couldn't die here. Not like a pathetic extra in a hero's story. He pushed himself up. He hated pain, and he definitely hated death. He had to survive. This world was better than his old one. No scars on this body. Yet, he had to act. I haven't crossed Choi Han yet. He thought. He could still change his doomed fate. In the original plot, Cale's trashy behavior leads to a brutal beating. He had to be smart. He smirked. Avoiding a hero's wrath was easy, just don't be a degenerate. Alcohol tasted terrible anyway. He sighed. He knew what happened to the original Cale. It wasn't a pretty ending. Choi Han would become a legendary hero after overcoming countless trials. A true icon of power. As for Rok Soo, his new motto was simple. Survive. Eat. Be lazy. Avoid the hero. Stunned. I need to dodge this beating. Cale steps out of the bath. Avoid the crisis. If I dodge that accident, my path stays clear. Must stay cautious to survive this life. Living long is the goal. Grab the towel. Avoid pain. Find pleasure in this new world. Wait. I remember the novel's prologue perfectly. Cale brushes his hair. It's a feasible plan. In this candlelit room, a voice pierces the silence. Young Master Cale, it sounds hauntingly real, wet, and startled. I freeze mid-motion. A presence lingers behind the door. My heart skips. Are you inside, coming out now? I step into the room. Cold and composed like a pro. A silver-haired butler stands ready. Sharp. Professional. Radiating an aura of hidden steel and mystery. He offers tea. Survival instincts flare. This is Ron, the legendary assassin who crossed the continents. He wears a kind mask. But beneath lies a cold-blooded monster. Ah, true. Hidden degenerate villain. I take the cup calmly. I let the protagonist, Choi Han, handle this lethal killer later. Ron smirks. Chills run down my spine. Back in my room, I carefully plan my moves. This world is full of monsters. I need power for protection. I need a ultimate shield. A servant enters. Time to dress. Master. I nod slowly. Simple clothes are better for now. Keep it basic. The servant bows. Clean white clothes are laid out. A simple, elegant look. I look in the mirror. This body. It's breathtaking. A high-tier visual trait for this trash. Fashion is nothing without this face. I am ready. Let's move. Time to face the music. The hallway is lined with servants. Good morning, they chime in fear as I walk past. I walk past. The butler leads the way. The atmosphere is thick with heavy, silent tension. A maid trembles as I pass. Is the trash of the family really that terrifying to them? I'm not here to bully. I just want peace. But this reputation, it's a heavy burden. The original Cale was a drunkard. A real piece of trash. A total, unredeemable degenerate scumbag. Just leave me alone. We reach the dining hall. The door swings open to the family. Enjoy breakfast. Master. Thanks. Ron. You eat too. He seems genuinely surprised by my words. I enter. The air is freezing. 4 people wait at the long, formal dining table now. My family looks up. Count DeRuth, the head of this guild-like household, sits at the center. Beside him, the stepmother, V.O. Lan. Cold and distant. The tension in the room is suffocatingly high. My siblings, Basin and Lily, sit quietly. The Count glares. The atmosphere is incredibly heavy today. You relate. Sit. I don't argue. I just take my place quietly. No need for drama. He's just rich. No special combat stats. Yes. Father. I respond smoothly, avoiding any direct conflict. They avoid my gaze. Perfect. This is the ideal environment to stay hidden and survive alone. I live a quiet life while the world burns. No dangerous quests for me. Thanks. I can feel their killing intent. No. Just awkwardness. Let's get this meal over with quickly. Do you have something to say? Father, nothing. He grunts, returning to his own plate. Eat fast. Leave faster. This sausage is actually a S-tier item. Absolutely delicious and juicy meat. I smirk slightly. Asterisk, clatter. Basin drops his fork, face turning pale as a ghost in shock. He's terrified because I smiled. I'm sorry, he stammers, looking away in total fear of me. What's his problem? I reach for the wine. Is this top-shelf stuff I need a drink? I swirl the glass. The aroma is divine. I take a slow, refined sip. It's perfect. I ignore their stares, just enjoying the buffs from this meal. Someone lets out a, it's delicious, I say. My father instinctively mimics my words before pausing in total confusion. He freezes. Wait. Did you just say it tastes good? He stares at me in disbelief. Yes. Everything is perfect. The table goes silent. Total system shock for everyone in the room. I see. Glad you like it. Eat well. Father. I stay cold and composed. Eating on. Being the family trash is actually a hidden trait. No manners expected. No problems for me. One more rule, never provoke the Count. I focused on my meal, trying to ignore the mounting tension. I'd rather wander through peaceful lands than rule some complex territory. I glanced at my younger brother. If peace isn't possible, I'll pack my bags and head where the fires of war can't reach me. Meal finished. I wiped my mouth. My father leaned in, asking if I needed anything for my quest. I laced my fingers, acting thoughtful. Then, I casually dropped the bomb. I need some serious cash. The Count looked stunned, then agreed. I grinned. The more gold I have, the better for my survival. I'll give you everything. he promised. The servants looked baffled. This wasn't the usual degenerate behavior. Request granted. Joy flushed my face. I stared at the check. My mind racing with new possibilities. This much. This family isn't just rich, they have hidden stats and wealth. I need to pivot. I pocketed the check. Time to change the script. Ron. I called for the lethal old butler. How can I help? Young master, I looked him dead in the eye. What's today's date? March 29th. Year 7 to 193. Ron replied. Panic surged. I had to move fast. Images of Choi Han filled my mind. I fell into deep thought as the carriage rattled through town. We stopped before a quiet building. I stepped out. My boots clicking on the pavement with elegance. I looked up at the sign Tea and Poetry. I stood there. Arms crossed. Surveying the area. The driver hovered behind me. Looking like he wanted to say something. I didn't have time for chatter. I waved him off. You dismissed. He blinked. Startled by my cold, arrogant tone. Young master. Did I stutter? I snapped. He stammered. No. Sir. Just. Should I wait for your return? I'll be here a while. I pushed through the doors. And they swung shut behind me. Inside. The atmosphere was sophisticated. People chatted softly. Unaware of the storm brewing in my head. A messy-looking guy sat in the corner. I scanned the room. Searching for the owner of this shop, I locked eyes with the man in the center. The crowd froze. Fear rippled through the room instantly. He slowly set down his book. A fake smile plastered on his face. He welcomed me with caution. So this is Bios. The bastard child of a guild. He approached me with practiced merchant-like grace. He looked like a walking piggy bank. I slammed a stack of gold coins onto the wooden table. I am renting the 3rd floor until tonight. Bring me tea, anything that isn't cheap. I commanded. I ignored him. Looking at the shelves. Do you have novels here? Or just boring poetry? Of course. Young master. Billows replied quickly. We have a massive collection for your refined taste. Bring me the most interesting one and a cup of tea. Billows bowed. Obeying my sudden whim, I tossed another coin. Keep the change. There's more where that came from. Billows froze. Eyes wide. 1 million gallons. This is too much, I smirked. Being the trash son of account has perks. Call it a tip for your service. I sat alone, relishing the abuse of my high-ranking status. If I don't use this power now, when will I? I rubbed my chin, recalling the original plot. This morning, Choi Han was kicked out of the castle. He was reporting a massacre to the count. Instead of revenge, the protagonist chose to honor the dead. He truly was a noble soul unlike me. I cited. In the novel, the original Cale was a degenerate. He didn't value human life at all. Why care about peasants? This wine is worth more than their lives. Those were his exact words. When they first met, Choi Han didn't take that well. He just stared with a chilling intensity. How interesting. He had said, his voice laced with rage. I wonder if you'll change your mind. Then, he grabbed Cale by the jaw. A brutal awakening was about to begin for the trash. Back in reality, I broke into a cold sweat. Shivering. I realized I was on a collision course. I forced myself to stop overthinking and open the book. Suddenly, something caught my eye outside, down by the city gates. A solitary figure stood among the guards. It was him. Choi Han. They were demanding his identification. Naturally, he didn't have any. The tension was escalating fast. I leaned on my hand, watching from above. A guy like him wouldn't have a system ID. Choi Han's lonely silhouette faded away, rejected and cast out. He vanished beyond the city gates, shrouded in doubt. He played the obedient role for now. But he would return tonight to scale the walls and slip back in. Entering the city, he passed Cale, who was busy drinking and plotting. Suddenly, Cale stood up from the table, pacing with purpose. Cale called out for Billows. The man turned instantly upon hearing the young master's sharp voice, descending the stairs. Cale coldly ordered Billows not to clear his table. Billows bowed and obeyed without a word. Cale marched to the shop door and swung it open, only to slam it shut with a thunderous, dramatic boom. The impact rattled the tavern, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Yet, Cale walked away without breaking a single glass. Outside, a look of pure disdain crossed his face. He heard their whispers and glared back with an annoyed expression, stuffing hands into his pockets. He mused about acquiring defensive skills. Safety was his top priority in this dangerous world. Walking ahead, He vowed not to become too powerful. Survival meant staying just strong enough to live a quiet life. Excessive power only brought unwanted trouble. He looked up at the sky, doubting his own destiny as a main character, slowing his pace. He entered another shop with a hidden motive. The quest for ancient power had finally begun. He sought an ancient power, an invisible shield, similar to a high-ranking mage's mana barrier or a system protection skill. Fresh, steaming bread sat on the counter. Cale stood there with his arms crossed, looking like a stern, picky noble. He was preparing bait for the indestructible shield. Suddenly, the middle-aged baker rushed out, in a blind, stuttering panic. "Young master," the man stammered, bowing frantically as he greeted the notorious noble with a look of pure terror. Cale remained cold, thinking he'd seen enough. He demanded several loaves of bread with a heavy, commanding tone of voice. The baker gaped in shock but obeyed. Cale arrogantly pointed at every item on the shelves with aristocratic pride. He gestured left, then right, his hand sweeping across the stock. The owner followed his every move with nervous eyes. Cale tossed a gold coin onto the counter and commanded him to pack everything in the store into one bag. The baker looked up, stunned. Cale struck a haughty pose, placing his hand near his mouth with pure elegance. "I'll leave if you won't sell," he threatened. The baker scrambled, promising to pack everything for the young master immediately. He dove behind the counter, stuffing a massive brown sack with every loaf available as fast as he possibly could, heaving the heavy sack onto his shoulder. Cale marched out. This was his first major step toward a peaceful survival. He realized again how different this fantasy world was from Korea. It truly felt like a high-stakes isekai novel now. As night fell and lamps flickered on, Cale carried his heavy burden through the darkening, crowded streets of the city. "I must live as a degenerate," he thought, scoffing at the karmic wounds and misery he saw around him, complaining about his boots. He hurried away. He needed to leave this area before any more trouble found him. Suddenly, two children peeked from behind a pillar, watching his every move with curious, tracking eyes like little hunters. Reaching the high ground, he dumped the heavy bag with a groan and wiped away the sweat from his forehead. Gazing at the distant village, he cursed the weight of the sack. He had walked a long, tiring way tonight, standing before a rotting wooden door. He reached out. The ancient wood was falling apart under his very touch. He approached a massive, ancient tree. Its shadow loomed over him like a sentinel of a forgotten, dark history. "Don't go near that tree," a voice screamed from the darkness, catching him completely off guard and making him jump. It was the two kids from earlier. They warned him with terror in their small, trembling voices about the danger. They claimed it was a man-eating tree, describing its demonic, hungry nature with wide-eyed horror and vivid imaginations. Legends told of mummified corpses hanging from its branches. Cale smirked. This was exactly the dark spot he wanted. This was the legendary tree he'd searched for, the vessel of an ancient, forgotten power, waiting to be awakened. It was born from a woman whose gluttony got her exiled. Her restless spirit remained bound to the cursed soil. A sprout had emerged from her remains, growing into this twisted monument of eternal hunger and deep, dark spite. He knelt at the roots, feeling the ancient grudge. He opened the bag and pulled out the first piece of bread. The indestructible shield was within his reach. He searched the base of the tree with a weary, doubtful sigh. "You'll die," the kid screamed. Cale rubbed his face, annoyed by the persistent little brats following him everywhere. Why were kids always so troublesome? He considered chasing them off before the real power-up ritual truly began. A child warned him again. Cale stood up and approached them, making the two innocent kids jump in fear. Cale looked up, feigning worry about the man-eating tree. He tossed two heavy sacks aside, his voice turning cold. "Forget it. Get lost." The child tried to warn him about the beast, but Cale's eyes filled with killing intent. "Ever heard of trash, Cale?" The older kid stammered while the younger one suddenly waved for them to leave. "Let's go, sister." She turned back, whispering a prayer for his life. Cale just clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. Once the kids vanished, he approached the sinister roots. Time to continue. He gripped a loaf of bread tightly. He thrust it into the dark abyss. The bread flickered and vanished. Cale stared at his hands, his heart racing, terrifying. "I thought it would swallow my arm too." He eyed the bread. That indestructible shield was almost his. This ancient power slept within this bottomless pit, a dark void that seemed to defy all logic and light. Yet, this primal, savage aura felt strangely reliable. Staring into the pitch-black maw, he whispered to himself, "Feed it until the darkness fades." The novel said. Cale hoisted another massive sack of bread toward the void. This darkness was born of pure spite. Once satiated, the light of the shield would finally be revealed. The shield is mine. He dumped the entire stock into the hole. Eat up, you greedy monster. After a mountain of bread, the void remained silent. 𝐀𝐊𝐿. I'm going to need at least 10 more. He peered down, feeling a strange spark of sympathy. This level of grudge was truly deep and terrifying. I'll return tomorrow. Meanwhile, by the road, the two kids were desperately inhaling the bread Cale had given them. Cale passed by, feigning shock. Good grief. He kept walking, maintaining his cold, trashy persona with effortless grace. They wouldn't dare approach the tree now. But if they got eaten, it'd be a massive headache for him. Seeing his brooding face, the kids froze. He glanced back, his eyes sharp and completely indifferent to their fear. Hungry, come back tomorrow. As dusk fell, he returned to the library. Billows greeted him with a warm smile. Heading out, Cale nodded. Billows chuckled. Visit again soon. By the way, the tea was excellent today. Young master, I've only read half. Cale replied. But I like how the hero's hidden potential is finally recognized and rewarded. He stopped and looked back. Keep that book hidden. I want to be the only one reading it tomorrow. Billows blinked, surprised by the request, but bowed respectfully. As you wish. Young master. I'll keep it safe. Don't stay away too long. Billows called out. Cale shrugged it off. Whatever. He had much bigger plans ahead. Later at a bar, the owner turned pale and bowed low. Welcome. Young master, please. Come inside. Cale entered, noticing the man's trembling eyes darting toward the broken glass. He understood the fear perfectly. Cale the trash usually smashed everything when drunk. He flipped a gold coin at the terrified man with ease. 1 bottle. The usual. And a boiled chicken breast. No salt. The waiter froze, blinking in pure, utter confusion. Sir. Won't you take a seat first? Cale just crossed his arms, staring him down with an icy, silent gaze. Right away, the owner bolted. The cramped bar was packed with the city's most dangerous, bottom-tier criminals. Cale smirked, leaning against the wall. Thugs and scammers cleared a path as if he were a walking disaster. Usually, noble trash would mingle with these degenerates. But Cale looked at them with nothing but pure disgust. He scanned the room. To him, they weren't allies. They were just filth, not worth a second of his time. Your order. Sir. The waiter returned, trembling. Perfect. Cale grabbed the bottle and left without another word. Under their stunned gazes, he popped the cork of the shop's most expensive vintage and took a massive swig. He downed it, wiping his mouth with a satisfied sigh. He stepped outside, the bottle clutched in his hand. I am warming up. He began his swaying walk. Exactly 100 paces from the gate. Following the wall, he traced the cold stone bricks, counting carefully. A smirk played on his lips. This was the exact spot, just as predicted. The moment Choi Han would leap the wall, Cale slowly looked down at his feet. 2 kittens sat there, 1 orange, 1 silver. The larger one huddled close to keep the smaller one warm. They were right where the hero would land. Coincidence really is the ultimate law of this world, he said. He shifted his stance to avoid scaring them. Then, he saw a figure slumped in the dark shadows nearby. It was him, Choi Han. The monster of the forest seemed to be sleeping. Found you at last, Cale thought. Suddenly, those sharp eyes snapped open. Cale's face was flushed. Thank God I drank that bottle first. He needed to make a killer first impression. It was time to play the part and change destiny itself. Hungry? I asked, placing my bag of food before the kittens. Poor things, I whispered. They were tinier than I had imagined. Shredding the meat, I asked. Can you eat chicken? The cat reacted. It sniffed eagerly. I patted its head. Heal up soon. Little ones, got anywhere to go? I asked Choi Han. Silence was his answer. He's observing me. I kept petting the kittens, waiting for his move. Nothing then? He finally croaked it out. I am hungry. I stood firm before him. Follow me. Let's find you a meal. He looked up, stunned. A legendary meal creates the ultimate first impression. He rose heavily to follow. My heart raced. Phase 1 was starting. A ginger kitten licked my boot. I'd forgotten their small, cute presence. Surprisingly adorable. But then, I caught Choi Han's piercing, cold gaze. Can't ignore him. I gave the kitten one final, gentle pat. Farewell for now. The kittens wandered back into the dark shadows. We walked in silence. I let out a long, heavy sigh. At the palace gates, he hesitated. I turned to face the hero. What's wrong? I sensed him evaluating my power with icy eyes. Pure killing intent. I broke the tension. Are you coming or not? Young Master Cale, the soldiers cried. Their stuttering was truly annoying. Head inside. Sir, they urged. This strange deference gave me a headache. Old Ron greeted us. Welcome back, Master. His smile was fake. Ron and Choi Han locked eyes. Two monsters finally met face to face. Sparks of tension flew. Follow me, I commanded. Heading upstairs. Need help with the guest? Ron's voice echoed from below us. No need. Everything was proceeding exactly as my system planned. Vice Butler Hans appeared. Back from drinking again. Young Master, I said. He's my shadow. I pulled out a hidden bottle. Hans flinched as I pulled the bottle from behind my back. Take this away. Next time. I am throwing it at your head. Where to? Master Hans asked as I headed for the kitchen. 𝐃𝐫𝐃𝐄𝐃 was there, sharpening a blade. The assassin's son looked lethal. He ignored us completely. A terrifying man with a deadly aura. These two needed to collide. Fate was finally weaving its web. If 𝐃𝐫𝐃𝐄𝐃 leaves, Ron follows. The ultimate power-up for my guild. I grabbed Choi Han's shoulder. Cook something for this hungry man. 𝐃𝐽𝐃 froze. Excuse me, his voice was like cold steel. Drop the blade and feed him. 𝐃𝐽𝐃 finally gave a nod. I smiled. The master, the chef, and the hero were linked. Prepare a feast for me too. High quality only. I am starving. Yesterday's steak was divine. You truly are a master chef. He stood stunned. I turned to the door. My work complete. Fast as you can. Hans appeared behind me. Looking for orders. The guest Hans asked. He's mine. Take good care of him. Phase 1 complete. They've met. My work here is done. Hans, inform me the moment the legendary meal is ready. Take him to my room. Hans remained silent, offering a wordless nod as a heavy voice broke the quiet. It was Count Daruth, Cale's father. From his high throne, he judged his son's visit to the Flynn Merchant Guild. Bringing a stranger home, Daruth pondered. He drank, yet stayed sharp. Hans, the deputy butler, leaned in with a suggestion. Should we shadow him? Daruth shook his head. Unnecessary, he replied calmly. As long as he stays within these walls, everything he does remains under my thumb. Just keep observing and send the usual reports. That will suffice. Hans bowed deeply, acknowledging the order. Silence reclaimed the room as the Count rested his chin. Lost in dark contemplation, Cale has changed. Count Daruth clasped his hands, staring into the void. He sensed a shift, an anomaly in his son. Something was off. It wasn't just Cale getting stronger or sharper. The boy's very essence felt entirely different today. His speech, his movements, even his eating habits had undergone a total metamorphosis. Like a soul from another world. A complete reincarnation. Daruth snapped out of it and called for Hans. Yes, my lord. The butler replied instantly. Get me everything on the Flynn Guild's illegitimate child. Hans bowed. His loyalty absolute. Consider it done. Your Excellency. Alone in the vast, silent study, Daruth stood with arms crossed, gazing out the window at the looming horizon. It wasn't just Cale. The very air across the continent was thick with a new, rising danger. A storm was coming. His face remained a mask of iron. House Henituse had always guarded its wealth, avoiding the spotlight of bloody history. Fame mattered little. Peace was their ultimate quest. This was the creed Daruth had taught his son since childhood. The Count turned away, his mind shifting gears. Perhaps it's time to reinforce the city walls, he muttered, sensing war. Meanwhile, Cale Henituse was having a rough morning. He sat up in bed, looking pale, his forehead creased in annoyance. Inside his lavish quarters, Ron stood ready with a glass. Cale felt a strange internal glitch, like a system malfunction. I feel like trash. The sight of Ron's lemon tea only made the phantom pain in his gut flare up worse. You were sleeping so soundly, young master, Ron said, his face wearing that signature, deceptively benign and dangerous smirk. Cale squinted. Is your neck injured? Ron tilted his head, his eyes glinting. Oh, are you actually worried about me? Hardly. It's just an eyesore, Cale snapped. Taking the tea, He knew better. This old man was a hidden high-tier hunter. Cale recalled how Ron and his son had been secretly testing Choi Han earlier. Ron touched the scratch on his neck, with a sinister grin. The butler lied through his teeth. It's nothing. Just a stray cat scratch. A lethal cat. Indeed, Cale sipped the tea, keeping his poker face. Internally, he scoffed. He knew exactly which cat had left that mark. A cat named Choi Han. Cale handed back the empty glass. Ron watched him closely. Going out already? Young master. Cale headed for the door. Dismissing him. Yeah. Others will handle the outside affairs. I've got things to do. He reached for the handle. But Ron's voice stopped him cold. I see. By the way, how was the lemonade today? The butler's question felt like a hidden quest. Cale paused. Then forced a smile. It was. Delicious. Is that so? Ron pressed. Cale groaned internally. This old man was the ultimate degenerate. He finally yanked the door open. What? The Cale froze? Standing right there was Choi Han. 4 eyes met in a sudden, electric clash of silence. Neither moved. Neither spoke. The tension was thick. Cale wasn't mentally prepared for this sudden, boss-level encounter. Asterisk slam times Cale threw the door shut. Heart racing like he'd triggered a high-ranked trap. He leaned against the wood. Gasping, he felt dizzy. His legs nearly giving out. That scared the hell out of me, he hissed. Ron, explain this. Ron played dumb. My apologies. Your guest from yesterday was waiting. You opened the door before I could finish. I suggested he wait in the parlor. But he insisted on standing right here. Cale gasped. His mind reeling. Before you could finish, my foot. Cale cursed the old man's manipulative traits. He was definitely doing this on purpose. After regaining his composure, Cale finally braved the hallway again. He slowly swung the door open for round 2. Choi Han stood there, motionless as a statue. Cale couldn't help but marvel at the guy's intense, unyielding hunter aura. The young man didn't budge an inch until their eyes locked again. Then, he finally spoke. His voice low and steady. I'm here to repay my debt. Cale's eyebrows shot up. Repay? This definitely wasn't in the original story's script. What debt? Choi Han placed a hand over his heart, his eyes shimmering with an overwhelming, soul-deep gratitude. I will pay you back for the meal. Cale's brain short-circuited. Asterisk. Pay me back. You re a literal human boss monster. Asterisk. Maintaining his noble facade. Cale crossed his arms. Unnecessary. Is there anything else you need from me? Inside? He was panicking. If he didn't handle this right, Choi Han might become a ticking time bomb for his peace. That young man clenched his fist, finally revealing his desperate plea for help. 𝐂𝐫𝐻. Already predicting the next moves in this calculated survival game. 𝐒𝐫𝐻 Village. I shouldn't get involved. Time to pass this quest off. Hans is a top-tier deputy butler. He'll handle your situation with ease. He draped an arm over the guest's shoulder, introducing another capable pawn. Ron here is a pro too. He will listen to your every request. Choi Han froze in shock. But you don't even know my true identity. The redhead snapped back. Why would I care? Do I need a reason? Choi Han fell silent. Kyo decided to stop pressuring him for now. You clearly have baggage. Hans will guide you through those difficult questions. I'm busy. Later. He left, thinking only of the gold he'd spend. Young Master Ron called out. Kyo paused, then kept walking away coldly. Asterisk, let the main characters handle their own survival. Asterisk, he thought with conviction. A heavy silence fell. Ron smirked. The brave puppy finished his sour tea. He watched Kyo's receding figure, then glanced at the empty lemon teacup, touching the scar on his neck. Ron wondered times, does he know my secret? Asterisk. Ron's gaze sharpened until Choi Han finally broke the eerie, lingering silence. Lead the way. Ron judged him times. A low-life smelling of fresh, raw blood. Choi Han flinched under the gaze. Ron saw through his fake, clean act, despite his inner disdain. Ron flashed a benevolent, terrifyingly kind-looking smile. Certainly. Follow me. A true wolf in sheep's clothing. He led on. Choi Han hesitated for a heartbeat before following the old man's rhythmic lead. Paths diverged. Kyo headed straight for the ominous man-eating tree alone now, carrying a massive bag of bread. He stood before the twisted, dark roots. He dumped the contents. The tree's dark maw swallowed every single loaf instantly. More, give me more, the tree shrieked. Its hunger still raging uncontrollably. Kyo shuddered, recalling the hidden lore of that cursed Starving priestess's fate. This wasn't just wood. It was the manifestation of a priestess's ancient grudge. Her lingering resentment and dark mana fueled this monstrous, supernatural dungeon entity. I've got to wrap this up before dinner. He checked his internal clock. He turned to leave, his mind racing with the next phase, desperate urgency. Asterisk. Hurry up. Asterisk, he urged himself. Asterisk. The system won't wait for any slow players. He'd planned to feed it half today. Then, he spotted those orphans again. They were still there, clutching the scraps of bread he'd given them before, starving for days. They didn't even notice the young master's regal, quiet presence. He clicked his tongue and continued his walk through the colorful housing district. Time to resupply. Since yesterday's bakery was empty, he needed a new shop. Young master, a voice called out from the shadows of a nearby shop. A stout woman seized her chance, pointing towards her small, local bakery stall. My shop is fully stocked, Kyo smirked at her sharp, predatory business instinct. He flicked a gold coin. I'll take everything. Pack it up. And fast. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she clutched the precious, glowing gold coin. Just a moment. Sir, she shouted, rushing back inside with pure, frantic joy. She returned instantly, dropping a massive sack of fresh bread before his feet. Asterisk. Impressive speed. Asterisk, Kyo noted. Asterisk. She knows exactly how to handle a wealthy customer. The merchant beams, eager for a long-term deal. I'll have more ready next time. Cale swings the heavy sack over his shoulder. He smirks, feeling a rare sense of approval. I am actually starting to like her. Suddenly, another greedy man spots the lucrative trade, witnessing the sudden boom in business. He seizes the chance. Young master, he shouts, desperate to get in on the action. We can provide much more than that. Cale approaches, tossing a gold coin like it's nothing. Is that so? Have a full crate ready for my next visit. Overjoyed, the man scrambles to catch the coin. Everything is proceeding exactly as planned. Cale's hidden strategy is unfolding perfectly. Tomorrow, he'll sweep 3 more shops. He's relieved that the preparations are moving so fast. He's so focused on his business transactions that he doesn't notice someone is lurking in the shadows, tracking his every move, behind a stone wall. A pair of sharp eyes watches Cale, seeing him talk to the merchants. A quiet voice mutters in confusion. What is he up to? Has he finally lost it? The one talking to himself is none other than the assassin's son. Beacrox. He remembers his father, Ron, describing the boy as interesting. At first, Beacrox didn't care. But now his curiosity is piqued. The old man was right. He admits, Ron's legendary experience gives him a vision far deeper than his son's. Watching Cale is proving to be as fascinating as observing that black-haired punk. Their eyes are identical, cold, calculating, and dangerously sharp, like an old fox weaving a complex trap. Cale's gaze is chilling. Scene change. A tiny hand clutches a glass bottle containing a mysterious plant. This is not bread. The street girl notes firmly. Her little brother trembles. Hiding behind her back in fear, Cale responds with a cold, detached indifference. So what? Suddenly, the red-haired boy jumps out, arms wide to block the path. Don't go. You'll die if you do. Seeing the massive sack of bread, the kids have realized his dangerous destination. Cale stares at the orphans, his mind drifting to a past he buried long ago. Before becoming Cale, he was Rok Soo, an orphan who had nothing but a name. That's why people always looked at him with such annoying pity. Do you really need a reason to feel sorry for someone? The children stand frozen, unnerved by his silent, piercing stare. He once misunderstood the meaning of those words. But growing up in a cruel world taught him the harsh reality of survival. His eyes drop to the child's battered, scraped-up legs. They are red and inflamed from a lack of basic medical care. A wave of irritation washes over him. Seeing kids who should be playing, forced to struggle for survival, is truly pathetic. Cale's heart stings despite his cold exterior. I hate seeing children suffer, he thinks, though he won't admit it. After a long silence, he speaks with a voice like ice. I'm not going to die. His mission at the cursed tree begins. Give me more. Much more. The ancient tree's hunger is bottomless. Cale hurriedly dumps the entire bag of bread into the abyss. Eat your fill and shut up. As the bag empties, he peers into the darkness, searching for a sign. A faint change appears. The oppressive shadow seems to be thinning. I guess that gold coin was worth the investment after all. Suddenly, a faint rustle echoes nearby. Cale spins around, wondering if those annoying brats followed him back. No one is there. He lets out a sigh of relief. It's much better when he doesn't have to see those injuries. Something brushes against his leg. He looks down to find two adorable kittens, one red, one gray. Their sparkling eyes are impossibly cute. But Cale chooses to ignore them. He waves them off and picks up his pace. Weren't these the cats from yesterday? Do they remember me? Better to avoid any more troublesome side quests. Back at the opulent Henituse mansion. In the familiar study. Cale blinks in disbelief. Father. Could you say that again? Count de Ruth stands before his sons. Basin and Cale. His tone is serious as he drops the bombshell. Cale. You will represent our family at the capital. Cale's face twists in immediate suspicion. The capital now. De Ruth explains his reasoning clearly. Usually, Basin would go. But as the eldest, Cale must step up. A massive event is being held. And every noble family's son is invited. Basin has attended these for 2 years already. It's time you took your place in the royal circle. Cale scowls. His mind racing through the original Plottis timeline. He recalls the Plaza Terror incident, a horrific massacre planned by a mysterious organization. Many innocent lives were lost in that square. In the original story, only Choi Han knew the truth. Dark images of a burning hellscape flash before his eyes. The plaza was turned into a graveyard of fire and screams. Choi Han had charged into the flames, saving countless people. That event was how he became a hero to the royal family. Terrorists struck the capital's crowded square. Only Choi Han sensed the lurking shadow of their deadly plot. Horror unfolded as the plaza descended into a living hell. Swallowed by an inferno that consumed everything, risking certain death. Choi Han charged into the flames, saving lives and cementing his place by Cale's side, bound to royalty like a brother. He'd knelt in total service to the crown. The memory alone sends chills down Cale's spine. A truly cold, terrifying situation. Glancing at Basin. A new escape plan ignites. A way to cheat destiny. Basin usually takes these quests. Can I dump this dangerous mission on him? I need a reason to dodge the capital. Why is this father so stubborn? Cale analyzes everything with a stone face. Goal: escape this capital trip alive. 5 days left. If Choi Han beats me senseless, I won't have to go. Stuck in a deadlock. Changing this trashy fate feels like an impossible quest. The Count offers some advice. You've done these royal ceremonies before. Cale, just relax on the journey. Cale speaks up. His confusion, masking his fear. I need time to think. Basin watches his brother with an unreadable gaze. The Count respects his choice. Very well. You are dismissed for now. Son. Cale turns to leave with a polite nod. Suddenly, a cold voice stops him. Basin won't meet his eyes. There is no reason for you to stay. Brother. Basin walks away. Cale sighs. My peaceful life as a degenerate is slipping. Basin has acted like the successor for years. Now he wants me to go. He claims I must represent the family. This brother is a total wild card. Everything is a mess. But this gamble, it might actually be worth it. His eyes sharpen like a hunter's. A decisive turning point has finally arrived. If Basin fails, I'm dead meat. He needs to live, so I can slack. Cale starts moving. The younger brother is already at the door. Out of reach, the vice butler Hans rushes in. Young master, your guest has finally arrived. Cale cuts him off mid-sentence. Bring Choi Han to me. Right now. Hans is stunned. Mouth agape. Cale dives back into his inner strategic calculations. Choi Han's problem is solved. But this capital trip is a new hidden quest. If he refuses, tell him he has a debt. Just 2 words. The debt. Cale's manipulation trait is peaking. He'll use any dirty tactic to secure his comfort. This trip needs to be easy. Choi Han's chance for repayment has finally come. Time to use a hero for profit. The black-haired man waits in the shadows. Choi Han sits across from Cale. The room feels heavy with unspoken tension. He scans the room. Unaware Cale is reading him from head to toe. Good food worked wonders. The legendary trio is forming just as I predicted. He asks directly, how do I pay you back? No wasted words here. Cale is shocked by the bluntness. He really dives straight into the core issue. The hero's origin is warping. I'm trying to keep the original story on track. Going to the capital changes everything. Cale hides a smirk behind his noble mask. He keeps his emotions locked tight. The request isn't ready just yet. He slides a document across the table. Step 1. The high-stakes interview begins. I need to know your hidden stats. It's time for a dramatic interrogation. Choi Han agrees. Cale asks the ultimate question, can you protect people? Choi Han is confused. Cale reclines. Looking every bit like a relaxed elite. This plan shift is dangerous but profitable. I'll take the win for myself. I must block them from getting that ancient power. I need it more. It's simple. Can you choose to save lives instead of just ending them? Silence fills the luxury room as the hero weighs his heavy answer, stiff as a frozen statue. My lips barely moved. I managed a strained, meaningless response. I am not certain. My fists were clenched tight. Provoking this man now would be pure suicide. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened into a blade. He dropped a heavy, system-level question with absolute gravity. Can you kill? Gone was the hesitation. His voice carried the weight of a legendary executioner. Yes. Choi Han replied instantly. I countered. Then you have the power to protect as well. Hard isn't impossible. The tea sat forgotten, growing cold as the atmosphere turned razor-sharp. Crossing my arms, I stared at him. But my mind drifted back to my past life's memories. Rok Soo lived avoiding hard things. That's why I am embracing this degenerate noblesse lifestyle now, but a massive wall stands before me. I must conquer it to secure my peaceful future. Hard isn't impossible. Choi Han agreed. I suppose so. The gears of fate were finally turning. The interview reached its climax. Final question, I said, breaking the heavy silence between us. I asked something deceptively simple. Tell me, what is your name? The black-haired swordsman looked stunned. You truly don't know my name. He seemed shaken. I kept my composure. I know you're the hero who's supposed to beat me to death. I want to hear it from you, I said, preparing to stand. His expression softened instantly. Choi Han. He reached out, flashing a radiant smile that felt like a warm summer sun. My name is Choi Han. We shook hands, a pact between a reincarnated soul and a hero. I see. I'm Cale Henituse. With the introductions over, it was time for the main quest. I slid a paper toward him. This is the task you must complete to repay me. Choi Han read carefully, his eyes widening at two names, Rosalind and the werewolf boy. Luck. I thought back to the original story. Rosalind, the princess who narrowly escaped a brutal assassination. She was a beauty with flowing orange hair, hiding a magical power that could level cities. Then there was Luck, the mysterious Wolf King as heir, exuding a silent, high-ranking pressure, the last survivor of the Blue Wolf clan. He looks frail, but his berserk state is nightmare fuel. When he transforms, he becomes a savage werewolf, more terrifying than any S-rank boss monster. Rosalind's power was second only to Choi Han's. She sought magic mastery over any royal throne, her goal the Great Magic Tower. Once she reached it, she would become a legendary hero. Her gentle facade hid a warrior's soul, a powerful mage ready to burn down her enemies. I remembered her assassin's gruesome fate. Just thinking of that bloodbath made my stomach turn. A chill ran down my spine. I stood up, desperate to shake off the lingering dread. Good, I noted. Since you can read, your journey starts now. Yuri coming with me. I unrolled a map on the table, pointing to a specific coordinate in the distant territory. Follow these instructions. I had calculated every move to ensure my survival and power-up. Choi Han had to join me now. In the original plot, a villainous count appeared soon. A blonde, elegant antagonist who constantly hindered the hero. He even possessed a crazy dragon. Thinking of that bastard and his twisted pet made me grimace with pure, unadulterated disgust. He tried to break a young dragon. It escaped but went mad, breathing hellfire on everything. The village turned to ash as people fled in terror. It was a scene of total annihilation. In the original, Choi Han killed the dragon, a mercy he called the gift of death. One fatal blow to the head ended the dragon's suffering and sent it to the afterlife. But I need to reach that village first. We can avoid it without missing the capital. I won't let Choi Han kill it. We must free the dragon before it turns into a monster. I stared off, deep in thought. Escort them to the capital. That's your price to pay? Choi Han focused on the instructions, unaware that I was rewriting the entire world's fate. Heading back to the capital with them was his debt's payment. Choi Han remained fixated on secret instructions. The boy looked up, puzzled. Must I protect them, Cale? The noble wasn't one for impossible demands. He ignored trivial matters. That's your call. Cale closed his eyes. Indifferent to the small stuff, he stated his only wish to Choi Han. Just reach the capital and meet me in one piece. You can at least defend yourself. Right. The sudden question left Choi Han stunned and speechless. Seeing his reaction, Cale pressed harder. Why the silence? Can you do it or not? Choi Han nodded firmly. I will do it. Cale 𝐂𝐊𝐿. Exhausted by the young man's intensity, I should have had a drink before this. Cale thought. Their long conversation finally drew to a close. Cale waved him off. As the black-haired swordsman reached the door, the noble remembered one vital detail. By the way, our discussion stays between us. A secret. Got it. Cale's eyes narrowed. Choi Han quickly agreed. The night was serene, with stars shimmering under a gentle, moonlit breeze. But one task remained. Cale headed to his father's study, calling out for the Count, facing his relaxed father. He stated his goal: I need funds. The Henituse line was famously wealthy. Daruth agreed instantly. Very well. I'll notify the treasurer. No questions asked for his favorite son. The Count handed his son a hefty check. Back in his bedroom, Cale collapsed onto the mattress. He stared at the check, grinning. Money really is the best. It was pure, unadulterated bliss. Ron entered. Young master, my son made this honey lemon tea for you. He set it down. The assassin's kind smile sent chills down Cale's spine. Sleep well. I'm always right beside you, tossing and turning. Sleep wouldn't come. Frustration bubbled within him as he stared at the ceiling. Cale sat up, cursing the old man. That creepy butler. He's ruined my sleep entirely. I need to send Ron and his son away with Choi Han. They were his next pawns. Ron and Beatrox had no idea they were part of Cale's new plan. Dawn broke cold and misty. Cale left early, shrouded in fog. Despite the morning light, his face was pale and grim. He felt like he'd survived a horror film. His mind replayed the terrifying conversation from earlier, relaxing in his chair. A chilling offer had echoed. Would you like to hunt rabbits? I can teach you. Ron had detailed the process with a sinister grin. He wasn't sure if it was a threat. Rabbits are tricky. You never know where they'll hop. You must watch closely and strike to kill. Then, you remove the parts. Holding a carcass, Ron's eyes gleamed with a hidden, dark malice. His mouth curled into a perfect, eerie arc. I'll show you exactly how it's done. Young master. The memory made Cale's skin crawl. What a terrifying old man. At least he's on my side. As he brooded, a cheerful voice broke his thoughts. You were early today. Young master. After several visits, Cale felt strangely at home here. How's the bread? He asked the baker. All ready for you. The man handed over a massive bag. Is today really the last day? Cale nodded. Is there an issue? Do you want more money? He was being direct. The baker laughed honestly. Of course I do. Cale just smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. If I crave it, I'll return. The baker watched him walk away with the bag. The morning sun cast a warm glow as Cale spotted the two homeless children again. They sat silently on the stone steps, their hands empty and stomachs growling. They looked lost. Cale hid. Don't, they have a home. It's like they were waiting for me. He felt a sting of pity. Despite his trash reputation, his compassion took over. He pulled out a bag of fresh bread. Here. Take this. The startled kids approached tentatively, accepting the unexpected kindness of the noble. Each sibling held a bag, watching Cale disappear like a passing breeze. He moved with purpose. His destination was the same, that mysterious tree. He checked his surroundings, ensuring no one watched. The thick fog was a blessing, hiding his actions. He dropped the heavy bags, panting from exertion. Time for the tree's feast. Loaves tumbled into the bottomless, dark maw of the ancient entity. The familiar, raspy voice hissed again. Please. I need more. The quest continued. Crouching in the cool shade, I began dumping the bags, one after another. I satisfied its endless hunger. Here. Eat up. Suddenly, a mysterious light erupted from the void. My red-haired protagonist looked on, satisfied. The darkness shifted to brilliant white. If I sacrifice all these snacks, the true power will finally manifest. But disaster struck. The tree shook violently, screaming with insane greed. More, give me more. The noise was deafening. I covered my ears, panicking. This event wasn't even mentioned in the novel. The tree's hunger was insatiable. But then, it offered a deal. Give me more, and I'll grant you a gift. A gift. My eyes widened in shock. This was a hidden quest reward I never expected to find. I looked up and nodded. Fine. I quickly emptied every last bag of bread into the void. This is the final bag. I wondered what would happen once it dropped. The ground began to tremble. The tremors intensified. The once pitch-black hole was now radiating a blinding, holy light before my eyes. The tree was reacting perfectly. It was like a starving beast, finally tasting a gourmet feast. Pure ecstasy, so delicious it cried out. A small spark of light drifted up the spirit of an ancient power. It was the spirit of a priestess. She praised the bread's soft texture. The third bag was her favorite. Events were spiraling fast. I stood there, frozen for 5 seconds. Completely speechless and unable to react, she kept going, making sure I understood. That third bag? I've never tasted anything so divine. The spirit wouldn't stop talking. The food must have given her a massive surge of spiritual energy. She started lecturing me about wheat quality. Not all grain is equal. High-quality flour makes the difference. My face twisted in annoyance. Is this why no one ever claimed this power? The chatter is unbearable. I am so full now, she chirped. The spirit seemed genuinely happy after her long-awaited meal. I crossed my arms, finally realizing the truth. Her grudge wasn't hunger, it was pure, agonizing loneliness. She began recounting her tragic past. Back in the ancient era, such delicacies didn't even exist. Those priests only fed me bland trash. I was exiled for craving actual flavor. What a ridiculous reason. I bowed my head, pretending to listen. Internally, I was screaming. I only need that ancient power. She told me how she left to spread her faith. But soon, their supplies ran completely dry. They starved to death. I was reaching my breaking point. When will this long story finally end? That sounds rough, I managed to say. It was annoying, but I had to play along for the quest. After venting her secrets, her voice softened. She seemed lighter, happier than ever before. Thanks for listening. You re a good person. I felt drained. Finally, she stopped talking. I looked up. The tree's leaves were turning a vibrant green. The transformation was truly breathtaking. I reached out as the glowing leaves fell. Beautiful, I whispered. Then, a pulse of energy grabbed me. I reached into the light. It felt warm and comforting. The energy from the hole was overflowing. I stood there, letting the warmth wash over me. I closed my eyes and smiled, feeling the change. The priestess spoke one last time. By the way, my gift will protect you always. I clutched my chest. The indestructible shield. It resides within the heart. It's mine until I die. A silver shield with white wings. I could feel the ancient aura wrapping protectively around my heart. My pulse quickened. The shield was settling in, becoming part of me. I felt truly alive. Every ancient power reflects its owner. A gentle breeze swirled around me, acknowledging my new awakening. Even nature seemed to bow to the power within me. Everything in this world was changing. Recalling the novel's description, I knew the potential. If I used this power correctly, my eyes snapped open. I stared directly into the radiating light, my expression hardening with resolve. A smirk played on my lips. This was getting interesting. My path to survival was finally clear. I stood tall, facing the silver glow. It was the light of glory and absolute authority. An indestructible barrier will now manifest at my command. My excitement was reaching its peak. I finally had a way to defend myself. This shield is far more than just a name. Even if it shatters under a heavy blow, it never vanishes. It breaks only to save my life. This shield's regeneration scales with my heart's vitality. Touching my chest, a tactical solution suddenly ignites. My heartbeat is the core energy source. Strengthening my heart will evolve this shield's absolute defense tier. I must upgrade this skill before reaching the capital. Cale reached toward the silver shield hovering nearby. I'll enhance its duration to 5 minutes. No. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐿. That should ensure my survival in any crisis. As my fingers brushed the dormant artifact, a smirk played on my lips. This power feels incredible. My gaze turned icy. One problem remained. This shield radiates a pure, shimmering energy that's too conspicuous. I don't like it, I muttered. It looks like a holy shield. It clashes with my aesthetic. Having obtained this ancient power, I suppose I shouldn't complain. Some destinies are simply unavoidable for now. Heavy rain began to pour as the sky turned a gloomy gray. At the villa's gate, 2 kittens waited. Their shimmering, pleading eyes met mine. Suddenly, I found myself in a troublesome, unforeseen predicament. These 2 were clever. They immediately began weaving through my legs, refusing to let their target escape. Their pitiful meows forced a sigh from me. I didn't want pets, but discarding them felt wrong. Between abandonment and responsibility, I chose the latter. My heavy sigh vanished into the rhythm of the rain. I finally entered the mansion. carrying 2 drenched burdens that looked like shivering. Soaked rats. Young master. What are these? I shoved the kittens into Vice Butler Hans's arms before he could react. Stop talking and take them. I snapped. Unlike my rough handling. Hans cradled them like precious loot. Oh. They're absolutely adorable, Hans exclaimed. His face flushing at the sight of the tiny beastkin. Young master. May I keep them? Hans asked. I didn't care and turned away with total indifference. Do whatever you want. Just feed them to keep them quiet. Also, they are blood siblings. I pointed at the cats. Hans looked confused. But the 2 kittens' expressions instantly shifted to shock. I might act arrogant, but I never miss hidden details. I smelled medicinal herbs and bread on them, recalling our first encounter. The scents matched perfectly. I turned back to confront the 2 small spies. Did you think I wouldn't notice? The silver one is the sister, and the red one is her brother. The cats trembled in fear. I leaned down, flashing a chillingly sweet smile. We'll talk later. Okay. That sudden change in atmosphere terrified the red kitten. Yet, Hans thought that honeyed tone was for him. Of course. Young Master Hans chirped. I coldly cut him off. I wasn't talking to you. Hans. Hans went back to playing with his new friends. I removed my damp coat. Where is Choi Han? Hans, distracted by the kitten's fluffiness, answered with a wide, dazed grin on his face. Choi Han is shopping for the capital trip. B-Crocs went with him after hearing the escort plan. The kittens were being tickled, making them squirm. Everything was falling into place exactly as I intended. I brushed the rainwater off my clothes and smirked. My pawns are finally moving in sync. Those 3 seem to be getting quite close. Hans added. They seem excited to serve you. Sir. My smile vanished instantly. I didn't want that kind of terrifying loyalty, not even for 1 billion gold. Putting that thought aside, I headed out again. My destination, Billows's tea and bookshop. Dressed sharply, I strolled toward the owner with my hands in my pockets. I am the only customer. Billows looked up and greeted me calmly. Welcome back, young master. It's been a while. I wasted no time on pleasantries. I've returned. Are you a man who keeps his promises? Billows. Billows smiled brightly. He knew the value of a deal. Naturally. The usual book and tea. Then, I headed upstairs for a change of scenery. Today's choice was a special herbal blend to steady my nerves. I climbed the outdoor stairs as the rain continued its relentless assault on the world below. Seated by the window, I stared out at the storm, lost in deep strategic calculations. Billows arrived with the tray. Your tea. Ard. He placed the cup down with practiced grace. I looked him straight in the eye. Choi Han. Ron. B-Crocs. And now, this ambitious merchant. Billows. Billows wasn't always wealthy. But his alliance with Choi Han revealed his true hidden thirst for power. He's a master at masking his intent. Even now, I can tell what's lurking behind that smile. Billows masked his hidden stats behind a joyful, merchant-like facade. He was a wildcard, a greedy soul. Though greed is just human nature, every hunter has desires. Billows sat as silence choked the room. The air grew heavy. Suddenly, Billows asked about the capital quest. Cale flinched, eyes darting. How did he hear those secret rumors? Regaining his composure, he countered. Yes. Got a problem with that. Billows revealed his hand. He wanted to join the party heading there. Cale knew this event. Billows was destined to join the hero's team. Billows noted Cale's change. The trash noble had finally awakened, sipping his tea. Cale smirked. So I'm just a useless degenerate. Billows didn't hold back. Precisely. A foolish, arrogant, noble. Your true trait. Setting down his cup, Cale initiated a serious, cold-blooded conversation. You can call him father because you're an illegitimate child. Right. Billows remained calm. Outside, a torrential rain lashed the windows heavily. The heavens seemed furious. Cale pressed on, refusing to let him hide. Will you let things stay this way? The shopkeeper remained stone-faced. Is this life truly enough? Cale provoked him with a hunter-esque gaze. His questions hit home. Billows stayed silent as Cale leaned back comfortably. For 10 years, I acted like a madman. I've been a villain. Suddenly, Ron and Choi Han appeared. They called out to Billows, ignoring them. Cale preached to stir the merchants sleeping. Dark ambition. I'm done wasting my life. I won't live like a fool anymore. What about you? Cale mocked his pathetic life with a smile. Under that intense pressure, Billows finally snapped and laughed like mad. Hysterical laughter echoed through the quiet shop. He had reached his limit, raising his head. His eyes gleamed with a cruel, sharp boredom. Choi Han and Ron watched the two men strange. Dark negotiation. Cale smirked. Satisfied. See, I told you, he was an interesting beast. Billows stood up abruptly. Excited. I'll see you at the capital. Cale rejected him instantly. No thanks. I prefer traveling alone for now. Meeting there ruins my plans. Ron and Choi Han glared at Billows. Billows didn't back down. Meeting their sharp gazes with suspicious eyes, they brushed past each other in silence. The fated encounter ended. Cale smiled. The gears of the system were finally turning correctly. Choi Han and Ron sat down to discuss the perilous mission ahead. Ron. I know you're coming. Rumors say Billows is joining too, but he'll stay in the back. He has a heavy responsibility trait. Ron nodded. Understanding his son. You seem close to him. Master. Billows busied himself, avoiding their sharp eyes as Ron glanced back. I see. Ron whispered. Silence reclaimed the room as tension peaked. Cale felt the suffocating atmosphere. He wondered what to say next. Thankfully, Choi Han spoke up, breaking the stillness with a remark. I've realized that not all rumors reflect a person's true stats. Cale blinked in confusion. Billows walked over, shattering the awkward moment. For your father. Billows muttered, serving tea as the quest began. Ron and Choi Han were here, a calculated move by the handsome young master. This brew is special for you. Ron smiled. A reward for your constant attention. Cale watched the subtle war of nerves. While Ron stared silently at the steaming tea, he recalled serving the young master. Warm lemon tea helps you sleep. My son made it. Ron stayed silent. But Choi Han's eyes widened in shock. The tension was palpable. Whatever, Ron thought. Lifting the cup, he took a slow, calculated sip of the tea. The porcelain clinked sharply as he set it down, echoing in Choi Han's annoyed ears. Drink quietly. Choi Han snapped. The atmosphere between them was reaching a breaking point. Ron merely glanced at the youth, suppressing his killer intent as memories of their meeting surfaced. Since the forge, 𝐃𝐫𝐃𝐄𝐃 had demanded a duel. Sensing the monstrous power within Choi Han, Ron had declined. He knew he was destined to become the young master's ultimate shield. Yet, Choi Han constantly refused 𝐃𝐫𝐃𝐄𝐃's challenges. Their daily lives were a complex puzzle. Visions of their journey flashed by. Then, the family degenerate said something truly unexpected. I can't live as a degenerate forever. Right, Cale's words sent ripples through Ron's heart. Ron sipped again. Cold and calculating. Meanwhile, Choi Han seemed genuinely thrilled by the tea. This is amazing, Choi Han cheered. Even in this hero's tale, their bond remained sharp. They were an unlikely pair, bound by a contract, but fueled by a mutual, simmering distrust. Despite the friction, a strange reliance had formed. Cale simply watched them, enjoying the peace. Cale's plan to avoid trouble was working. Mostly, he refused to let fate dictate his life. My life belongs to me, he thought. The system of destiny wouldn't claim him easily. Sweet tea is the best, Cale remarked. 3 souls sat together, each in their own world. As the tea session ended, they prepared to depart. Billows watched them descend the stairs. Leaving so soon, Billows asked. Cale nodded dismissively. But the merchant wasn't finished yet. We'll meet in the capital, Billows promised. Cale scoffed. Not a chance. I am just here for books. Books. Huh? Billows smirked. Cale didn't respond as they stepped out into the crisp air. Visit any time, young Master Billows called out. Ron clicked his tongue, his eyes narrowing. I despise making friends, Ron muttered. Choi Han shot back. My dislike is permanent. Old man, I wasn't talking to you. Ron sighed, his gaze following the retreating young master. Should I have 𝐃𝐃𝐃𝐄𝐃 cook for him? Ron wondered. Cale had changed, but reputation lingered. Ron's eyes sharpened. He remembered Cale being the only one to comfort the mourning count. Cale had been the Lord's pillar of strength. Despite his hidden fury toward his stepfamily, for 18 years, he played the degenerate perfectly, never once crossing into true chaos, stepping into the light. Cale shielded his eyes. His striking features looked divine under the sun. The storm had passed. 2 tiny kittens rushed toward Cale, meowing for their master's attention. Cale froze. Right. I almost forgot about you two, he muttered to the feline duo. He needed a caretaker for them. Choi Han would be perfect. But he was busy. Choi Han stepped forward, hand over his heart. His resolve was written across his face. I am going to train. I must become strong enough to protect someone precious to me. Cale's blood ran cold. Stronger. Who on earth are you planning to protect now? Aren't they adorable? Master Deputy Butler Hans beamed. Though the kittens ignored his touch, Hans sat on the floor, completely enamored by the kittens lounging on the plush sofa. You really like them, don't you? Cale asked. Hans nodded. Lost in his feline obsession, these kittens appeared from nowhere. Yet they looked healthier and stronger than ever before. What did you even feed them? Cale wondered. The kittens replied with tiny cries. Hans bowed. A wide grin plastered on his face. I'll be heading out now. 𝐶𝐶, if those brats cause trouble, just call me. I'll trim their claws and teeth once we leave. Young master. Ron's voice echoed as Cale sighed heavily. Just go already, he muttered, collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Time for a bath. As he approached the kittens, they stared him down, sensing something sinister in the air. A silver and a red one. Cat tribe. I presume Ron knelt with a chilling, predatory smile. Their feline instincts screamed this man was dangerous. In an instant, their survival instincts hit maximum level. They hissed fiercely, baring fangs in a display of pure hostility. A far cry from their usual behavior. Ron chuckled darkly. The cat tribe is famous for stealth and speed. Quite useful if broken in properly. He reached toward the startled kittens. I'll train you both into perfect gifts for my young master. His facade crumbled, revealing a twisted, calculating mind as his hand moved to seize them for lessons. The kittens bolted, seeking refuge in Cale's private chambers to escape the old hunter's terrifying aura. Cale groaned at the two felines tailing him. Why do you keep following me? He complained. Feeling annoyed, they rubbed against his legs, acting clingy. Cale looked down, sensing he had forgotten something very important. Then it clicked. A smirk played on his lips. That's right. Pay up for the food. You freeloaders. They feigned ignorance with innocent meows. Cale saw through it. Cut the act. Speak like humans do. He crouched down. Suddenly, the silver kitten hopped onto him and answered in a clear, human voice. I want meat. But I'm not hungry yet. The red one quickly imitated his sister's bold request. I want ice cream. Cale shrugged. Fine. But if I feed you, you work. That's the deal. The young master's only demand was clear. No free meals. Everything in this world has a price. The kittens stared with sparkling, expectant eyes, their little hearts racing in anticipation of the next feast. 4 days later, a lavish banquet was set. Count Ruth looked at his eldest son, Cale. Curiously, you were leaving the territory today. Yet you seem so calm. Cale ignored him, focusing on his meal. His mind raced. In the original novel, Choi Han should have beaten him to a pulp by now, but the beating never happened. The plot was twisting exactly as Cale intended. Fate was finally changing. He felt the indestructible shield pulsing within. An ancient power, dormant but absolute, now belonged to him. An invisible aura enveloped his body, providing a sense of total security he had never felt before. Touching his chest, he confirmed the power. He wasn't afraid. He possessed a literal god-tier defense now. Even if Ron attacked, he'd survive. Cale was ready to trigger the silver shield at any moment. He swirled his wine, then set it down. It was time to address the mounting household issues. Father, Cale started, his voice low. I asked for fewer servants. Yet the headcount keeps growing. Ruth coughed awkwardly, avoiding his son's gaze. But his stepmother, Violin, didn't hesitate to speak up. I ordered it. Reducing staff would make this house look pathetic. We simply cannot allow that. She swirled her glass, listing endless excuses. It's not about your comfort, Cale, she justified coldly. Appearance is everything for nobility. People are watching. We must maintain our dignity at all costs. Cale stared blankly into the distance. He knew her history. Violin was the daughter of a poor baron. She had clawed her way up through trade before falling for Ruth and his sculpture collection. Now, she was the cultural pillar of the territory, obsessed with the prestige of the Henituse name. She loved her life and this family. To her, a crowded mansion was a sign of true prosperity. Dignity comes from the image we project, Violin concluded, her gaze sharp yet avoiding Cale's eyes. To her, more servants meant more power. She looked irritated, as if someone had insulted her work. Cale didn't argue. Having servants was convenient. But he had much bigger problems looming on the horizon. Soon, a black dragon would go berserk nearby. A disaster that would burn everything to the ground. Countless lives would be lost in those flames if he didn't intervene. This was his true burden. He took a long sip of wine to steady his nerves. Whatever others thought didn't matter. He had to survive the upcoming catastrophe. He had to stop the dragon before everything turned ash. The game had changed. The trash of the family was now the only hope for their survival. I refused to witness any more death. I won't be held responsible for those caught in the crossfire. Surviving alone since childhood taught me one thing: the weight of a human life is terrifyingly heavy. Shaking off these dark thoughts, Kim Min stared into his wine. A sudden poetic line escaping his lips. Art is the mirror of the soul. Isn't it? Violan smirked, mocking his sudden depth. So, you actually know something? Yes. I'm aware. Cale replied politely. He traced the rim of his glass, sounding more profound than ever. Sculpting isn't about what the eyes see. It's about manifesting what's already hidden within the heart. Cale raised his glass, quoting a plaque from the gallery. Appearances are just a facade. He mused. That line was written by Violan herself. She signaled the servants, ensuring everything was prepared to her standards. A high-tier carriage stood ready. For those of our standing, only the absolute best will suffice. She wore her noble status like armor. Cale remained unfazed, responding with his usual calm indifference. Excellent. Then prepare the most expensive options. The carriage was a masterpiece, gliding smoothly, even over jagged stone. Daruth noticed his wife's sharp smile. Sensing the rising tension, he cleared his throat to break the silence. He had to diffuse this explosive atmosphere. Quickly, Daruth shifted the conversation to avoid any further diplomatic disasters. Cale, did you review those noble dossiers? I handed them to you for a reason. Cale nodded confidently. Yes. It was quite the read. He began detailing the power dynamics, the brilliant, the petty, and the truly dangerous. From fools to tyrants. Every type of snake exists in that circle. Cale had analyzed them all. Daruth was stunned by his son's transformation. You actually studied every single page. I'm impressed. Cale, do as you wish. But I've heard a strange rumor. Daruth's expression turned dead serious. They say the man-eating tree has turned vibrant green. Life is blooming where nothing should ever grow. Cale feigned total indifference. But inside, his heart began to race. Could they have found out? Tiny sprouts are appearing near that tree. It's a fascinating rumor. The Count mused, watching Cale closely. He tried to reassure himself. Daruth would never visit the slums. And the ancient power remains my secret. I share a strange bond with that tree. I knew exactly why it was changing. Though I'd never admit it. It was the daily bread I fed it. My simple offerings had breathed life into that legendary, cursed plant. Just a curious rumor. Cale replied casually. Daruth clicked his tongue, reminding him never to underestimate gossip. People's eyes and ears are the deadliest weapons. Pay attention to what the shadows are whispering. You're safe within my borders. But remember this. Cale bowed his head. I will keep that in mind. Yet, this peaceful life didn't satisfy him. Living in this territory meant comfort. But it lacked the thrill of a real challenge. My goal is the capital. I'll enjoy the rest of my days in luxury once this journey is finally complete. He finished his meal and rose. The entire family gathered to see the young master off. The journey to the capital begins now. Daruth apologized for being too busy to escort him. Farewell, my son. Basin and Lily stared at him in silence. Cale caught their gaze, wondering why they were acting so strange. What is it? He asked. The siblings quickly looked away, intimidated by his cold, sharp eyes. Finally, Lily summoned her courage. Please, travel safely. Brother, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Cale blinked in surprise. His response was blunt, yet it carried a rare trace of familial warmth. You stay healthy too. Lily froze, her eyes widening at his unexpected kindness. Her face turned bright crimson. She looked down, stuttering as she tried to hide her blush. With the family farewells over, Cale approached his luxury carriage. It was time to leave this nest. He pulled the door open, but his face instantly paled. What on earth is this, he thought. Two kittens were lounging like royalty on the custom-made seats. They looked more pampered than he did. Hans sat across from them, completely mesmerized by the little felines. He was grinning like an idiot. They seemed to love this seat. Hans beamed. I think they prefer it to your lap. Young master, Hans doted on them like a royal servant. The kittens dodged his overeager hands with effortless, feline grace. Our master cats must be comfortable, they are so small and precious. Arnate Hans was totally whipped. He even started feeding them gourmet treats. Cale watched the scene. Feeling a massive headache coming on, Cale didn't bother warning the cat-obsessed butler. Those kittens are walking thunder and poison disasters. Ron suggests Cale sit with the driver. He agrees. Ready to board the carriage, young Master Choi Han calls out. He approaches with a cold, unreadable intensity. Can I ride elsewhere? He asks. Cale senses a weird, lingering tension in the air. Choi Han stays vague. Cale watches him walk away. Sensing deep, unspoken psychological conflict. That gaze is still full of hatred. Cale knows he hasn't let go of his trauma. Since traveling with the group, Choi Han has grown silent. He's a hidden, sharpened blade. It's not necessarily bad. Suddenly, shouting erupts in the distance. Cale notices the commotion. A vice captain, a total degenerate, is bullying Choi Han. Cale's blood begins to simmer. This guy is pure trash. Cale despises those who look down on others from high horses. Scum like him shouldn't exist on this continent. Cale prepares to board the carriage finally. The vice captain approaches. Acting sweet. A complete 180-degree turn from before. Shall we depart? Young master, he asks, with a sickeningly fake, friendly smile. Cale shoots him a cold glare. Let's go. He slams the door shut with a bang. The carriage rattles off. The vice captain stands there, completely clueless and alone in the dust. They cross a bridge through a massive pine forest. The sky is bright and clear today. Cale looks out the window, wondering if Choi Han should handle those gifts later on. He remembers his siblings' requests. Lily's eyes sparkled like diamonds when he asked her. Really? She whispered. Cale knew she was hiding a deep desire for something special. A sword, she declared, looking him in the eye. No more hesitation from the girl. A weapon for a 7-year-old. Cale stayed calm, analyzing her hidden physical potential. She has the Henituse build, long limbs and high potential. A future top-tier swordmaster. Cale didn't flinch. A sword it is. Only the most expensive one for you, Lily. She beamed with joy. Basin stepped up next, ready with his own humble request. A fountain pen. Basin replied. Simple. Back to the present. The carriage stops abruptly. Cale peeks out. A gang of thugs is blocking the path. Exactly as predicted. A blue-haired leader demands a toll. These idiots completely ignored the Henituse noble crest. They're messing with the wrong people. Even the cats pity these low-level fools. Ron, the benign butler, smiles. Time for some rabbit hunting. Young master. Cale breaks into a cold sweat. Ron's rabbits usually end up in early graves. I'll handle the catch. Ron purrs. This butler is scarier than any mountain bandit. Cale coughs to break the tension. Outside, the sky remains clear, but the mood is dark. Half a day left. Cale whispers. Tomorrow. They reach the village, the black dragon destroyed. Dusk falls over the forest. The campfire crackles as the sun finally disappears. On the menu tonight, a piping hot, savory bowl of freshly caught rabbit soup. Cale looks at the steaming bowl, thinking about the chaos waiting for them tomorrow. The bandits were just a warm-up. The real system quest starts at the next village. He sips the soup, maintaining his trash persona while planning his next power-up move. Choi Han remains in the shadows. The atmosphere is heavy with the scent of upcoming blood. Eat up, Ron says. His voice is calm, but his eyes remain sharp and predatory. Cale wonders how many hidden stats he'll unlock before they reach the capital city. The forest is silent now. Only the sound of the wind whispers through the pines. He checks his mental interface. Everything is going according to the original novel's plot, but he won't be a victim. He'll be the one holding all the legendary items. The soup is hot. The journey is long. And the real game is just beginning. The noble whines while eating, masking his terror. This wasn't part of the system's quest. Resting by the road, Choi Han stares blankly at his soup while the kids play. They seize the chance to beg around Cale's feet. Give us some please, they chirped, beaming. They bring food for the cats. I prepared salt-free, healthy snacks just for you. The cats meow happily. Cale sighs, finally escaping the annoying little monster's pestering. Cale watches Choi Han enjoy the soup. He clicks his tongue, sensing a monster's appetite. The caravan hit a bandit ambush. Choi Han faced the massive horde entirely on his own. He stood majestic and fearless, ready to solo the entire rank of degenerate thieves. They charged like hungry beasts. But Choi Han's power level was on another tier entirely. Using god-tier sword skills, he decimated every bandit. Not a single scratch on his skin. Corpses littered the ground. The deputy reported. Young master. The trash has been cleared. A pair of boots appeared. Just a minor skirmish. A cold, calm voice echoed nearby. Choi Han returned. Blood splattered on his face. Acting like he'd just taken a stroll. Easy as pie, he claimed. The deputy was shell-shocked by his lack of injuries. Inside the carriage, Cale watched with satisfaction. Dealing with high-tier hunters, sure is different. Back to reality. Cale wore a cranky mask. Choi Han noticed and asked with concern. Master, is the food bad? You've barely touched your bowl. The swordsman questioned softly. Cale saw through the old man's game but played along. Yeah. It's honestly terrible. Choi Han leaned in. Worried about the protagonist's health. Are you feeling unwell? Cale, it's not that. Cale lead. Internally, he knew the real reason for his foul mood. I can eat anything except these hunted rabbits. His stomach growled. But his pride held. Choi Han sat by the red-haired boy, his eyes searching for the right words. Hey. Cale, he muttered. Staring off into the distance at the wooden supply wagons, Cale jumped. What are you looking at? Choi Han turned with a dead serious expression. Is this your first real battle? Cale replied honestly. You mean today's bandit massacre? Yes. The first time. The red campfire flickered, mirroring the morning's violent encounter. I've never faced that many bandits before. Choi Han nodded, finally understanding the noble's fear. I thought you were terrified of the danger. Meanwhile, Cale had finished the rabbit soup. Cale forced a fake smile. It was scary. But you're the one I'm truly afraid of. Cale glanced toward the father-son duo, busy working near the back of the carriage. The old man grinned at his prey with a demonic, soul-chilling smile that screamed, danger. Beside him stood a man whose daggers felt like an extension of his own body. Surrounded by such monsters, every second felt like walking on a razor-thin tightrope. 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐊𝐿, his face pale from the stress of surviving among these overpowered freaks, pushing the rabbit soup away. He realized he couldn't swallow even a single spoonful now. A voice called out. Cale. The noble sat cross-legged, feigning indifference to the approach. Choi Han spoke up again, his words sounding strangely out of place and cryptic. The first time is always the hardest to stomach. Cale blinked, totally lost. What? Why don't you train in martial arts? Choi Han asked, pushing for a power-up. Shouldn't you have the strength to protect yourself? Cale countered. Don't I have guards? Look around. Choi Han saw dozens of elite, fully armed knights stationed around Cale. Cale patted his chest with pride. I trust my heart. I will survive this world. His eyes flashed with hidden resolve. A confident, radiant smile bloomed on his face. He felt smug about his defensive skills. I've got my indestructible shield to block them. That'll keep me safe from monsters like Choi Han. But to everyone else? Cale looked. A starving boy with a frail body. Yet he ignores the food. Where does that ego come from? Suddenly, Cale remembered a vital detail. 2 kittens meowed, clinging to his legs. He grumbled, looking down at them. Suddenly, Choi Han turned away. I must go train my sword skills, he said. Cale was baffled. Already, Choi Han gripped his blade with intense, burning resolve. I must become even stronger. Cale watched him go, sensing a dangerous aura. Is he planning to destroy the continent? A tray of meat and greens appeared. Eat plenty, Hans urged. Cale accepted the meal. Nodding his silent thanks, Hans began sharing his expert knowledge. But Cale had zero interest in food. Acids like lemon are beneficial. Sir Cale raised his spoon to finally eat. Attention! The vice captain barked orders, signaling the soldiers to gather for training. Cale watched closely. It seemed the vice captain was also inspired by Choi Han. 3 days passed. The carriage rolled through a desolate landscape without a soul. Cale pondered the future. In 3 days, the Black Dragon's rage would erupt. This land bordered the Henituse estate, currently under the rule of a puppet viscount. Beneath the mountain lay a villa. A black dragon was imprisoned in its shadows. The viscount was merely a lapdog for the infamous Marquis Stan and his clan. Cale's gaze drifted. He thought of Venyan Stan, the second son of the Marquis. That monster crippled his own brother for power. He often visited that secret villa. He tortured the dragon for sport. That cruelty was the spark for the carnage. Cale sighed deeply at the thought. Hans flinched, sensing his master's dark mood. The butler laughed nervously. Young master, are you exhausted? Should we find rest? I'll go with Choi Han to find an inn. Cale gave a bored response. I'll return shortly. Cale looked out and saw the 2 men discussing something. He called out to Choi Han. The swordsman turned immediately to answer his call. Be quick about it. Cale commanded. I'll be back in a flash. Choi Han replied. The once cold warrior smiled like an obedient puppy. Shocking anyone who saw him, Choi Han felt a strange ripple in his heart. Like grit on a clean page. Suddenly, a carriage thundered toward them at a breakneck pace from the distance. An elderly man was crossing the path. The carriage showed no signs of slowing. The driver didn't care. The horse's hooves beat a rhythm of impending death. In a split second, Choi Han lunged forward, throwing himself into the danger zone. Cale's eyes widened in horror. The onlookers gasped as the hero blurred into action. Panic flared in Cale's mind. Is this a scripted event? This is so cliché. At the critical moment, Choi Han launched himself toward the old man with speed. It was over in a heartbeat. Choi Han snatched the elder from certain death. They tumbled to the roadside just as the carriage roared past like a gale. Without Choi Han's intervention, the old man would have been crushed by the wheels. The carriage didn't even slow down. Fleeing the scene as if nothing had happened, a black flag with gold patterns fluttered. Cale stepped out, his heart finally pounding. Hans followed close behind. Young master, are you going to check on them personally? Who else would go? Cale snapped. His gaze fixed on the retreating black carriage. A boot hit the ground. Cale recognized that arrogant silhouette instantly. It was him, Vignon Stan. He stood there with cold eyes, devoid of any guilt or remorse. Before them stood the epitome of a corrupt noble. A predator in human skin. Vignon Stan. The textbook villain of this world. Just seeing his face makes Cale's skin crawl. Vignon's lackey barks orders, his voice dripping with arrogance. Out of the way, you re-blocking Lord Vignon. Choi Han glares. Blocking? You almost crushed this man. His killing intent begins to surge. The carriage didn't even slow down. The lackey scoffs, looking down at them like dirt. Commoners yield to nobility. That's the law. The trash subordinate speaks with pure venom. He sneers at Choi Han. Filthy, degenerate. You the one causing a scene here? Choi Han's eyes sharpen. Before a bloodbath starts, Vignon places a hand on his subordinate's shoulder. Enough. Vignon's cold gaze sweeps over them. Hans whispers. Choi Han looks ready to kill. Cale grinds his teeth, eyeing the two bastards. He quickly steps up to Choi Han's side. Calm down, Choi Han. The swordsman hesitates, but they drove straight into the crowd. Cale, I said. Stay calm. Cale keeps his voice steady, masking his own rising irritation. Cale spots it. On Vignon's cuff, a dark smear. Blood. From the dragon he's currently torturing. The crimson stain is unmistakable. Vignon smiles, looking every bit like a noble predator. A pleasure. You're from the Henituse house. Correct. Cale realizes he's been recognized instantly. Indeed. Honored to meet you, young master Vignon Stan. Cale keeps his tone perfectly polite. Inside, he's screaming. What a total psychopath. Vignon's smile never reaches his cold eyes. I've heard rumors of the Henituse trash. A free spirit unlike the typical boring nobility. Replacing Basin at the gala. I presume Vignon strokes his chin, playing his little mind games. He already knows the answer. Cale thinks. He puts on his best disgruntled face. Yeah. I am that trash. A degenerate who knows exactly where he stands in this world. Amusing. Vignon chuckles. He glances at the injured farmer groveling in the dirt. Wasting time on such filth is annoying. But meeting a fellow noble makes it tolerable. Especially you, young Master Cale. Vignon's gaze turns sharp, like a cold, hidden blade. But you're subordinate. He stares at Choi Han. He lacks the proper discipline. Doesn't he? Those without status need to be taught their place. It's a matter of basic education. Vignon mocks Cale's leadership. The terrified farmer crawls forward, begging for his life. Forgive this lowly peasant, Cale watches, realizing a territory always mirrors its cruel master. The Shan family's arrogance is suffocating. This is the dark reality of the high-ranking tiers. Cale's expression hardens. He's seen enough of this twisted power play for one day. He turns back to the villain. Are you quite finished with your speech? Lord Vignon. Indeed I am. Cale immediately kneels beside the trembling farmer to intervene. He knows Vignon deserves a beating, but he can't let Choi Han cause a crisis yet. Listen up, old man. Cale pats the farmer's shoulder. The man can only stammer in fear. Yes. Yes. My Lord. Cale stands up slowly, ignoring the heavy atmosphere. Where's the nearest tavern? The old man is baffled. A tavern. Sir, I need a drink. I can't stand being sober. Tell me where the good wine is. Cale extends a hand to Vinyan with a mocking smirk. A pleasure meeting you today. Vinyan hesitates. Suspicious. His subordinate checks a pocket watch. My lord. We are late. Silence. Interrupting a conversation between nobles, Vinyan snaps before turning back. He shakes Cale's hand briefly. Business calls. I must take my leave. Young master. He pulls away instantly. Cale watches him go. Typical. He can wait to leave. Let's grab a drink in the capital, Cale calls out to his retreating back. Being the Stan heir must be exhausting. Huh. Vinyan flinches at the subtle jab. His face contorts with rage. But he forces a smile. You certainly are. Unique. Cale. Until we meet again. Vinyan disappears into his carriage. Leaving a lingering tension behind, Cale watched their carriage fade into the distance, his mind already spinning with new schemes. Never seeing that bastard again was the plan. Most nobles are like that. He told Choi Han. He knelt by the old man, leg hurt. Why aren't you up? Then he shot Choi Han a glance. Choi Han. You saved him. Escort him carefully. The old man stuttered. I'll show you the tavern. Cale waved him off. Forget it. I'm not in the mood for a drink tonight. But my house is the tavern. Young Master Cale froze. Looking at him with pure shock. Your house is the bar, yes. The only inn and restaurant in this whole village. Sir. The only one. That meant it had to be the best spot in town. Hans. Follow his lead, Choi Han called out. But Cale's response was ice cold. What now? Choi Han hesitated. RN to you. Angry Cale just blinked in confusion. About what? Was it Vinyan looking down on me, telling me to discipline you, or calling this old man trash? Why must he apologize to a noble like you? Choi Han's eyes pleaded for justice. I'm not that kind of person. Cale replied flatly. I'm not angry. I just don't care. His words were cold. But his mind was sharp, calculating every move like a master strategist. Playing the hero was Choi Han's job. Not mine. I had a different path to walk. This was survival. A lesson learned from a hard life, leaving Choi Han standing there. Speechless. A smirk played on Cale's lips. Compromising with power was just part of the game. Accepting a little injustice keeps you alive, but make no mistake, I always pay my debts. Vinyan Stan's days as a noble were numbered. Cale's eyes were calm. Yet dangerous. He's getting kicked out. Cale stated. Choi Han stared. Baffled by the sudden confidence, Cale grinned at the house. Because I'm going to steal his dragon. Scene shift inside the inn. The finest room for you. Young Master Cale surveyed the modest, clean space. It was simple but sufficient, not bad at all. Cale noted with a nod. The old man trembled. A high-ranking noble staying here. Please. Forgive any flaws. Cale hated the fuss. Excessive service was just a burden. He patted the man's shoulder. Relax. Cale sighed. There's no need to be so stiff around me. I hate self-deprecation. This is where my people rest. It should be perfect. The old man froze, stunned by the young master's unexpected grace. Are all Henituse nobles as kind as you? Cale let out a sharp laugh. Kind I am. The biggest scoundrel in the entire Henituse territory. Everyone else is far better than me. An and Hong just shook their heads. The old man bowed and retreated, leaving Cale to his own devices. That 90-degree bow was way too much. A knock echoed. Enter. Hans stepped in. Clutching a mysterious box. Young master. As you requested. Give it here. Cale reached for the secret delivery. Hans couldn't hide his curiosity. His eyes were glued to the wooden container. Cale caught the look. This butler was practically vibrating with questions. Shouldn't a butler maintain a poker face? Hans stood tall. Unfazed. A great butler shares everything with his master. Cale just sighed. Ridiculous. I am quite an interesting fellow. R&T, I just get out. Cale groaned. Hans bowed. But paused, staying for 3 days. Seer. Yeah, make it happen, finally. Cale was alone with the box. Hans had some guts. Cale realized most would be shaking in their boots. An and Hong scurried over what's inside. We're dying to know. Cale unlatched the lid. And a blinding, mysterious light flooded the room. He spoke of a salvation tool. A lure for a lunatic. He smiled at the prize. Protect me from harm. Flashback to his talk with Billows. The merchant was curious. What is the plan for this? Young master, none of your business. Billos. It's expensive. Sir. He countered. Can I rent it instead? Billos grinned. For you? Certainly. But commoners can't rent these two. I'll use my secret identity to borrow them. Meet me in the capital, present day. He held a black, metallic sphere. An watched him closely. A mana loop disturber. He said. Worth hundreds of millions of gallons. The kitten's fur stood on end. The price alone was terrifying to them. The rental is 20 million. He explained the Black Orb S function. It destroys all recording devices nearby. A total blackout for 40 minutes. He smirked. High price. But incredible durability. This was the perfect tool. Hong and On played with the orb. Curious about their new high-tech toy. Can you two read a map? He asked. The kittens looked up. Offended. Of course, we re the cat tribe descendants. That's right. He pointed at the map. We re here. And that mountain is our target. There's a hidden villa. Don't be seen. Find the cave behind it. We were stealing the prisoner inside. A kid, Hong asked. Younger than you. 4 years old. They both gasped in shock. Are we saving him? No. Stealing. Now. Get into cat form and go. He tied the bag to Hong's neck. Where do we bury it? He looked toward the mountain. Anywhere on that peak will do. Easy. We've outrun the elders before they laughed together. Confident. He nodded. It's easy because it's you. I only hire the best. Finish this. And it's a beef feast. Their eyes sparkled with hunger. They imagined plates piled high with meat. The kittens vanished into the woods. He watched them go. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Later. He sat with Choi Han. This lemon tea isn't bad. Is something wrong? Choi Han asked. He looked out the window. Seen a dragon. A dragon. I've seen things like them before. He thought of the forest of darkness. What kind of monsters? Vicious beasts. Choi Han said. Deformed and full of hate. Then they weren't dragons. Dragons are more like humans. Dragons. Elves. Humans. They all have souls and feelings, but imagine being born in a cage. Never seeing the light of day. Living in total darkness. Do you know what that does to you? He tapped the table. You lose your sanity. Choi Han listened intently. No family. No hope. Only loneliness. A truly tragic existence. Choi Han's fist clenched. He knew the hero would react this way. And a creature like that is being held right nearby. The room turned cold. Choi Han's fury was palpable. Do you want to save it? Choi Han asked. And keep it? Are you crazy? Why would I want that burden? He set the cup down. A dragon tortured by humans. Will never trust us. They are the ultimate predators. Arrogant. Prideful. And full of hate. Cale's gaze darkened. Raising a dragon wasn't just power, it was a legendary calamity. Only 20 existed worldwide. Owning one meant becoming the absolute center of gravity, while lost in tactical thoughts. Choi Han's voice suddenly broke the heavy silence. Cale smirked. Why ask the obvious? He waited for the hero's next move. Shouldn't dragons live free? Choi Han asked. Cale agreed. That is their nature. Let's save the hatchling. Cale stood. I'll be needing your strength. Choi Han. Determination blazed in Choi Han's eyes. Command me. I will execute any task. Stay calm. No killing. Cale warned. We're resolving this like ghosts tonight. Choi Han stood. Impressed. Cale then signaled for Hans to bring the wine. Below. The inn buzzed. Hans was busy playing with the cat tribe kittens. As Cale drank, Choi Han watched closely, wondering if he should step in. Let him drink. Hans chuckled. He's unarmed. So he's perfectly safe now. Cale staggered to the counter. Owner. This wine is incredible. What's the secret? Mountain herbs. Young master. The owner beamed. A premium brew for elite tastes. Cale raised the bottle. Is there more? I'm buying out your entire stock? Bring it all out, Cale shouted. The vice captain looked absolutely stunned. It's a gift. Drink up, Cale laughed. Dismissing any tactical concerns with flair, he leaned on Choi Han. Take me to the 5th floor. I'm crashing. I'll take him, the captain started. Cale waved him off. Just rest tonight. The perimeter is clear. No dangers today. Everyone. Take a well-deserved break. I'm exhausted. 𝐀𝐊𝐿. Thinking, please. Stop following me so I can move. Choi Han supported him upstairs. Behind them. Ron's sharp gaze lingered in shadows. The old man is watching. Cale thought. I'd better brief him first. Ron. I'm heading out secretly. Keep this quiet. You understand me? Ron bowed. I shall wait. Cale muttered. Don't bother. Just stay here. Entering the room. Cale's tone sharpened. Don't wake me unless it is a crisis. Disturb my sleep. And you'll regret it. Hans nodded. Feeling the sudden chill. Understood. Young Master Ron added. I'll personally ensure your peace tonight. Cale turned to Choi Han. You're dismissed. Choi Han turned to leave quietly. Wait. Cale whispered. At sunset. Use the window. Meet me here tonight. Dusk fell. On and Hong were ready. Is the mission starting now? Choi Han vaulted through the window. Cale Nim, I'm here. What's the plan? Cale handed him a black bundle. Put this on. This is our camouflage. Choi Han stared at the dark uniform. What kind of clothes are these? The uniform of a secret organization. Cale smirked. Donning his own dark mask, he recalled the novel S lore. These were the clothes of the world's villains. I tailored these to frame our enemies. Cale explained, his eyes glinting sharply. They look cheap. But that star pattern is all people will remember tonight. Are we doing something bad? Choi Han asked. Cale's grin turned purely malicious. Extremely bad for Venian Stan. Cale's aura shifted into a cold. Tactical intent. I'll wear the mask. Choi Han said. The innocent forest boy was gone. Good. Villains deserve a little chaos. Cale mused. Noting Choi Han's sudden growth, he wasn't 17 anymore. He was a warrior ready for a high-stakes heist. The kittens meowed. Right. These two are beast people from the cat tribe. Choi Han. Meet On and Hong. The squad is ready. Let's move. Moving like a blur. Cale signaled Choi Han to pick up the pace immediately. They reached the target. Cale checked his watch. The timer for the mission had begun. In a single leap, they scaled the heights with their beastkin allies. Initiating the infiltration. The wind masked their steps as Cale's voice modulator flickered to life. Gear check complete. Even high-tier magic alarms couldn't detect them. This stealth device was working perfectly. Looking at the sky, Cale signaled. Choi Han plummeted down, landing right before the startled guards, panic-stricken. The guards lunged with questions. But their steel was far too slow. With a flicker of movement, Choi Han shattered their formation and struck a decisive blow. One guard collapsed instantly. The noise drew a swarm of reinforcements, surrounding them fast. Cale gave the command. Instantly, the beastkin unleashed a thick, mystical fog over the area. Visibility dropped to 0. The guards descended into chaos. Blinded by the sudden magical haze, through the mist, Cale emerged like a phantom. The lead guard's face drained of color. Cale ordered the support. Choi Han's aura flared, creating a wall of absolute suppression. Stop them, the leader screamed. But their blades shattered like glass against Choi Han's defense. Stunned, the leader gasped. Could these monsters be high-ranking swordmasters? The guards were wiped out in seconds. Cale glanced at Choi Han. Phase 1 was over. Desperate, the leader lunged forward, shouting, Who the hell are you people? Choi Han blocked the strike effortlessly, a cold frown on his face. You're being too loud. Cale turned to enter. Clean this up. Choi Han. The swordsman nodded, eyes sharpening. Steel clashed in the dark. Choi Han stood firm. No one gets past me. Inside, a frantic cultist struggled with a magic orb. Why won't it activate? He shrieked. A shadow fell over him. Cale stepped forward, his cold gaze pinning the villain in place. Stay back, the villain stammered, retreating. You have no idea what is hidden here. Cale looked at him with pure boredom. Is that supposed to scare me? Cale knew Venian had rigged this place to blow. One wrong move, and they'd all vanish. Suddenly, a toxic blue mist flooded the chamber. Cale's plan was already in motion. The villain gasped, clutching his throat as the paralyzing poison took hold of his lungs. He slumped to the floor, unconscious. Cale walked past him without a second glance. Cale reached into the man's pocket and pulled out the key. Found it. He smirked. The beastkin arrived. Good job, Cale praised. Then inserted the key into the magic sphere. The sphere opened, revealing a young, black-winged dragon lying motionless in the dark. Cale let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The target was secured. The heavy scent of iron filled the air. Cale's eyes darkened at the sight of the blood. He pushed open the heavy iron door, his voice low as he addressed the fallen creature, lowering his mask. Cale spoke gently. It's time to leave this hellhole behind. The dragon's eyes snapped open. Cale stared back. Those are the eyes of a survivor. Hurry. The timer's almost out, the beastkin urged. Cale finally stepped into the light. Cale emerged from the shadows, carrying the small, battered dragon in his arms. The shifters looked on in horror. Look at those wounds. It must have been agony. Quiet down, Cale interrupted. The kid needs rest, not your pity. He needed to use a high-grade potion. But that mana-suppressing collar had to go first. Cale narrowed his eyes at the glowing blue gem locked around the dragon's neck. He looked around, sensing something off. The atmosphere shifted as his instincts screamed. He kicked the unconscious guard aside. Get out of the way. Yuri taking up space. Despite the pain, the black dragon forced itself upright, its gaze filled with fierce defiance. Beastkin pin guards. Cale scouts, hunting for Venian's hidden exit. Paranoid lords always build escapes, seeking the wall's smoothest stone. Fingers trail the cold rock. Found it. The hidden mechanism. Choi Han arrives. Task complete. Done. Choi Han eyes the beast. Guards neutralized. Beast kin. Howl victory. Choi Han reports. Cale commands. Enemies down. They won't fight. Cale knocks. Choi Han. Break. Full power. No don't collapse. Just 10 centimeters. Be careful. Choi Han taps the stone. His light tap is monstrous. Impact. The stone barrier shatters. Door buckles under insane stats. Debris falls. The children gasp. Torches flare. Moving toward light. Carrying the dragon. Freedom nears. Outside. The dragon stares intently. Stop staring. Cale mutters. Annoyed. 4 years of torture scarred it. Cale likes this dragoness spirit. Pulling out magic-infused scissors. Approaching with sharp. Focused intent. Reaching for the mana-restricting collar. One snap. The shackles break. Shocked silence. The weight's gone. Dragon sits stunned. Cale ignores. What Cale scowls at staring. Peeling off gloves for Choi Han. Dump the electrified collar. Careful. Choi Han obeys. Potion ready. This red potion cost millions. Prying its mouth. It trembles. Healing mana flows. Eyes widen. Heal up. Brat. Light erupts. Blue aura swirls. Dragon hovers. It walks toward Cale alone. It points. Cale kneels down. Urea proud. Intelligent dragon. Tell me. What's your wish? The dragon whispers, I'll live. I want freedom. The beast roared. 𝐀𝐊𝐿. Then go. Urea dragon. Live freely. I won't stop you. The creature stared. Eyes wide with shock. Suddenly. It hissed. Lies. Humans only lie, Cale countered. I am a liar. But, live as you please. He stood up. The dragon sensed his true sincerity. It watched Cale warmly. He gave a small smile. Be free as the wind. Choi Han. Let's go. Cale turned away. The rescue mission was finally complete. Village safe. Venian handled. Choi Han now understood the true meaning of freedom. Most importantly, no more dragon responsibility. Cale walked away. Feeling incredibly light, their figures faded into the distance. The black dragon stood alone. Whispering. Humans are monsters. Yet, it clutched the potion. Nearby. The kittens were whispering excitedly. Sister. He's following us. I think so too. A new little brother soon. Cale scoffed. Nonsense. Dragons are too proud to ever be tamed by anyone. It was tortured. Its hatred runs deep. The kitten's sigh hid. No brother then. No brother today. Night fell. And the moon silvered the quiet. Lonely landscape, Cale commanded. Go. Fetch the orb. A heavy silence descended upon the group. No one spoke. Cale placed a firm hand on Choi Han's weary shoulder. You did well. Cale said. Hoping Choi Han learned the weight of saving lives. Choi Han stared back. Silent. Cale's thoughts were elsewhere. Focused on the dragon. The mission had evolved. Choi Han looked at Cale with a strange, searching gaze. Cale. Choi Han started. Cale hummed. What if that dragon feels differently about you? Impossible. Cale denied. But. Just if Choi Han pressed. Cale's face paled instantly. He didn't want the trouble. I don't think about ifs. He walked away quickly. Yet. He felt eyes on his back. A chilling sensation prickled his skin. He checked the shadows. Empty. At the estate. The world was buried in sleep. Cale slept soundly. Suddenly. A blue light appeared at his window. The dragon. It sat there. Clutching the potion. Watching the man who had broken its chains. Morning came. Cale felt terrible. Stress and wine. A bad mix. He groaned. Choi Han. Is it ready? Choi Han nodded. All traces are completely gone. I laid false trails westward. Cale yawned. Good. Next stop was Ola City, the midpoint of our journey. He showed the map. Tracing the long path. The road to the capital is clear. We'll make good time from here. Choi Han nodded. Actually, I checked the villa on my way back last night. It's chaos. Knights and soldiers are swarming out to report the situation. 𝐀𝐊𝐿. Typical. He looked at Choi Han, who was acting quite strange. What's wrong? Cale asked. Choi Han hesitated. His eyes fixed on his glass. It's nothing. Choi Han replied. But his voice lacked its usual steady confidence. Cale narrowed his eyes. You were hiding something. Just say it. Choi Han, the swordsman, looked up. The dragon. I think it saw more than freedom. It saw a savior. Choi Han added softly. Cale felt a sudden, cold chill. Savior dawn to be ridiculous. I just didn't want the headache. Cale snapped. He checked the supplies. We leave at dawn. No more talk of dragons. Choi Han didn't move. But Cale. It's still watching. I can feel it. Cale ignored him. Focusing on the map. Puzola will be crawling with spies. We need to blend in. No heroics. Choi Han. Just stay quiet and move. Choi Han sighed. Still hesitating. Why are you acting so nervous? Cale. Choi Han reported the secret path was completely leveled. The shock was visible. The entire perimeter was scorched. Cale just sighed. Looking utterly bored. That dragon did this. Cale muttered. The group froze in pure disbelief. Cale stood up. Noting luckily no blood was spilled. The hatchling was terrified. It burned the magic restraints to cinders. Fearing anyone following its trail, dragons are mana-sensitive beasts. At 4. Its tactical intelligence was already awakening. Choi Han nodded. Finally understanding the massive mana surge he sensed earlier. They paid for underestimating a dragon. Cale said, Now. Get lost. You hitting the sack until we move out, Cale's voice echoed. I am helping Beacrox. Choi Han replied. Cale smirked. Teasing their budding bromance. Choi Han's face darkened instantly. We are absolutely not friends. He hissed. Cale laughed at the rare expression. Fine. Tell Hans to bring wine. As Choi Han exited, Cale checked the clock. Time for the next phase. Heading downstairs. Cale spotted Choi Han frozen mid-step. Something was off. Why stop there? Then Cale saw the vice captain and that green-haired knight. It was one of the goons from the previous night's skirmish. Choi Han's sudden halt forced Cale to stop. Why are you standing there? He's already moving. Choi Han whispered. His recovery stats are higher than predicted. Cale felt a chill. Choi Han's eyes burned with a terrifying, new determination. I won't hold back next time. Choi Han declared. Cale slipped away quietly. A true hero of justice. Cale thought. Taking a seat. The innkeeper arrived. Cale praised the old man's hustle. Perfect wine for a morning wake-up call. Nearby. The vice-captain complained about the Viscount's men harassing them. A break-in at the villa, the knight asked. They were searching for stolen items. Cale took a swig. Technically, kidnapping a dragon counts as theft. He smirked. Slam. The bottle hit the wood. The knights jumped. Staring at the noble? What are you staring at? Cale barked. The vice-captain quickly apologized. Just a morning hangover. They whispered. The knight found Cale's eccentricity fascinating. The heat was off. Cale exhaled as the suspicious eyes finally turned away. Being known as a degenerate noble was the perfect cover for a heist. Even the secret organization wouldn't link this trash to a dragoness disappearance. Cale closed his eyes and called for his butler. Ron. I need you. Honey lemon tea. Now. Ron paused. His usual composure flickering with confusion. Cale slammed his wineglass down. The crash, jolting the vice-captain and the blue-haired knight from their seats. What are you staring at? Cale barked. The vice-captain quickly excused his master's morning thirst as a necessity. He claimed the young master only feels right after a drink. Awkwardly framing it as a morning ritual. He's just washing down last night's alcohol with more. The blue-haired knight called him an interesting fellow. Cale wondered if that was an insult or praise. A voice then bid them a safe journey ahead. Cale exhaled in relief. The suspicion of him being the thief had vanished along with the wine bottle. They clearly see me as useless trash. Who'd he suspect a noble drunkard of pulling off a high-stakes heist? A royal envoy drinking his way through a mission no one would believe he's actually sane. Even Vignon won't suspect me. He knows the secret organization and House Henituse share no common ground. Closing his eyes, Cale summoned his loyal shadow. Ron. A cold, precise voice responded immediately. Yes. Young master. Ron bowed low. Cale simply ordered honey lemon tea. The only cure for a night of faking drunkenness. Ron hesitated. Cale just smirked. One look at the glass was enough to confirm his butler's secret skills. The main character smirked. Knowing Vignon's hunters would never find a single trace of the culprit. Vignon was likely seething with rage. Cale could almost hear his teeth grinding from here. Elsewhere, Taylor Stan appeared, the once heralded heir who was meant to lead the Marquis household. Now, he was a discarded son. Confined to a wheelchair by his paralyzed lower body, Taylor stared out the window. Obsessed with finding a legendary quest to heal his legs, he scoured ancient records. But every book he touched offered nothing but dead ends, surrounded by dusty tomes. Taylor buried his face in his hands. Drowning in silent frustration, Then, a miracle. In an old shop, he found an ancient script, a hidden clue. His trembling hands pulled the scroll. Maps and diagrams finally began to make sense. He deciphered only 2 words from that cryptic ancient text: restoration and rock tower. A blinding light poured from the open door as his destiny finally began to shift. Taylor set out immediately. Meanwhile, back at the carriage, the journey continued through the woods. Inside the carriage, the cat tribe siblings asked Cale if they were camping tonight. Yes. Starting today, he replied calmly. As the 2 kittens listened with great excitement, he focused on reaching Puzzle City. Speed was his only priority for this hidden power-up. He needed a power similar to the indestructible shield already hidden within his soul. A brilliant light flickered near his heart, signaling the activation of his inner strength. The vitality of the heart, the power Taylor seeks, rested at their next major destination. With that silver shield evolution, his absolute defense would become truly unstoppable and legendary. Stealing Taylor's final hope was unfortunate. But Cale needed this survival trait for himself. That ancient vitality could boost health and regeneration, making the user nearly immortal. But Cale knew the truth: it couldn't heal old wounds or bodies already broken. He closed his eyes, picturing Taylor's original fate collapsing in despair within his wheelchair. In the original timeline, Taylor died a broken man, his miracle failing to save him. After failing to find a cure, Taylor's journey ended tragically in a pool of blood. Cale clicked his tongue. Suddenly, the kitten mentioned a rumor she'd heard from Hans. If you make a wish at the rock tower, it actually comes true, they chirped. With sparkling eyes, the children begged Cale to visit the beautiful, legendary rock towers. If you reboard, we don't have to. But we really want to go together. Cale hid. What's your wish? To have our younger brother join us, they shouted. Forget it, Cale muttered, ignoring the kittens as they tried to comfort each other. The carriage eventually came to a halt in a desolate and sun-scorched wilderness. Hans waited outside, looking exhausted. Are we really camping in this wasteland? Young master. Cale led the way as the kittens followed, while Hans braced for a long night. By dawn, a fresh deer carcass lay near the camp, covered in mysterious claw marks. What is this? Cale asked. Choi Han stayed silent, while Hans looked utterly baffled. On the ground, someone had drawn a fork and spoon. Cale's anxiety began to spike. A message without words. It felt like someone or something was trying to communicate with them. Choi Han suddenly smirked. Cale noticed the look and felt an ominous chill. Choi Han knew exactly who did this. Is it that dragon? Cale wondered silently. He decided to play dumb and walked away, leaving the dead deer behind him. At the next camp, a wild boar appeared, accompanied by the same strange symbols. Cale frowned. If he didn't acknowledge the gifts, would the creature finally give up? 2 dead rabbits were waiting at the next stop. The persistent ritual continued. Finally, a buffalo appeared. The invisible hunter was definitely not backing down. Cale's expression was pure exhaustion. The chaos of the coming days was only just beginning. He sat in the carriage, praying the madness wouldn't follow. Beside him, Choi Han held the kittens close. Aren't they just precious? Choi Han whispered. He admired how the children kept their pure, innocent hearts. The kittens chirped happily, but Cale stayed silent. If Choi Han saw that dragon level a mountain, he'd rethink innocent. That dragon's grudge against humanity is deep. But once it grows, it'll give Marquis Stan a hellish lesson. Cale stared out the window, clicking his tongue. Only by crushing the trash could the Henituse territory find peace. The city skyline finally appeared before them. Rows of houses stretched out as Cale's group finally arrived. Hong and On gasped, their eyes wide with wonder. Their faces lit up with pure, unbridled excitement. Look, every single house has its own rock tower. Cale watched from inside the city of towers. Choi Han stood dazed, holding the kittens. They laughed and pointed at the strange, beautiful sight. Towering stone structures rose between the high-rise buildings. Hans leaned toward Cale, gesturing ahead. Is it here? Cale asked. Yes. The rates are low, since we beat the festival rush, Hans replied. It was strange. The city lacked natural stone, yet rock towers were everywhere you looked. Their footsteps echoed as they headed inside. I actually know the secret behind that, Hans whispered. Hans spread his arms wide, striking a dramatic pose. It's a tragic legend passed down from the ancient times. Keep it brief, Cale warned. Hans bowed, placing a hand over his heart with mock solemnity. The full legend. Young master. Cale leaned back. Fine. I am listening. Hans's eyes sparkled. It started in the ancient era. Cale sat down, Curious about this forgotten history. The ancient era. You say. Hans nodded eagerly while Cale reached for a glass of wine. Cale raised the glass to his lips. Go on then. Let's hear this tale. Hans took a deep breath. In those days, this city was forsaken by the gods. Cale paused. His wine glass mid-air. Abandoned by God. This was a twist he hadn't expected. A story even he didn't know. Shadows seemed to swirl around the images of the stone towers. In the quiet room, the kittens listened intently. Hans continued his tale with a respectful, low tone. This land was once left in total darkness. Young master. Cale muttered. First, I've heard of it. Hans smirked, clearly enjoying Cale's focused expression. Perhaps if you'd studied your history, you'd know. Cale shot him a look of pure disdain. The butler was clearly getting a kick out of his ignorance. You really pushing your luck today, aren't he? Cale's irritation flared, his voice rising in warning. Hans didn't flinch, maintaining his cheerful facade. Educating my master is a butler's highest duty. Sir. Hans tilted his head, his smile fading slightly. Though, the reason for the abandonment remains a mystery. He explained that the gods simply vanished from this place. That's when the people began building the towers. Each stone was a prayer. A desperate wish. Cale asked. And did those wishes ever come true? Hans shook his head solemnly. No. Not a single prayer was ever answered. He looked out at the uniform. Quiet houses. It was all in vain. A city of empty dreams. That's why there isn't a single temple here. Cale finished the thought, his voice cold. If the gods turn their backs, there's no reason to worship them. Hans's serious mask instantly shattered into a grin. Exactly. Our young master is far too bright for school. Cale's brow twitched with renewed anger. Stop talking nonsense. Cale threatened. Hans quickly steered the conversation back to the towers. Regardless, that is why only towers remain here. They evolved from prayers into something else, a promise. A vow made between men. And a vow to oneself. Cale raised an eyebrow. What kind of promise? Hans leaned in, his eyes gleaming with interest. He prepared to reveal the city's true heart. The rule is simple. Young master, once your wish is fulfilled, you must destroy your own tower. Cale spun a coin between his fingers, smirking. A city of self-reliance. How very interesting. Hans nodded, matching his master's intrigued tone. Indeed. To grant their own wishes, they first had to conquer themselves. Cale flipped a coin, eyes gleaming. Self-victory. Huh. He gazed at the towers. They symbolized overcoming despair, stacking the coins. He built a miniature tower. These aren't tea for gods. Cale noted. It's a vow. Hans agreed. A promise to their own souls. The gods never listen anyway. Cale muttered coldly. Hans 𝐂𝐻𝐿. A tragic tale, yet full of hope. Hans. Cale called. The butler jumped. Yes. Sir. Look down. Hans ducked under the table instantly. Two kittens stared back with terrifying, glowing eyes. Their killing intent was suffocating. Hans was doomed. Please. Grapes, I'll bring grapes, Hans groveled. The kittens didn't budge. Their rage was boiling. No grapes, Cale 𝐂𝐻𝐿. They weren't just hungry. Hans' cynicism had offended them. Cale remembered why. Wishes come true here, the kittens had cheered. Hans kept begging. My dear cats, please forgive me. Treat snacks. But the kittens were fuming. Hans turned to Cale. May I go now? Cale sipped wine. Don't he bother coming back. Hans bolted for the door, shouting his return. Silence fell. Ron. You should rest too, Cale said. Ron had watched everything with his sharp eyes. Will Choi Han leave in 2 days? Ron asked. Cale smirked. Jealous. Want to follow him? Ron's eyes narrowed dangerously, staring at his master. Leave you? Never. I belong by your side. Scary. Cale thought. Ron suggested traveling together. We should talk more before he departs. Ron added. Ron coughed. Beacrox would certainly miss the excitement. You three should stick together. Cale mocked. Internally, Cale planned their journey to the capital. Cale waited. Say it's a good idea. Old man. Ron stayed calm. Traveling together. How exciting. His fake smile widened. I only wish for safety. Liar. Cale thought. You don't feel a thing. Leave. Cale dismissed him. The room went silent. Ron bowed like a ghost and slipped away. Cale remained with the 2 sobbing kittens. Hans is a liar, the red one wailed. Cale ignored them. Focused on a hidden power. A man who lived 150 years. He envisioned an elder kneeling before a tower, the vitality of the heart. An ancient power-up. Cale stood up. It was time to hunt. The cat tribe siblings paused, hearing their master's hurried footsteps. They followed curiously as he reached for the front door, swinging it open. They found butler Hans standing there, clutching a bag of food. Hans seemed just as surprised as they were. Cale had beaten him to the punch, making the butler jump with a startled yelp. The group stared at him in silence. Hans stood frozen under their collective gaze, sweating nervously. Is something the matter? Young master, he managed to stammer out. Cale didn't answer, simply adjusting his coat with sharp, calculated movements. Once finished, he spoke with absolute, unwavering authority. We're heading to the stone tower. Just us, Choi Han, and these two cats. His words left no room for any argument. The kitten's ears perked up instantly, eyes shimmering with pure excitement. Hans, however, looked utterly lost by this sudden, strange request. Cale ignored him, his mind drifting to the legend of a man who lived 150 years. Obsessed with the wind. For a century, that man labored where the winds meet, desperate to complete his tower. Yet, in the end, his dream remained unfinished. Cale snapped back to reality, patting Hans's shoulder. Get ready, he reminded him, remembering the tragic obsession of those desperate hands. How could someone desire something so fiercely? Cale pondered the weight of that ancient, unyielding wish as they prepared to set out, leaving Hans behind. Cale walked forward, lost in his own strategy. He didn't care for the wish itself, only the hidden opportunity. I'll rebuild that tower, Cale resolved quietly, and I'll make it more magnificent than anything this world has ever seen. Outside the castle walls, a relentless sun scorched the earth. The heat was oppressive, shimmering off the path like a desert mirage. The small party Cale, Choi Han, and the kittens marched toward their destination. Cale found himself lagging behind, feeling every bit of the sun, wiping sweat from his brow. He looked up at the blazing sky. Is it always this miserable out here? He complained inwardly. Suddenly, something on the horizon caught his eye. Cale's gaze sharpened, and he quickly picked up his pace, moving alongside Choi Han. Choi Han looked over in surprise, but Cale's focus was locked ahead. He had spotted two familiar figures in the distance. It was Tailor Stan and the priestess, 𝐂𝐃. So, they were still in the city, Cale thought. Recognizing the key players from the story, he instinctively ducked behind Choi Han's broad frame, peering out cautiously. He wanted to reach the tower without causing a scene. Crossing paths with them wasn't part of the plan. He only knew them through descriptions. Meeting them in person was a wild card. Nearby, Tailor Stan spoke softly to his companion. 𝐂𝐃. Why exactly did you insist on bringing me to this specific place? 𝐂𝐃's expression was dead serious. I need to confirm if it's a revelation or just nonsense, she replied, her voice filled with conviction. For nights, I've been haunted by restless dreams, she continued. The god of death warned me that our benefactor would appear here. She looked around the clearing. Even the gods aren't sure how this person will act. Their future is a complete, unpredictable mystery. Tailor's eyebrows shot up in intrigue. A person even the gods can predict. Now, that is a truly fascinating thought. 𝐂𝐃 shrugged, looking skeptical. Who knows? Half of what that god says sounds like pure gibberish most of the time anyway. Tailor chuckled, shaking his head. Don't say that. Those are the words of a deity you were talking about. You know, he lowered his voice. Besides, isn't hearing the divine voice supposed to be a closely guarded secret? We should be more careful. 𝐂𝐃 scoffed loudly. This city doesn't even have a proper temple. Besides, it's not like the gods are the ones feeding us. And for nobles like us to rely on a mysterious benefactor, it sounds like a bad joke, she added with a frustrated sigh. Tailor stayed silent. So 𝐂𝐃 abruptly changed the subject. Speaking of food, I'm starving. Let's go find something to eat right now. Tailor paused, his expression shifting to one of deep, sudden contemplation. 𝐂𝐃, he said, his voice sounding oddly serious. 𝐂𝐃 blinked in confusion. What is it? Tailor looked her in the eye. I've developed a sudden, overwhelming craving for beer. 𝐂𝐃 grinned instantly. Funny you say that. Because I'm dying for some roasted pork. Let's make it a feast then. The two shared a hearty laugh, their previous worries forgotten. A perfect combination, Tailor shouted. pointing toward the tavern district. My treat today, he added. Cage cheered. Then, as your priestess, I'll put my full effort into eating as fast as possible. Cale watched from the shadows until they vanished from sight. All right, he mused. Now I know exactly what their faces look like. He knew they didn't recognize him yet. The less contact, the better. I'll just keep out of their way for now. Hans noticed Cale's lingering gaze and leaned in curiously. Young master, was that the eldest son of Marquis Stan just now? Cale stiffened, turning to the butler with a sharp, questioning look. And how exactly did you manage to identify them so quickly? Hans gave a smug, self-satisfied grin. Ha! Detailed information on every noble lineage is etched into my very soul. Young master, he grew serious again. That wheelchair bore the unmistakable crest of the Marquis. I recognized it the moment they appeared on the horizon. Cale stared at him, genuinely impressed. Hans, I thought you were a total degenerate. But it seems you've actually got some useful hidden stats. Hans marveled at the dragon's raw power. To think such a creature could hunt a massive wild boar. Butler Hans beams with pride, soaking in the young master's rare praise. Under the fading sun, 𝐀𝐿 stares at the horizon with a sharp, cold gaze. They arrive at the ancient stone statues, a sight radiating a strange, hidden power. From afar, the massive tower looms over the pilgrims seeking divine favor. So this is it, 𝐀𝐿 sighs. Finding the legendary landmark underwhelmingly normal. Ancient ruins often hide deadly secrets behind a mask of total mediocrity. Even the cat tribe siblings look bored, their high expectations completely crushed. Suddenly, Choi Han bolts forward, catching everyone off guard with his explosive speed. Hans and 𝐀𝐿 watch as the warrior approaches the sacred stone spire. Is he really going to pray? Choi Han kneels before the towering monument, his eyes close in solemn prayer, likely seeking a path back to his homeland. Choi Han's sincerity stands in stark contrast to the twisted world around them. A survivor of hell who managed to keep his pure, heroic heart intact, rising from his prayer. Choi Han turns back with a look of absolute gravity. Young master, he calls out, his voice heavy, with a serious report. 𝐀𝐿's lip twitches. That serious face always signals major trouble is brewing. Ask your questions first, 𝐀𝐿 replies, bracing for the inevitable conflict. Young master, why don't you pray? Choi Han asks, catching him off guard. 𝐀𝐿 scoffs. Praying, that's just not how he survives this brutal world, because expectations are a trap. He answers with cold, hard logic. Living without hope is the ultimate shield against the pain of disappointment. It's like gambling. Betting small and losing hurts far less than dreaming big. As he sinks into thought, a heavy hand suddenly drops onto his shoulder. It's Hans. Agreeing that dreams are nothing but a burden in this life, 𝐀𝐿 snaps at the butler to just go enjoy the scenery already. Hans just grins like a golden retriever, leaving 𝐀𝐿 utterly speechless. The butler leads the kittens away, leaving the two warriors alone in silence. Choi Han shifts back to business. There's something you need to see. The black dragon. It has followed them all the way into the city. 𝐀𝐿 frowns. He felt a presence, a flicker of hidden power nearby. Among the bustling citizens, an invisible entity stalks their every move. Let's move, 𝐀𝐿 commands, refusing to waste another second. As they depart, a strange depression appears in the shifting desert sands. A small black dragon reveals itself, its blue eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. The next morning, 𝐀𝐿 sets his sights on a legendary ancient tomb. I am only taking Choi Han, declares. Establishing his elite strike force, he looks at his crew, knowing Choi Han is his strongest hidden card. Taking the strongest hunter ensures no one else dares to follow them. The blue-haired youth pouts but obeys the young master's absolute command. Hans gleefully accepts his quest to look after the two feline companions. 𝐀𝐿 sighs. It seems the butler was just waiting for an excuse to play. Footsteps echo through the dense forest as the duo begins their secret mission. Choi Han breaks the silence. What's our objective for today? 𝐀𝐿 grumbles. Do I really look like I am always looking for trouble? He points toward the mountain peak. Wait for me at the entrance. I'm going in. Cale's gaze fixed on the towering peak. Choi Han stood silent. Yes, young master, I understand. Cale studied him. Choi Han's unwavering loyalty was his best trait. Deep in the forest, light faded into mist. Choi Han's voice made Cale halt. Cale turned back. I will be leaving tomorrow, sir. Choi Han spoke softly. I know. I am the one sending you. Cale's response was cold and indifferent. Choi Han didn't flinch. Before I go, there is something I must report. Cale sensed it. This wasn't just about the dragon. Speak. What is it? A heavy silence fell. Ron is dangerous. Choi Han warned. His eyes narrowing, Cale froze. This report caught him off guard. Internal alarms began to blare. Had he known, should he act surprised? Cale masked his confusion instantly. Is that so? Choi Han snapped. How can you be so calm? He reeks of blood. He's a killer who has stained his hands for years. If you knew his nature. Why keep a monster like him by your side? Anxiety clouded Choi Han's face. Cale stared into the distance. His expression unreadable. He had kept Ron away from the Dragon Quest for a reason. Was it lack of trust? Or could he truly doubt a man of 18 years? Choi Han assumed Cale was blind to the butler's hidden stats and lethality. Neither you nor the others realize it. That's why I had to tell you. Choi Han was right. Cale decided to play along with the protagonist's warning. I didn't know Ron was that strong. Choi Han shook his head. He's a threat. Asterisk. I'm sending him with you to the capital. Asterisk, Cale thought. Choi Han. If he's so dangerous. Why haven't you acted against him? Choi Han faltered. The words died in his throat as he looked away. Exactly. Because Ron hasn't made a single move against you. Cale looked to the sky. He has been my butler for 18 years. A man who endured a trash noble's whims without ever showing his claws. As a butler. His service was flawless. He was devoted to the family. Do you hate him? No? Choi Han replied. It's not about hate. I just felt you should know the truth. Cale cut him off. Choi Han. To Cale. Both of them were equally dangerous anomalies. You possess monstrous power too. Does that make you a threat to me? Unbeknownst to them. Ron was lurking in the shadows. Listening from the trees. He's just my butler. Cale's voice echoed. A man working for his keep. Just like you. Cale checked the time. We were wasting daylight. We redone here. Don't follow me. Cale turned toward the hidden path. A soft thud signaled Ron's descent. The old butler stepped into the clearing. Heard that Ron sneered at Choi Han. I'm the one who raised him. Choi Han remained stoic. Cale said not to follow. Respect his orders. Ron watched Cale's retreating figure. That cheeky little brat. He muttered. He had followed because Cale left the kittens behind. A suspicious move. The scene shifted to a hidden cavern. Cale stood before the dark opening. You've got to be kidding. The entrance was a narrow, suffocating crawl space. He looked at his noble attire. This outfit was a total failure. Deep in the woods. Massive footprints scarred the earth near the vine-covered cave, stealing his resolve. Cale prepared to enter the abyss alone, crawling through the jagged abyss. Cale finally breached the cavern's mysterious heart, brushing dust from his noble silks. He inhaled the heavy, ancient atmosphere. This wind is unreal. He muttered. Scanning the shadows of the vault, gale force winds shrieked, making every step forward a battle for survival. To silence this storm, the wall must fall. I'll claim this power. A bitter smirk surfaced. Without that tree's aid, this strength is unreachable, racing against time. Cale pressed deeper into the howling. Dark vortex. Suddenly, a tiny dragon intercepted him. Its roar echoing with desperate warning. Stop, you'll be killed, it cried. Eyes wide with frantic, reptilian concern, ignoring the plea. Cale summoned his angelic wings. Light erupting around him, a divine halo manifested. His unbreakable shield shimmering as a celestial barrier. The dragon froze, jaw-dropping in absolute shock at the human's power, irritated by the racket. Cale glanced back, his expression dripping with annoyance. He clicked his tongue, flustered. The dragon stammered. I'm just passing by. With his shield stabilized, Cale regained his footing amidst the chaotic gale. He ignored the creature. His focus remained on the 3-hour wind cycle. 3 hours of fluctuating intensity. Every second counted in this death trap. The wind hit its ebb. Now, he thought. Charging before the surge, tugging at his heels. The dragon asked the question, burning in its mind. How? You're just a fragile, weak human. Its voice trembled with disbelief. With a flick of his wrist, the stone barrier shattered into shards, stone-faced and unwavering. He stood firm amidst the swirling dust and debris. What is this power? The dragon gasped. But Cale offered no explanation. Every step forward felt like wading through a river of crushing. Invisible force. Near the epicenter. The pressure intensified. The shield groaned but held firm. He braced his arm against the hurricane, pushing through the violent wall, predicting the recoil. He adjusted the shield's durability, shrinking its physical size. Momentum shifted. His boots finally found purchase against the slick cavern floor, leaning into the gale. He began taking long strides toward the core. Boulders were pulverized by the wind, hammering against his translucent defense barrier. Then, A haunting voice pierced the roar, freezing the blood in his veins. I regret it. So much regret. The words hung heavy in the air. It was the voice from the tree, the guardian of the ancient shield. Mournful cries erupted from the artifact, confusing Cale. As the sorrow deepened, he scowled, clutching his head as the psychic resonance began to throb. Are all ancients insane? Why would Taylor value this cursed weeping power? The voice shifted, whispering secrets that finally sparked Cale's hidden curiosity. You possess familiar strength. Do not take this burden from me. The wind surged violently, forcing Cale to drop into a braced, defensive crouch. I betrayed my own kind, the voice wailed, the cavern trembling in agony. Blinding dust forced his eyes shut. The vortex threatened to skin him alive. The storm was a mirror to the ancient soul's internal, chaotic suffering. I am a monster. A coward who survived alone while the world burned. Screams multiplied, a cacophony of ghosts attempting to shatter his shimmering defense. I prayed for life, but my selfishness only birthed an eternity of pain. End the misery. The pathetic wails of the entity before him echoed endlessly. He pushed forward, refusing to falter even as the gale fought back. Just a few steps from the monolith, the tower's completion felt just out of reach. Cale struggled onward. The constant, pathetic whining grated on his nerves, echoing through the chamber like a broken record. His face twisted in irritation. Shut it already, he snapped, unable to endure the deafening, useless noise any longer. Precious treasure, give me a break. All I hear is a desperate death wish. This misery is getting old. Even the last guy's food reviews were better than this. He sighed, actually missing that annoying glutton for a second. The gloomy voice droned on. Recovery is useless. It only protects me. I can't save anyone. I'm abandoned. Cale listened to the self-pitying echoes of the ancient power. In his world, survival was the only stat that mattered. Abandoned. So what? Staying alive is the ultimate victory. Nothing is more important than your own skin. Only a few more paces. He locked his gaze on the target, preparing for the final grueling push forward. 5 steps left. Cale's eyes flared with resolve. He poured every ounce of mana into his shield's defense. The wind intensified, howling like a beast. It threatened to crush the very cavern walls as he drew closer. 1 step. Just one. Watching the chaos unfold, a seed of doubt sprouted. This pressure was beyond insane. Will the shield hold? He muttered. The gale wasn't just pushing him back anymore, it was trying to erase him. That familiar voice rang out again, even as the wind carves through my flesh like a jagged blade. Man, these ancient power holders sure love to talk. Cale grumbled, pushing through the relentless, cutting storm. 2nd step. The resistance doubled. The wind transformed into a violent hurricane, fueled by the tree's ancient sorrow. I cannot die. This is the cursed strength of my immortality. The shield vibrated under the immense force. 3rd step. My heart thunders. Yet I cannot run. I fear death. I fear the agony of every wound. Surrounded by screams of terror, Cale remained unfazed. He focused solely on the objective, ignoring the psychological warfare. His skin burned from the friction. 4th step. And I fear the void that follows the pain. The voice wailed on, but he didn't falter. One final movement. The absolute last step of this torturous trial. With one decisive stride, the torment ceased. He stood directly before the massive stone slab, his breathing heavy. The storm vanished instantly. Sunlight filtered into the cave, illuminating the monolith as the voice shifted its tone. I chose to cast away faith just to survive, it whispered. Cale calmly pulled out a pair of gloves. Faith or not, you've got to stay alive first, he countered, eyeing the giant rock looming before his eyes. Whoa. He let out a short breath. Donning his white gloves, he spoke with a sharp, sarcastic edge. If you re-mediocre, no amount of effort makes you look good. He reached out toward the ancient surface. This should be easy. Now, let's finish this. Before he could even make contact, the stone erupted in brilliance. Blinding light flooded the dark cavern, reaching every corner. Cale shielded his eyes, observing the sudden, violent surge. The small dragon behind him gasped in shock, eyes wide. The stone's voice returned, sounding remarkably more mature. The sorrow had faded into a weary dignity. I intended to fight alongside them, but I failed to realize. Humans are fragile beings when faced with true agony. They were never meant to be servants of the gods. I realized I had to endure the crushing pain alone. Those who worshipped the gods gave me a gift, a flavorless, hollow thing. Cale's brow furrowed. That description. It sounded strangely familiar, triggering a distant memory. Where have I heard this before? The ancient presence continued its solemn, heavy-hearted confession within his mind. I built this tower hoping to turn back time, but it remains unfinished. Perhaps the gods despise my selfishness, thinking only of my own happiness while abandoning my kin. Fleeing like a coward. Cale let out a long sigh, listening to the monolith's deep-seated regrets. He spoke plainly. To be selfish is to be human. You know, the stone glowed with an ethereal white light, shifting into an amorphous form. Cale rested hands on hips. Is it finally over? The monolith didn't stop, continuing its tearful, long-winded rambling about its past life. My sister said the same. She was kinder than anyone. My dear sister. Cale felt a massive headache brewing. This is driving me crazy. You remind me of my elder brother. That arrogant attitude is truly admirable. Cale blinked, confused by the sudden shift to flattery. Done crying, now you re-sucking up to me. The emotional tale reached its peak. The monolith spoke with a newfound, booming authority. Now, behold, breakthrough. Only then can you transcend my limits. Cale smirked, finally hearing the words he wanted, just as planned. Cale delivered a powerful kick, sending the massive pile of stones tumbling down. Small rocks scattered everywhere. The young dragon watched in pure shock. This human is truly strange. Suddenly, the dragon turned, eyes wide with curiosity. A glowing orb illuminated the room. Floating silently, it hovered at eye level. Cale stared back at the radiant sphere. His gaze locked onto the light. He reached out, his hand wide, ready to seize the glowing prize. He gently closed his fist. The orb vanished, slipping through his fingers. It escaped his grasp and drifted into the open air. Suddenly, it transformed into a streak of light. Surging upward like an arrow finally set free, the projectile slammed into his chest, piercing his clothes and skin. Cale gasped. Looking down in shock, he exhaled slowly, touching his heart where the light had struck. He closed his eyes, sensing a change. A surge of new vitality coursed through him. This life force would reinforce his indestructible shield. The power integrated seamlessly. His recovery speed now far surpassed that of any normal human hunter. Outside the cavern, the air was fresh. Both Cale and the young dragon had finally escaped that hole. Cale glanced at the small creature. The dragon quickly looked away, acting shy and avoiding eye contact, guessing the creature's thoughts. Cale offered a blunt proposal. Do you want to come with me? Startled, the dragon jumped. You are too weak and need protection, but I hate all humans. Suddenly, a brilliant green aura enveloped the small dragon, making it vanish into thin air instantly. Cale stood motionless, confused by its fickle nature. Before him, a lush, vibrant forest stretched out. Trees swayed in the breeze. Cale looked at the sky, his face a mask of tired resignation. I can see your tracks in the grass, he muttered. A small shadow in the greenery flinched. He shook his head. Another mouth to feed. At the mountain base, Choi Han waited for him. Choi Han stared at Cale's messy appearance. Cale, did you just roll all the way down the mountain? Cale grumbled, clearly annoyed. Something like that. Later that night, within the city of Puzzle, a glass shattered on the floor. A sharp gasp echoed. The priestess, 𝐀𝐃, clutched her head in pain. Taylor looked on in concern. What is it? 𝐀𝐃 groaned. Her face turning pale and ghostly, she pressed her fingers to her temples, wincing. Wait. Don't speak yet, she whispered through the agony. Seeing her state, Taylor asked if the god had spoken. 𝐀𝐃's personality suddenly shifted into something dark, frustrated. She kicked a chair across the room. Damn it, she cursed. The next morning arrived quickly. Choi Han prepared for his mission. Cale watched him silently, perhaps worried they wouldn't meet again. He stood with arms crossed, calling out as Choi Han turned to leave. You were just going. Choi Han turned back, looking innocent. Yes. His handsome face could make any maiden's heart flutter, aside from Cale, Hans, the vice captain, and even the kittens had come to say their farewells. 𝐂𝐿 placing a hand on his hip. The sky above was a brilliant, clear shade of blue. The weather was perfect for a long journey. Fate seemed to be smiling upon Choi Han's path today. Suddenly, Cale tossed a bag toward him. Take this. Choi Han caught it purely by instinct. He opened it. Looking confused. Cale. What is this? He had only brought a basic sword. Inside were magic shrunk supplies and high-tier recovery potions. Cale had prepared everything for his survival. Cale barked out, acting annoyed. What? If you don't like it, just throw it away. He turned and walked off with a wave. Stay safe. He felt this simple goodbye was enough. Choi Han gripped the bag, his face beaming. I'll be back soon, he shouted with a bright smile. Vice Captain 𝐂𝐿𝐿𝐿 cleared his throat. I'll train hard to become the young master's ultimate shield. Hans was busy wrangling the kittens, making sure they didn't cause chaos. Come back safe. Choi Han. Old Ron smiled his usual benign smile. See you later. The heartwarming moment was suddenly cut short. B-Crocs turned away coldly. I guess I should go sharpen my blades. The mood turned instantly chilly. On and Hong rubbed against Choi Han's legs, meowing softly. He knelt down to pet them. The black dragon Rayon perched silently on the windowsill, his soft scales shimmering before he vanished into the night. Unbeknownst to Choi Han, he began absorbing the massive aura Raon left behind a silent, legendary power-up. While Choi Han petted the cats, Raon drifted into a deep sleep. Cale stood up, sighing with weary indifference. I've gained too much, Choi Han thought, vowing to repay his debt for this unexpected skill evolution. With a faint smile, they parted for the capital. Same destination, but their paths were worlds apart. After Choi Han departed, Cale's group left the stone tower, heading straight for the imperial capital's heart. The sun dipped below the mountains, and Hans approached Cale with a look of concern on his face. Young master, the sun is down. We must camp here before the night monsters begin their hunt. Cale gave a cold nod, then glanced at the two cat tribe siblings, whispering in the dark shadows. Spit it out, Cale demanded. The kittens jumped in shock, their eyes wide as they looked up. Cale smirked knowingly. So, you met the dragon? Hong and On froze, their hidden traits exposed instantly. He sighed. Choi Han was gone, and the dragon followed a destiny forged by its own free will. As night fell, a plain wooden carriage appeared. Hillsman scanned the area, his hunter instincts on high alert. The simple carriage stopped before Cale's group. A man resembling a high-ranking knight stepped out and bowed. Forgive us. Could we please share a portion of this campsite for the night? He asked politely. The vice captain demanded his identity. Cale watched closely, sensing a high-stakes encounter unfolding before them. I am Tom, Knight of Marquis Stan. Cale's expression shifted instantly. Damn it. Asterisk. He cursed silently. He hadn't expected a carriage with no crests. The knight explained they were trying to avoid any notice. We saw the Henituse crest and sought aid. Suddenly, Taylor Stan's face appeared at the carriage window. I am Taylor Stan. Cale gritted his teeth, hating this meeting with such a problematic, high-tier group. One guy leaves. 3 maniacs return. First, that naive dragon, a hidden boss in the making. Second, a crazy priestess. Third, a fallen noble heir. Cale let out a long, weary, and helpless sigh, noticing Cale's clear discomfort. Taylor spoke again, his voice heavy with the weight of a tragic past. Our request is bold. If we are a burden, we will leave immediately. Cale felt a slight stir. Ever since his paralysis, everyone avoided him. Taylor expected nothing but another cold rejection from this noble. Because of his disability, Taylor chose to leave without a word of blame, accepting his low-ranking fate. A neutral house like Henituse shouldn't get involved. But then, Cale's voice cut through the cold silence. Avoid what? Cale stepped toward the carriage. This road isn't mine. I won't turn away, fellow travelers. Cale extended his hand toward the carriage door, a gesture that defied every noble tradition they knew. I am Cale Henituse. Though they knew the names, this was their first real-time, face-to-face encounter. Seeing Cale's hand, Taylor froze. He was a noble who couldn't even stand to greet a peer. Forgive me. Because of my legs, leaving this carriage is quite difficult, Taylor admitted with a heavy heart. I know, Cale replied with his usual chilling indifference. The blunt answer left Taylor completely stunned. Taylor grasped Cale's hand with both of his, showing deep respect for this unexpected, honest kindness. Taylor smiled again. A pleasure, young master. This is 𝐂𝐃. The priestess, traveling by my side. 𝐂𝐃 leaned forward. Her aura as perfect as a high-ranking saintess. A pleasure to meet you. Cale, I am 𝐂𝐃. Let us enjoy the peace of this night together. Cale felt like scoffing aloud. He watched her fake a smile. Knowing she was a total degenerate who loathed her own divine power. Peace, this woman was hunting for excommunication and hated every second of being a holy priestess. I don't believe in gods. Cale stated flatly. He remembered his subordinates panicking over his safety. Back then, he emerged from a cave covered in filth. Looking like a total disaster to everyone, 𝐂𝐿zman had wailed in self-reproach. Blaming his own lack of strength for the young master's condition, Hans had sniffled in despair. Young master. Without me. You've turned into a mess. Where were you? Even Ron looked pained. My heart aches seeing this. Cale turned back to the shocked priestess. I don't believe in gods. Cale's blunt words left Taylor and 𝐂𝐃 completely speechless and blindsided. Cale watched the fool. Baffled by his illogical willpower. How amusing. Cale scanned the pathetic. Broken down carriage. Being crippled meant the Stan family cut his support. He wasted his gold on city defenses. Now penniless, Cale summoned his butler. Hans, report to me immediately. Help them. Give them rations and a private tent. Use your head. Hans. Just don't involve me further. Cale turned away. Hans. Bring me some more wine. Farewell. Cale said. Dismissing them with cold. Noble grace, Taylor thanked him. Bowing to Cale's overwhelming hidden presence, Cale played it cool. Masking his desire for survival, assign guards to them. They only have one night. Cale returned to his tent. The night was eerily silent. The cats watched everything. Recognize those degenerates. Hong, Cale signaled for silence. Play dumb. We know nothing. Like the dragon they purred. Cale just burped loudly. Cale watched the knight bowing frantically to his guards. He leaned back. Smirking. The pieces were finally moving. Is it like the dragon? Cale recalled saving it. That lizard keeps following me. Fine. I'll use it. Its mana perception is godly. A true S-tier monster. The cats stared as Cale grinned like a villain. I'll milk their gratitude for my own secret goals. Morning came. Cale yawned. Facing a chaotic scene outside, Han smiled broadly. Young master. 𝐸𝐹 finally awakened. What's the noise? Why are people crowding that carriage? Taylor looked exhausted. 𝐂𝐃 was gripped by sheer panic. Cale. I'm sorry. Our secret location has been leaked. A dead boar blocked the path. Cryptic symbols remained. Someone bypassed my detection system. It's a high-rank threat. Cale 𝐂𝐿z𝐻. Only he knew that dragon brought breakfast. Detect a dragon impossible. Its stealth stats are maxed. Taylor panicked. Cale just summoned his chef. 𝐵𝐾𝐿. Steak for breakfast. Butcher that beast immediately. 𝐵𝐾𝐿 drew his cold blade. A top-tier meal tonight. Taylor froze. Cale smirked. Just a very shy delivery. The duo blushed. Realizing they had overreacted like fools, Taylor hesitantly called out to Cale. Stunned by the sight of the gargantuan beast brought as a gift, Cale ignored the stares and called for 𝐵𝐾𝐿. The stoic chef stepped forward. Ready for his next task, pointing at the boar. Cale demanded steak for breakfast. 𝐵𝐾𝐿 gripped his chilling blade with a lethal gaze. A top-tier meal was coming. Taylor stood frozen. Unable to grasp the casual nature of this lethal group, 𝐵𝐾𝐿's words carried a weight Taylor couldn't decipher. The atmosphere shifted into something far more dangerous. Cale teased that they had a secret transporter. When Taylor asked who, Cale only gave a sly grin. The dragon is too shy for guests. Taylor and the priestess blushed. Realizing they had overreacted in panic, we misunderstood. They stammered. Cale didn't care. His eyes were already fixed on the next objective. Forget the trivial details. 𝐵𝐾𝐿 is a master chef. So just focus on enjoying your meal, Taylor called out. Hesitating. Young Master Cale. I heard you are also traveling to the capital. Could we follow your lead? With no one else to trust. They had to rely on Cale. Cale nodded. Hiding his true intentions. They had no idea he was the secret mastermind behind everything. If this quest ends well, they'll be the elite units I need. The priest and noble were overjoyed. They were merely pawns in Cale's strategy. Taylor said they would only follow until the capital gates. Cale approved. Entering together would cause a scene and alert the enemy guilds and high-ranking officials. He flashed a fake, polite smile. We can decide our final move once we reach the outskirts, Taylor agreed. Just get us there safely. Cale maintained his cold, calculated mask of a strategist. He ordered hands to deliver rations. Cale's efficiency was like a high-tier hunter managing his party members. As Cale walked away, 𝐀𝐫 followed. She sensed a strange, hidden aura emanating from the young master. Is something wrong? Cale asked. Do you truly not believe in the gods? She countered sharply. Cale was puzzled by the question, but confirmed his lack of faith like a cold-blooded player. 𝐀𝐫 nodded at his answer. She returned to their carriage, her intuition screaming a dire warning. Taylor noticed her pale face. What happened? Did you discover something about young Master Cale's stats? He's different, 𝐀𝐫 whispered. Her doubt was growing like a dark, unfolding quest in her mind. She stared at Cale from a distance. Her eyes reflected the fear of a low-level summoner. I felt as if the god of death was stroking my neck. It was a terrifying sensation. The journey continued without incident. One day, before reaching the capital, Cale relaxed with some tea. Young Master Cale Taylor's voice broke the silence. The final turning point was finally approaching them. Taylor sat across from Cale, while 𝐀𝐫 smiled nearby. Cale looked up from his mental interface. What is it? Cale asked calmly. Taylor held a bottle, his expression softer than ever before. You seem to enjoy wine, Taylor remarked. Cale Henituse, the degenerate who couldn't survive without alcohol. Cale gave him a suspicious look. Taylor continued, ready to reveal his own hidden observations of Cale. But the rumors were lies. Cale was a master at concealing his true traits and power. Taylor reflected on the journey. Cale's actions proved he was a high-ranking player in this game. You stayed in the carriage for us. You treated your subordinates with absolute, unwavering authority and care, and you treated us like humans, not trash. That was the most surprising skill of all. Taylor smiled. One last drink before we part. Cale stood up, his eyes fixed on the door. What do you really want? Cale asked, his gaze piercing. The atmosphere in the carriage turned heavy. Taylor realized Cale wasn't a degenerate. He was a brilliant strategist with a dark, hidden plan. Cale turned around, his eyes cold. He moved with the confidence of a max-level hunter or king. Taylor asked the critical question. Young Master Cale, what kind of person do you think I am? Cale sighed and tossed a heavy pouch on the table. It was filled with rare gold coins. Taylor and 𝐀𝐫 stared in shock. Their mouths hung open as if they'd encountered a boss monster. I don't care why you're re-entering the 𝐃𝐫𝐃𝐄𝐃 den, but survival requires high-tier resources and gold. The Henituse family is wealthy. This is about money and your quest for survival, isn't it? Cale leaned in, his voice calm. He had predicted their every move like a completed system quest. Taylor recovered quickly. You already knew. 𝐀𝐫 sat there, stunned by Cale's overwhelming, hidden insight. She laughed awkwardly. Truly impressive. Cale placed his hand on the table. Controlling the room said energy. You'll need funds for the capital's tower progression. Don't let a lack of money stop you. Cale smirked, flipping a coin. He looked at them as if evaluating their hidden potential and stats. You've found a golden turtle to sponsor you. Why not take the chance to win your revenge? Taylor realized this was his blessing. Even if he refused, Cale wouldn't report him to the enemies. This was the turning point. The weak were finally getting the power-up they needed to survive. Cale detested complications. While Taylor Stan was lost in thought, Cale quietly reclaimed his seat. The hidden genius sat. Taylor Stan ended his contemplation, a subtle, practiced smile gracing his face, bowing his head in gratitude. Taylor spoke. My deepest thanks, young Master Cale. To Taylor. Cale was an enigma. You depart at dawn. Correct? Cale asked. Taylor nodded. Yes. We must move under the veil of secrecy. We'll handle the rest. Resting his chin on his hand, Cale probed further. Using the temple to enter the capital, Taylor confirmed calmly. Cale tapped a finger against the table, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the game. Even so, Vinian or the Marquise will sniff you out within 3 days. Information travels fast among high-ranking nobles. The god of death's temple isn't free from politics. Taylor's eyes widened. Cale's insight was terrifyingly sharp. You know too much, Taylor whispered. Beside him, 𝐀𝐫 grinned. Why the sudden interest in our affairs? Young master, surely there's a reason behind your curiosity. Cale's finger traced the wood grain before he leaned in close. Stay with me one more day. I'll provide the funds and my personal carriage for your journey. Your allies can reach the capital later. Cale's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on the gold coins. Cale placed another velvet pouch on the table. Taylor stared at it, his curiosity piqued by the sudden offering. A high-tier invisibility tool. Cale answered bluntly. It masks any life form within its range, from prying eyes. Taylor looked troubled. This is too much. Why go to such lengths for us? This generosity is overwhelming. Cale's inner monologue shifted. He had to help to clean up the mess he inadvertently stirred. If Taylor led House Stan, the Henituse territory would be shielded from future political storms and petty squabbles. Securing a peaceful slacker life was his ultimate quest. Cale looked at Taylor and spoke with calculated indifference. I pity you. I wondered what a cripple on the run was truly thinking while facing death, seeing a high-ranking noble struggle like a desperate commoner. It moved me. Even for a trash like me. Taylor's hand tightened around his useless legs. He let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh at Cale's brutal honesty. His knees felt nothing. Yet his heart was racing. Every sense, sight, smell, hearing was suddenly overflowing with vitality. Taylor smiled through the pain. Thank you. Truly. We desperately need these funds to survive this dungeon crawl. One condition. Cale's face turned cold. Forget we ever met. Cage bolted upright, her eyes flashing with intensity. Then let us swear an unbreakable vow of death. You know the weight of such an oath, don't you? Betraying the god of death means instant annihilation. Cale crossed his arms, unfazed by the threat of death. Proceed. Cale ordered. Cage hesitated. You won't regret this. Cale met her gaze with a firm, steady resolve. I have no intention of looking back. Cage laughed loudly. Even if Venyan Stan comes knocking at your door. Precisely. Taylor looked at Cage, his resolve hardening like tempered steel. Cage. It's time to begin the ritual. Cage clasped her hands, eyes snapping shut as dark. Swirling mana erupted. A chilling aura filled the silent room. The ritual begins now. Shadows lengthened, swallowing the light as the three sat in a heavy, deathly silence. I, Cage, daughter of eternal night, and Taylor Stan, swear upon the darkness and the inevitable end. Violation of this oath results in eternal damnation. Black smoke coiled around them like hungry serpents of shadow. Cage's eyes flew open. Our secrets are buried. Except for Cale Henituse. No living soul shall ever know. I swear it. Taylor echoed. As the vow settled, the oppressive darkness finally began to dissipate into nothingness. Light flooded back. Taylor exhaled. You feel that weight? That is the system's power bound to our very souls. If we break the vow, the system will notify you, the witness, of our immediate and total expiration. Cale stared at his hands, feeling the phantom resonance. Understood. Taylor then pulled out a bottle of aged wine, a drink to seal our pact. Young Master Taylor's face brightened, his noble elegance returning in a flash. A day like this demands top-shelf alcohol, Cage cheered, producing 3 glasses from her robes. To our health, Cale smirked, crossing his arms. Does she carry glasses everywhere? He watched the eccentric priestess work her magic. Cage poured the amber liquid. A priestess who drinks. I am simply a woman of diverse talents. Wouldn't you say? She laughed, filling the glasses. Cale took his with a deadpan look. Your habits aren't my concern. I like your attitude, Cage pointed at herself, winking. Want a reliable, wine-loving older sister in your party? No thanks. Cale's rejection was instant and cold. Taylor could only watch the bizarre exchange with a sigh. Cale kept his cool demeanor. Taylor, the benevolent noble, simply smiled back at his nonchalant friend. Laughter erupted as they shared a drink. The trio raised their glasses, shouting in perfect unison, bottoms up, under a moonless sky. Their shared destiny forged a bond deeper than any starlight. Sunrise brought a new journey. The carriage rumbled through dense forests with Cale and Taylor inside. The kittens watched as Cale calculated their arrival. 2 hours remained until they reached the capital's gates. On kitten guard duty, the cat tribe siblings glared at Taylor. The young lord merely offered a gentle smile. Taylor broke the silence. He asked Cale if he knew the truth behind the upcoming royal summons. Cale looked weary, resting his head. His mind raced while his body felt the toll of the road. This was his first palace visit. Still, Cale remembered the petty noble parties of the Northeast. Taylor nodded. This wasn't just any party, it was the king's 50-year jubilee celebration. For commoners, it was a dream. For Cale, it felt like a chore he wanted to skip. As the sun dipped low, Cale's expression darkened. He wasn't excited. He was internally screaming. The festival was a nightmare. Cale was the only soul who knew the chaos about to unfold. Knowledge is a heavy burden. Hidden quests and dangerous variables weighed heavily on his mind. A chill of impending death lingered. Cale opened his eyes, staring into the looming shadows of fate. Rule number 1, survival. He had to dodge every flag that led to a game over. His plan was simple, stay safe and stay invisible. But the world had other plans for him. Cale turned to Taylor with a sharp gaze. He knew this festival was no simple celebration. Taylor's smile turned thin. To him, this event was the ultimate turning point for his house. The air in the carriage grew heavy. Taylor's voice dropped, laced with a new, deadly seriousness. Warning, watch the Crown Prince. Even an outcast son like Taylor had ears in high places. The Jubilee was a smokescreen. The prince had personally ordered every noble heir to attend. Everyone leaned in, sensing the gravity. This invitation was a calculated move by a master player. Taylor hesitated, his fingers trembling. He struggled to find the right words for the prince's nature. Cale smirked, cutting through the tension. He already knew the prince was a master of deception, a slippery snake in golden robes. Taylor's face lit up as Cale nailed the description perfectly. Exactly. But Taylor quickly caught himself. Trying to maintain some semblance of noble decorum, he cleared his throat and sighed. It seemed Cale was already 2 steps ahead of the palace. Cale shrugged. Seeing through a manipulator wasn't hard when you knew the script of this world. Taylor was impressed. No one had ever described the Crown Prince with such brutal, stinging accuracy. The prince was a pro at the social game. He turned allies into tools without them knowing. In Cale's mind, the prince was a puppeteer. Everyone was just a pawn on his royal board. Take Choi Han, for instance, a legendary hero being groomed into a loyal weapon for the crown. The prince used kindness as a leash. He knew exactly how to bind a hero's heart. Cale stroked his chin, lost in thought. Being used was a fate he planned to avoid. The prince wasn't evil, just efficient. He manipulated for the kingdom, not just for personal greed. Sweet praise and heavy rewards. It was a classic system quest that no hero could refuse. For a guy like Choi Han, saying no was impossible. Cale closed his eyes, mapping the danger. Taylor sighed. Getting tangled with the Crown Prince was a one-way ticket to a massive headache. Cale agreed silently. He just wanted to slip in and out like a ghost in the night. I hate being the main character. Cale's words hung in the air, ending the conversation abruptly. The silence was deafening. Taylor and Cage just stared at Cale like he was crazy. Taylor burst out laughing, staying quiet. For someone like Cale, that was statistically impossible. Cage patted Taylor's shoulder, grinning. They knew Cale was a magnet for high-tier trouble. Cale just scoffed, looking confident. He truly believed he could avoid the coming storm. Poor guy. I smirked. Being a disciple of that trashy prince, I knew exactly how to deal with his kind. If he uses people with empty praise, I'll do the same. Cage grinned, finally catching my drift. She pointed a finger high, her eyes gleaming. Young Master Kyo, you look much more fitting now. Truly villainous. I turned to the window, ignoring her. Looking like scum is better than looking naive. Outside, skyscrapers and bustling streets stretched across the horizon. The capital was truly on another level. Impressive. The massive stone walls bore the horsehead crest of the Rome Kingdom, the Kingdom of Stone. Ancient lore ran deep here. Long before Rome existed, this land was steeped in legends of stone. One myth spoke of a guardian deity, a god of stone, who protected all with an unbreakable shield. This god repelled the darkness that once consumed the world. Taylor Stan explained the kingdom's origins. Cage sat beside him, listening with a look of immense pride as Taylor shared the ancient tale. Young Master Taylor, you seem quite fond of these myths. Cage noted. Taylor gave a gentle smile. Yes. Because a guardian who never breaks is the reason we can live in peace today. But since such a being doesn't exist in reality, I find comfort in the myths instead. Taylor looked at Cage affectionately. Cage asked softly, do you truly not believe in such protectors? Few can protect others while their own body is breaking. Taylor replied. I couldn't help but interject. Exactly. Who would prioritize someone else over their own life? To me, that kind of sacrifice is unbelievable. The towering stone walls loomed ahead. Our carriage officially crossed the threshold into the heart of the capital. I've never heard that story. I said. I had memorized the novel Time's Birth of a Hero Times' lore, even after reading 5 volumes. That specific myth was nowhere to be found. Taylor looked at me. It is obscure lore. I found it while researching the origins and powers of the ancient legends. I see. I turned and handed him a shimmering golden object. Take this. I commanded firmly. Prepare yourselves. The 2 kittens tensed. Ready for the act? The carriage slowed to a sudden stop. The vice captain knocked on the door. Young master. The gate guards require a full inspection of the carriage. *BAM times. I kicked the door open, stumbling out with a wine bottle. The guards froze in shock. Behind me, The kittens followed. My face was flushed. Playing the part of a drunken degenerate perfectly. Go ahead. Inspect it. I slurred loudly. The guards exchanged a look of pure pity and annoyance. Pardon us. 2. Sir. They peered inside as I leaned against a post. Watching them with bleary eyes, they found nothing but empty wine bottles rolling on the floor. The carriage was clean to them. They stepped back and bowed deeply. You may pass. My lord. The kittens and I climbed back in. The door slammed shut. Welcome to the capital, the guards shouted as we rolled away. The sky was brilliant blue, dotted with lazy clouds. I slumped into my seat, finally dropping the act. Welcome to the capital. I smirked. Taylor held up the golden ring I had given him. He smiled warmly. It's been a long time since I've heard those words. We headed west. We stopped before a massive estate, a mansion that rivaled a royal palace. I raised a hand. Young Master Taylor. Ron will guide you from here. It is time for us to part ways. I gave them a sharp, meaningful look. Forget everything. Hans opened the door. We've arrived. Master. I stepped out with the kittens. Taylor and Cage waved as they departed. Thank you. Until next time. The carriage pulled away. I stood before the gates, staring at the colossal structure. Whoa, it was bigger than I imagined. The Henituse family is truly swimming in gold. The courtyard was stunning. Fountains bubbled and manicured trees lined the path. It wasn't just flashy, it was pure high-class luxury. As I crossed the threshold, the entire staff lined up in 2 perfect rows, bowing in unison. Welcome home. Young Master Cale Henituse, we are here to serve you with all our power. Standing between the rows, I felt a wave of confusion. I glanced at Hans, wondering what this was. Hans just shook his head, looking equally baffled. I finally spoke. Everyone, raise your heads. My cold voice made the servants flinch. A wave of fear washed over them as they looked up. Cale's voice dropped, cold and firm. Drop the formalities. Work hard, and I'll reward you well. The Countess chose you for your professional pride. Act in a way that honors that reputation. His words left the servants paralyzed. The silence in the room was heavy with their shock. Cale motioned Hans forward. He knew they'd come crawling for help once the workload became overwhelming. Hans stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, with a sharp, disciplined smile. Cale turned to leave. Let's go. Hans. The butler followed closely, leaving the servants standing in a daze. They exchanged looks of pure confusion and bitter laughter. The head butler gripped his head in pain. Young Master Cale is truly something else. My head hurts. The others nodded in silent agreement. He didn't look down on us. One whispered, Is he really the trash we've heard about? Another sighed. As long as we don't mess up. Our heads stay on our shoulders. Inside the room, Cale tossed a luxurious invitation onto the table with a weary groan. Hans watched from behind as Cale slumped into a chair. Young Master. Are you not going? Cale's expression darkened with pure annoyance. Do I even have a choice? It's a royal summons. The Northeast Aristocratic Assembly. Correct, Hans asked, holding a list of names for the capital. Exactly. Hans presented the list of noble children who had already arrived in the capital. Cale scanned the names. Has Ron finished the preparations? Hans gave a sharp, affirmative nod. Good. Go rest. Hans. You've earned it. Hans bowed deeply, thanking him for the rare kindness. Cale waved him off, focused on the list. But then, he called out one last request. Bring me some food first. Hans complied immediately. Cale threw the list aside once he finished. He was alone with the 2 kittens. The room was silent until Cale stood up abruptly. He strode to the balcony and threw the doors open, staring out at the capital S skyline. Sunlight bathed him as the wind rustled the trees, sending golden leaves drifting through the air. A tray of gourmet food was placed on the table. Eat up, Cale said, pouring wine. You've been bringing me food all this time, but you haven't had a real meal. Have you? He looked at the invisible dragon. Following me must be exhausting. The dragon's eyes widened at the feast. The kittens didn't hesitate, shoving a piece of meat into the dragon's mouth, startling the creature. Soon, the 2 kittens and the little dragon were playing happily. Cale watched them from his chair. Eat your fill. I'll be needing your strength soon. He set his wineglass down, deep in thought. It's time. Only in a place this wealthy could one enjoy such peace and luxury. Cale smiled, satisfied with this momentary calm. This is the life I've always wanted. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed outside. The kittens and the dragon froze. Looking toward the door, Cale bolted upright, knocking over his wine. Glass shattered near the kittens, wine staining the floor. Panic flared in the room. Cale stared at the door, his mind racing through possibilities. It can't be Choi Han. He's not supposed to be here for another 3 days. Reaching the capital this fast was impossible. Did he bring an injured Locke with him? Cale backed away, sweating. He had given Choi Han divine recovery water. But there was a catch. It didn't work on the wolf tribe, and Rosalind wouldn't use high-level teleportation so soon. Cale had explicitly told them to stay put at the designated inn. Something had gone wrong. He reached for the handle and swung the door open. His eyes widened in pure shock. Choi Han stood there, gasping for air with a body slung over his back. Young master. Forgive me. You were the only one I could turn to. Rosalind and Hans watched as Cale stepped forward. Bring him inside. Now? The man on Choi Han's back was flushed red, burning with fever. Cale realized it was Locke from the Blue Wolf tribe. His condition was critical. This fever. It is the Berserk awakening. But why now? This should have happened next year. Choi Han laid the gasping Locke on the bed. Cale stood by, staring out in grim realization. Cale summoned Hans. The butler scrambled, hurriedly fetching water while trying to maintain his composure. He obeyed instantly. On the bed, Locke writhed in agony. Cale watched, deep in strategic thought. The Berserk transformation was unavoidable now. Locke's face burned with fever, his breathing ragged and shallow. Locke's eyes fluttered. Don't fight it, Cale whispered. Just sleep. Locke drifted into a dark vision. In his mind, a man gripped his shoulder, a desperate, final goodbye before leaving Locke behind, left alone in a phantom forest. Locke watched the man vanish. Back in reality, his torment peaked. The boy's teeth ground together in pain. Choi Han stood by, his face pale with intense worry. Choi Han's knuckles turned white against the sheets. Young master. What is happening to our friend? Healing potions are useless. Choi Han groaned. The Blue Wolf bloodline rejects our standard recovery methods. No spells could break the fever. Choi Han's aura flared dangerously as his desperation began to peak. I must protect him, Choi Han shouted. Cale winced, finding the hero's loud outburst quite annoying. Keep it down, Cale thought, or you'll wake the patient. He looked at the swordsman with calm authority. If you trust me, leave him in my hands. Choi Han knelt, his eyes never leaving Locke. I trust you, the hero whispered. Cale nodded, noting the deep bond that had formed so quickly. In the original story, these two took months to bond. Yet here they were, already like brothers. Had my presence altered the timeline this much, Cale wondered, turning his gaze toward the red-haired mage. Rosalind, the hidden princess of Breck Kingdom, stood watching with a look of pure, utter confusion. The brilliant mage princess was about to forfeit her throne. Yet this scene left even her speechless. She was a velvet rose, radiant and sharp. Suddenly, a wave of terror washed over her face. A mysterious violet aura filled the room. This mana, she gasped. It's absolutely overwhelming. Blue energy swirled around the young dragon. It reached toward Rosalind, making her entire body tremble. 𝐀𝐊𝐿. Dragons were naturally drawn to talented mages. It was merely sharing its immense power. Stay still, Cale commanded. The dragon shot him a look of pure, sassy, draconic arrogance. The dragon darted away, leaving Rosalind stunned. How is this even possible? She stammered in shock. Cale ignored her question, pointing to the bed. Focus. The boy is our top priority right now. Rosalind gripped her staff, her knuckles white. What exactly is happening to young Locke? Young master. Cale realized she'd used high-tier teleportation to arrive early. She was showing her hand far too soon. Her movements were different from the original plot. She had revealed her magical prowess to him already. Cale glanced at her staff. You're a mage, aren't you? Rosalind hesitated, then nodded her confirmation. Ever heard of the wolf tribe's berserk transformation? Cale asked, his voice low and steady. Rosalind's eyes widened. I've read the legends, but I never imagined the pain was this visceral. That's because it's his first awakening, Cale explained. Rosalind let out a soft, surprised gasp. During the first shift, they lose their sanity to the pain. It's a brutal, primal evolution. If he survives, this becomes his ultimate weapon. It's starting. Cale watched the boy closely. Rosalind turned to the bed, her expression softening. I see. You're more knowledgeable than you appear. Her voice carried a heavy weight. But he's still just a child. Cale simply nodded in agreement. The chandelier flickered, bathing the room in gold. Hans finally returned, balancing the requested water. Hans, Cale called out. The butler jumped to attention, sweating under the heavy atmosphere. Get a stretcher. We're moving him to the training grounds immediately. Don't let a soul inside. Hans was baffled. A training ground for a dying boy. Yet, he moved without a second thought. Cale turned to his allies. Choi Han. Miss Rosalind, she cut him off, insisting on just Rosalind. Fine. Rosalind. Both of you, Cale said, crossing his arms. Prepare to fight him together. They stared in shock. But the command was absolute. Yes, they replied, their spirits igniting. Locke lay, surrounded by the kittens. Cale began explaining the dangerous biology of the great beast tribes. For wolves, tigers, or bears, the awakening requires a blood relative to act as a guide. They'll handle the burden, absorbing every strike of the berserker's rage to shield the child. No wounds yet. But the trial ahead is grueling. The cat siblings watch Locke with pure dread. Hong strokes his fur with a sigh while On watches Cale intently. Cale claps, signaling the start. He gestures to Choi, Han, and Rosalind. Act as his parents or his siblings. If you rather, as they stand dazed. Cale points toward the boy. Your mission is simple, protect him. Locke is brought to the arena, his small frame trembling against the cold, vast floor. Choi Han asks how long the berserk state lasts. Cale replies, he's a pure blood among legends, 2 hours. Cale confirms. Choi Han's chaza hardens. I'll do it. I am his brother. On Cale's command, the two warriors advance toward the center. Approaching the suffering boy, arena flames roar to life. Locke screams in sheer agony as his body begins to contort. With a guttural snarl, his claws extend. His eyes snap open, burning a demonic, blood-red hue. A terrifying roar echoes as Locke loses his humanity. Fangs sharpen. The predator has awakened. Witnessing this monstrous evolution, Rosalind and Choi Han feel a cold shiver of primal fear. Their faces darken as Locke lunges upward, transforming into a savage beast before their eyes. High above, Cale and the dragon observe the chaos. A shimmering mana shield envelops them. A mana shield, Cale asks. The dragon huffs. You're weak, so I must protect you. Is that so? Cale muses. Below, the beast's agonizing screams drown out their conversation. Unfazed, Cale asks to block the noise. With a simple wave, the dragon commands silence. Cale wonders why he hides such power. The dragon simply replies, you needn't understand. Cale watches the surging magic. Asterisk, I'll have to utilize this power fully in the future. Cale calls out to An and Hong. The two cat siblings turn to him. Startled, have you two experienced your berserk transformation yet? Cale asks with a piercing gaze. They shake their heads. The dragon watches as Cale probes their knowledge of the awakening. We don't know. One whispers. There was no one left to teach us our ways. Cale expected this. He looks at them softly, knowing their pure blood lineage is just as dangerous. Their future awakening will be terrifying. Wolf, tiger, bear, the tribes that lose all reason. They become true monsters when the bloodlust takes over. Cale watches Locke struggle below. I don't know much about cats, Cale says. But berserk is a struggle for survival. It triggers through life or death pain. When that time comes for you, find me. The cat's eyes sparkle with devotion. The dragon looks on, seemingly bored by the sentiment. Cale plans to minimize the damage. Suddenly, the cats leap, clinging tightly to his sleeves. Hey. Let go, Cale stammers. Below? Locke's screams reach a devastating, bone-chilling crescendo. Cale's mind races. Why now? In the original novel, this event was a year away. In Time's The Birth of a Hero asterisk, this awakening was only triggered by a tragic death. Cale envisions the scene, Locke standing broken over a fallen, lifeless body, in the dark. 𝐂𝐿zman was the catalyst then. To Locke, it mirrored the traumatic loss of his uncle. The chief's death had shattered him. Death seemed to follow everyone Locke ever loved. Cale's thoughts snap back as the evolution completes. Locke is now a towering, ferocious predator. The air turns heavy with bloodlust. Choi Han and Rosalind brace for the coming storm. Rosalind urged Locke to stay calm. His eyes had turned into those of a predator, burning with rage. Locke's fangs bared in a primal growl. a terrifying display of his hidden beastkin bloodline awakening. With a violent roar, Lok lunges. He becomes a blur of silver fur and deadly claws. Choi Han raises an iron shield. The impact vibrates through his entire frame with terrifying force. Lok's physical power is overwhelming. Choi Han skids back, his boots grinding against the stone. His arms tremble under the beast weight. Wake up. Lok, it's me. Your brother. Cale signals Choi Han back. He sighs, waiting for the boy to calm. A blow to the head might be faster. The cat siblings watch in shock. No. Look closely. That is the primal instinct of the wolf tribe. It is inhuman. Cale watches Lok's claws slash wildly at Choi Han. Dangerous, yet beautiful. Berserk power isn't hideous, it is pure. Raw strength. Witness their true evolution. Watch how he moves on wild instinct alone. Primal fury unleashed. Lok's strike shatters the ground and cracks the walls. Make that power yours. Or you are no better than common beasts. Cale pats the kitten's head. Eyes cold. Lok lunges at Choi Han. Rosalind's mana forms a shield. She stands firm to protect Choi Han. She screams his name. Lok smashes the barrier with mindless, primal rage. Lok. We are family, please. Wake up and come back to us. Choi Han leaps out. Focus on me, I am your protector. Lok. I will protect you, Lok snarls, turning his entire fury on him. See that Rosalind protects him. She is not trying to fight back. She uses aura to guard him. Cale explains to the young dragon. Protecting is harder than killing. But I know you can do it. I am a dragon, Cale smirks. Then watch and judge for yourself. 2 hours of this, I should have brought some wine along. The chaos fades. Only heavy. Exhausted breathing fills the silent arena. Nona. Lok returns to normal, gasping out a weak, tired apology. They watch in worry. With a thud, Lok collapses into the dirt. Choi Han catches him. The boy is exhausted and drenched in sweat. Lok whispers uncle before his vision fades and his eyes close. Cale smiles softly. Rest now. You have both done enough today. It is finally over. Choi Han places Lok onto a waiting stretcher. Rosalind stays silent. Suddenly, Cale tosses a red recovery potion to her. She catches it, confused. Why give this to me? It is useless. Why give it to wolves? That potion is for you. Rosalind, you worked hard. Rosalind grips the bottle and whispers her thanks. No problem. Cale walks off, calling out for Choi Han to follow. We need to talk. Choi Han looks up, his expression turning serious. Hans tends to Lok. A full feast is spread across the table. Tell me everything. Choi Han nods, beginning his secret report. Finding Rosalind was easy. We reached the city you mentioned, Kalanim. We found 5 merchants heading directly toward the capital city. They needed guards. Their own warriors had been badly injured earlier, just as you predicted. Rosalind was already traveling among them. The Breck Kingdom borders us. She was traveling there in secret, heading to Caro Kingdom. An assassination attempt nearly took her life. She escaped using magic, but stayed to find the hidden culprits. She is gathering intelligence while heading to the capital city now. You have become close, Cale asks, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Yes. Choi Han replies. Being allies is better than being strangers. Not always. But do as you wish. Just follow the plan. Cale hid. Unfamiliar bonds. Cautious Jalin approached first. Post-Harris Choi Han changed. Repaying debt. He smiled. Cale realized. Report began. Merchants halted. Disaster struck. Cale listened. Perfectly serious. Beastmen guards. Choi noticed. He sensed hidden danger. Crate trade, Choi asked. Trading weary men replied. No. Mountain folk trade. Pointing upward. Choi saw. Following them to Lok. Sunset came. Silence fell. Late. They muttered. Anxious. Trade failed. We re-worried. Choi remembered Cale's quest. Ready, Choi nodded. Cold. Darkness arrived at village. Fire, everything was burning. Villagers slaughtered. Choi shook. Cale nim. His voice trembled. 5-star mark. I saw. Cale froze. Secret organization. Plot shifted. Wolves found. Dead. Choi shook head. Kidnapping kids. Chief died. 10 kids gone. Why? Spared children. Strange turn. Lok appeared amid fire. Cale stunned. Plot deviated. Lok didn't hide. Loyalty. Why awaken? Cale thought. Story changed. Heavy silence. Tension rose. Choi stared. I tried stopping them. No. I killed them. Cale calm. Keep talking. Black uniforms. Choi said. Harris Village sword style. Cale feigned shock. Them. Yes. Choi declared. Be air. Cale pretended to ponder. Revenge begins. Hunt starts. Choi Han's voice dropped as he described a figure marked by a crimson star, circled by white ones. His expression twisted in agony as those horrific memories resurfaced. Clear and haunting in his mind, amidst a raging inferno. A shadowed figure in a black cloak slaughtered the guardian warriors without mercy. That monster stood atop a mountain of corpses. His cold gaze, devoid of any shred of humanity, with blood-stained hands. The maniacal killer licked the gore from his fingers with a sickening, twisted grin. His manic laughter echoed as he consumed the blood of the wolf tribe. A true degenerate. Cale froze. A high-ranking mage, addicted to the blood of the wolf tribe. This was pure madness. This was the mastermind behind the capital's terror. The same blood-drinking trash lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a vision of a dark, towering spire pierced the sky, radiating a suffocating and ominous aura. Atop that cursed peak stood the lunatic. His sinister laughter vibrating through the very air around them. This high-tier mage was a bloodthirsty anomaly. Appearing here long before his scheduled debut in the capital, dread pooled in Cale's gut. Why would a mage of his caliber kidnap mere children of the tribe? It defied all logic. Why spare the wolf tribe's offspring only to hunt them down later? Was this the butterfly effect? Had saving the dragon warped the entire timeline and the system's progression? Choi Han clenched his fists, his voice dripping with self-loathing for letting the villains escape his grasp. If I had stayed to fight, everyone would have perished, he admitted, his heart heavy with regret. The one bearing the 6 white stars vanished into thin air using high-level teleportation and movement magic. Choi Han's face darkened as he recalled the mage's chilling parting words from that night of fire. The image of those glowing crimson eyes beneath the hood burned into his memory like a curse. Such magnificent seeds. The monster had sneered. Their blood. It tastes simply divine and delicious. Seeds. Cale's brow furrowed. What kind of twisted quest or evolution was that lunatic actually following? Choi Han explained that Rosalind's magic had secured the children, bringing them safely back to the inn. They were now under the protection of the traveling merchant who had joined their party that day. The tribe was gone. Only 10 children and a merchant remained. The variables were shifting rapidly now. Sending kids to a merchant guild seemed like the original plot. But something felt fundamentally wrong. Cale gritted his teeth, the weight of the situation pressing down on him like a boss monster's aura. This isn't a rescue, he muttered. It's turning into a livestock camp for those absolute monsters. I still don't understand, Choi Han admitted seriously, his eyes searching for answers in the dark. Cale looked at him, knowing exactly what burning questions were currently racing through the swordsman's mind. Who were these villains, and what was their ultimate goal in this game of life and death? Cale reached for a piece of bread, his calm demeanor startling the battle-hardened warrior sitting there. How does he know about them? Choi Han wondered, his suspicion warring with his newfound loyalty. Tearing the bread, Cale spoke calmly. I'm going to tell you 2 absolute, undeniable truths. Choi Han gasped, his heart hammering against his ribs. What are you talking about right now? Cale rose from his seat, his presence suddenly as heavy and commanding as a high-ranking hunter. Where are you headed? Choi Han asked, watching Cale's retreating back with wide, shocked eyes. Cale glanced at the wall clock. The hands hit the mark. It was finally the golden hour. To the temple of the god of death, he declared, his voice cold and absolutely resolute. Outside, the world was swallowed by shadows, illuminated only by the pale, silver glow of the moon. Their carriage halted before the ancient, glowing structure. The air hummed with a divine, chilling power. The answers you seek, I will reveal them both right here, Cale said, his tone shifting. I swear this on my very life, he stated, his resolve as sharp as a legendary blade. With his hands in his pockets, Cale marched forward, the image of a true hero awakening. Follow me. By my life, I will show you the dark reality of this world. Choi Han swallowed hard, his nerves on edge as they stepped deeper into the temple's depths. 2 white-robed priests stood there, hoods drawn, waiting with solemn, robotic precision. They spoke in eerie unison, promising eternal rest. Without hesitation, Cale raised his hand. Is there an empty death chamber? He asked. The request was utterly insane. The priests froze, stunned. They glanced at Choi Han, who stood anxiously behind Cale. Honestly, Choi Han looked pathetic, like a starving degenerate who hadn't eaten in 2 days. His innocent face was a trap, but his clothes looked like he'd crawled through a dungeon. Finally, a priest broke the silence. Which of you will stake your life as collateral? Without a second thought, Cale pointed at himself. Me. I'll be the one to die. Choi Han's voice trembled with worry. 𝐂𝐫𝐚. But Cale just gave him a cold stare. You don't need to go this far. Choi Han pleaded. But Cale's resolve was ironclad. 𝐂𝐫𝐿. As a reincarnator who knew the plot, he knew Choi Han wouldn't believe him. I am not telling you anything about that secret organization, Cale thought, closing his eyes. Hurry up, he mused. Choi Han. You are destined to fight the terrifying merfolk tribe soon. You will ride the strongest whale and face those bloodthirsty monsters. I want no part of it. Choi Han watched Cale, his face a mask of utter confusion and disbelief at the situation. Sensing the gaze, Cale snapped back to reality and demanded the room once more. Of course. The priest bowed. Follow us to the basement. We must prepare the ritual. Cale and Choi Han descended into the dark depths. Guided by the flickering shadows of the priests, one priest stopped abruptly. Wait here while we clear the inner sanctum, he commanded. The door slammed shut, leaving the two heroes standing in the cold, silent hallway. Cale leaned against the wall, reading the invisible system window of Choi Han's rising anxiety. You seem restless, Cale remarked. Let me tell you one thing before we go in. Choi Han looked up, hope shining in his eyes. Yes, I believe in you. 𝐂𝐫𝐚. Cale snapped his fingers, his expression unreadable. First of all, he began, voice dropping low. I have no idea who that secret organization is or what they want. Total bombshell. Choi Han gasped, his heart skipping a beat. Wait. What do you mean by that? Before Cale could explain, the priest's voice echoed from within. The chamber is ready. Enter. The heavy doors creaked open. A robed figure beckoned. Those bound to death, step forward. Cale let out a mocking smirk. Choi Han looks completely overwhelmed, he thought, enjoying the chaos. Hard to swallow, Cale taunted. Well, try to keep up. He stepped into the darkness. Let us go. His command left Choi Han with no choice but to follow his lead. They entered the heart of the temple. The air was thick with the scent of old blood. They sat in silence. Two chairs facing a stone altar, where the vow of death awaited. Two ancient scrolls lay before them. A high priest watched with eyes like cold steel. Cale signaled with a hand gesture. The priest nodded, pointing to the barbaric contracts. Choi Han grabbed the paper, his hands shaking slightly as he scanned the forbidden text. The rules were simple but cruel. This was not just a quest, it was a soul-binding contract. The better must touch the witness and swear an oath to the god of death himself. If the oath is broken, the better's heart stops instantly. Cale smiled at the twisted irony. What a savage system, he mused. The hour of judgment had finally arrived for them. The priest slammed his hands on the table, and the atmosphere turned heavy and suffocating. Thick, black smoke erupted from his palms, coiling like serpents in the cramped basement room. The shadows lunged toward Cale and Choi Han, wrapping around them like a living nightmare. Is this divine power? Choi Han whispered, terrified. Cale did not even flinch. Exactly, Cale replied, watching the dark aura the power meant to claim his very life. Guess I'm breaking my vow. As the ritual concluded, Cale Henituse stood firm and spoke. Under this oath, the deaf priest hears no truth, but judges every lie with immediate death. Facing the divine, Cale declared with unwavering resolve. I, Cale Henituse, swear this solemnly, before the gods. I speak only the truth to Choi Han. These words struck Choi Han's heart. Visible tension gripped Choi Han. Cale stared him down, his voice cold and steady. If I lie, let death claim me here and now. The oath was sealed in stone. Cale hesitated inwardly. Should he reveal the entire truth? The conflict weighed heavily on him. Memories of his past life surged a soul-crushing pain. I was just a normal guy in Korea. I woke up inside a novel I was reading, knowing the plot up to volume 5. Opening my eyes, I became a noble's son. Now, this world faces a devastating war. I only wanted a peaceful life. So I began interfering with the novel's original timeline. But reality was cruel. Cale realized his dream of a quiet life was slipping away. Die on the battlefield or die by Choi Han's blade. He was backed into a corner, with no other choice. He made a swift, decisive move. Listen carefully, he began. First, Cale stood up, meeting Choi Han's gaze with intense, burning eyes. I, Cale Henituse, have no knowledge of that organization's true identity. His heart ached at the truth. He recalled the terrifying images of the dark mage from the novel. I only know their crimes, not who they are or their goals. wasting no time. Cale pressed on with a calm, chilling authority. And, second, this is the absolute truth. His face hardened with grim determination. I despise that organization and intend to wipe them out. Choi Han looked confused. How can you hate them if you don't even know them? Choi Han demanded. There was no more room for secrets. Cale laid his cards on the table. He recounted the events, the Black Dragon, and the tragedy of Locke. Cale approached, calling Choi Han's name. His hands were deep in his pockets. I lived as a degenerate. That was my dream. I never wanted this title. My brother, Cale Henituse, is the one who should lead our family. Cale had zero thirst for power. He shifted the narrative with surgical precision. But my father sent me here. I could have refused. Yet I came to the capital. Why would I represent the family? Choi Han stood there, utterly lost. Cale's explanation hit like a physical blow. Because I knew the secret organization's next move. It sounded like madness. Choi Han's face paled in pure, unadulterated shock. I can't reveal my source. But I know their horrific plans. Cale continued relentlessly. They plan a massacre in the capital. I had to protect Basin and stop them. Internally, he sighed. He wasn't a hero. Just a man trying to survive. I've crafted a plan to settle this quietly and return home safely. Cale reassured. Choi Han pressed further, desperate for answers. Why can't you tell me how you know? Cale replied softly. I cannot share that with a single soul in this world. But for you, I'll say one more thing. Cale's tone turned deadly serious. I have no intention of ever harming you. Choi Han fell into a deep silence, his fists clenched. Finally, with a heavy, troubled sigh, Choi Han looked up. I believe you. Cale felt the weight lift. He offered a slight, knowing smirk. A dry, sharp laugh escaped Cale's lips. I see. That's good then. Suddenly, Choi Han made a bold demand. Cale, make one more oath. Determination blazed in his eyes. If you do, I will trust you completely. Cale's legendary composure fractured as a look of pure, unmasked panic crossed his face. He realized honesty was his only play to survive this chaotic twist of fate. Glaring with irritation, Cale stood frozen, cursing the hidden stats of his own miserable luck. Fine. Speak your mind, he snapped. Choi Han didn't hesitate to reveal his dark intent. I must have revenge, Choi Han declared, his voice cold with a hunter's deadly resolve. Tell me everything about them, every name, every guild. I will hunt them all to extinction. Cale exhaled a breath of pure relief. Of course, he replied. Feeling the tension vanish, he thought it would be a difficult quest. Yet he already held the system's secrets. Cale initiated a formal oath, vowing to share all intel on their common enemy immediately. Breaking this vow meant paying with his life. All witnessed by the silent priest nearby. With the contract sealed, Cale asked if the legendary hunter was finally satisfied with him. Choi Han beamed a bright, chilling smile. Yes. This is more than enough. Young master. Then we refinished here, Cale stated, eager to escape this suffocating, high-tier atmosphere. He slammed his hand onto the table, the sudden crack echoing like a gunshot through the room. Choi Han stood close, his intense gaze locked onto Cale with a strange, soul-piercing depth. Outside the temple, the high priest's voice boomed, wishing him a long and prosperous life. Thanks, Cale replied coolly, stepping into the carriage as his heart raced with hidden anxiety. I only have one life. I won't break that oath or die before my time. He settled into the carriage seat as Choi Han boarded right behind him like a shadow. The door clicked shut instantly, catching Choi Han before he could even find his seat. One more thing, that blood-drinking mage. He's the boss monster behind the capital's upcoming crisis. The revelation was devastating. Choi Han sat down, his aura exploding with a murderous rage. Can I kill him the moment I see him? The hunter demanded, his voice trembling. Why ask the obvious? Cale replied coldly. His life is yours to end as you please. The carriage rolled through the night under a silver moon that watched their dark pact. Understood. I will ensure he never breathes again, Choi Han vowed with terrifying conviction. Butler Ron knocked softly, snapping Cale back to reality as he sat alone in thought. Enter, Cale commanded. Ron walked in, bowing with the grace of a master assassin. In his hand was a steaming cup, Cale's personal nightmare served in a porcelain cup. Ron placed the tea down perfectly. Cale stared at it, his soul practically leaving his body. Lemon tea. Right before bed, Cale asked, his voice shaking at the sour prospect. Exactly, young master, Ron replied, his smile hiding the traits of a dangerous predator. Cale grimaced, forced to swallow the brew while cursing his luck against this terrifying old man. From the shadows, Ron spoke again. Young master. May I ask a small favor of you? The unexpected request sent Cale's tea flying in a sudden, completely undignified spray of shock. A favor from me, Cale coughed. Feeling like a mouse trapped by a legendary cat, he couldn't believe a monster like Ron actually needed help from a degenerate like him. Speak your mind, Cale said. Ron then asked for a 2-day leave of absence. Cale's eyes lit up. He grabbed Ron's hand, nearly shouting with pure, unadulterated joy. Of course, you've suffered for years looking after a degenerate like me. Go rest. Externally, he was kind. But internally, Cale was throwing a legendary party for his freedom. 2 days off before the capital S disaster. This was the ultimate skill evolution in timing. 48 hours without Ron's terrifying gaze. This was the vacation Cale had dreamed of. Wait here, Cale said, turning to his desk to grab a specific dropped item. He handed Ron a heavy pouch of gold, his face beaming with genuine, suspicious happiness. It is not much, but please enjoy your rest. Ron. The butler gripped the heavy pouch. Gold shimmered as he weighed Cale's words. Enjoying rest. Memories of a long, dark past surfaced. For years, he had played the loyal hound to a spoiled brat. Now, that cycle was breaking. Watching Cale's bright smile, Ron's gaze hardened. If the western continent fell, chaos would surely follow. Through the mirror, a glimpse of the young Cale flickered. Perhaps I should leave my son here. Ron bowed with a sharp, polite smile. May I truly take such a privilege. Young master, privilege. A strange word. He had planned to vanish with Beacrocs, leaving no trace behind. He wanted to test this boy's reaction. Did Cale already see through his deadly hidden identity? Cale kept talking. Is this enough gold, or do you need more to satisfy your greed? Ron's smile turned icy. You are too generous. What if I simply disappear with your fortune? Cale scoffed. I know you. If you were leaving, you would have vanished like a ghost. Cale recalled the original novel, The Birth of a Hero. The real Ron never said goodbye. Ron nodded slowly. Precisely. Watching this boy felt more personal than raising his own blood. Perhaps Cale knew him best. Ron hid, feeling his years. I shall accompany you to the palace. Good, Cale replied. I cannot have my servant looking unrefined before the high nobility. Ron bowed. I shall take my leave. He wondered if his young master would cause trouble. Next morning, Cale awoke to a noise. Hans entered, bearing a fresh cup of lemon tea. Good morning, Ron said. Only I could handle this task. Am I not quite skilled? Cale groaned. You would be more useful if you were silent. Hans handed over the gift. A special lemon tea from Mr. Ron. He insisted it was vital for your health. Master. Cale drank it, suspicious of the butler's hidden motives. Suddenly, the hero Choi Han entered. Choi Han remembered last night. He had asked Ron where he was going in such haste. Ron had merely sneered. Not your concern, boy. Choi Han knew Ron only stayed for Cale. Ron had vanished into the shadows. Back in reality, Cale began dressing for the day's events. Is Locke awake? Choi Han nodded. The Wolf Tribe's legendary recovery was truly something to behold. The Flynn Merchant Group / Outcast will meet us at the capital soon. Cale noted with a smirk. He had promises to keep and debts to settle. How are the children at the inn faring? I will check on them shortly, Choi Han replied. Hans then approached with several sealed letters. Invitations from the northeastern nobles. Young master, 𝐀𝐊𝐿, plotting his next move of destruction. Also, a guest awaits. Cale knew it was Rosalind. Her sharp senses were not to be underestimated. She had felt the dragon's mana immediately. Only a dragon could possess such overwhelming, ancient power. Hans blinked, seeing Cale lost in thought. She asks when you might be available. Young master. Cale regained his composure. Prepare breakfast here. Invite Rosalind to join me at the table. Cale ended the meeting, promising a return visit. Hans approached with a stack of letters from northeast nobles. Nuisances. Cale considered what chaos he could stir up to keep these annoying aristocrats at bay. Hans added that another guest was waiting. Cale already knew who it was. Is it Rosalind? Hans confirmed it. Cale knew she was too sharp to be fooled for long by his trashy act. He had analyzed her every move during their encounter. Today, his calculated gamble would finally be tested, despite never meeting a dragon. She had sensed the overwhelming mana surge from the night before. Only a legendary dragon could emit such a vast amount of mana. She was zeroing in on him. Hans stood there confused, while Cale was lost in thought. Calculating the risks of this new alliance. She says she'll wait for your convenience. Young master. Hans repeated, breaking Cale's concentration, shaking off his thoughts. Cale straightened his posture, radiating the cold dignity of a high-ranking noble. Prepare breakfast in my room and invite her. He commanded. It was time for a serious negotiation. Hans obeyed with a smile. But a sudden realization hit him about the stabilizing mana patterns. Hans suddenly broke the silence. Young Master Cale. He called out. Approaching with a playful smirk, he reminded Cale of the hour. It was already noon. Cale let out a heavy, weary sigh. His eyes met Hans' teasing gaze. Hans. He groaned. The servant had clearly won this round. Hans dashed toward the door, laughing at his master's reaction. I'll prepare everything immediately, he shouted. Cale felt a bit annoyed. On your way out, he ordered. Open the balcony doors. Hans obeyed the command instantly. The heavy wooden doors swung wide. A flood of light poured in. Brilliant sunbeams danced across the floor. A gentle breeze followed, chasing away the morning's shadows. Fresh green leaves drifted in the wind. The world outside felt calm. Yet a hidden presence lingered. In the quiet scenery, a small black dragon lay hidden. It watched with sharp, curious eyes. It pretended to rest, but its senses were fully awakened. It scanned every corner of the room. Little did it know, Cale had planned this entire encounter. The open window was a hidden invitation. Cale sat across from Choi Han, but his mind was elsewhere. He tracked the dragon's mana signature. That stubborn creature refused to enter. It stayed on the closest branch, seeking safety within reach. Choi Han watched Cale in silence. He waited for the right moment to break the heavy atmosphere. I'll visit Locke after lunch, Choi Han suddenly stated. Cale's expression remained unreadable. Taking turns caring for him, Cale asked in a flat tone. Choi Han smiled brightly. He glanced at the two kittens. On and Hong are helping too, he added with pride. Cale's irritation flared up. He glared at the two furballs, sitting quietly on the floor. Helping, they were just causing trouble, Cale muttered. On. The silver kitten hissed in protest. We were working hard, she cried. Even with our berserk trait, he's still stronger than us. She was determined to grow. We must learn to control him, Hong nodded in eager agreement. That's right, we have to. The two siblings stood tall, their eyes sparkling with resolve. They looked at Cale with reverence. We will learn everything, they declared. Cale just closed his eyes. He knew their secret quest. They weren't just babysitting. They were scouting a future rival. Choi Han remained blissfully unaware. He laughed, pointing at the kittens as they bickered playfully. Locke seems much more comfortable now, he noted. Thanks to these two little ones. Cale gave a slow, indifferent nod. As long as it's settled. Then, Choi Han lowered his voice. Rosalind and Locke don't know you invited them here. I'll keep your secret. Good, Cale replied, masking his satisfaction. Choi Han stared at him, looking oddly dazed. Perhaps it was the vow of death. Cale realized Choi Han didn't understand how dangerous words could be. Between speaker and listener, a massive power gap always exists. Cale sipped his tea calmly. He studied the innocent hero before him. He was manipulating the system's logic to his own advantage. The vow of death followed my words. Since I'm the narrator of this deal, the loopholes are mine. Satisfied with his hidden logic, Cale set down his teacup. He looked Choi Han in the eye. You said you'd kill that blood mage if you ever saw him again, right? Choi Han didn't hesitate. Yes, he answered instantly. Cale was stunned by his resolve. No hesitation, just pure killing intent. Then listen carefully, Cale whispered. I'll show you how to find him. Choi Han's world stopped. He bolted upright, eyes wide. He stared at the young master with his mouth hanging open. Cale ignored the shock. There's a catch, he added, coldly. We stopped the terror attack first, before they could continue. A sharp knock echoed out. The global event clock was ticking. Young master, Rosalind Nim has arrived. Han's voice broke the tension. Both men stood up immediately. The door swung open. Hans stood there with a woman whose red hair blazed like fire. She radiated an aura of pure power. Her golden eyes locked onto Cale's, showing no fear, only strength. Hans sensed the shifting mana. Call me if you need anything, he said, bowing out gracefully. Choi Han watched Rosalind enter. The legendary party was finally coming together. With a smirk, he waved. Heading to the lockers. Rosalind, she nodded. Watching him walk away, he closed the door behind them and invited her inside. His movements calculated and smooth. Please. Have a seat here. Cale gestured toward the dining table, which was already fully prepared. She smiled and thanked him politely. I appreciate the invitation to dinner. Young Master Cale. Cale didn't waste any time. We have business to discuss, he said. Being completely direct, he spoke before she even sat down. His bluntness made her let out a small, amused laugh. You really don't like wasting words. Do you? Cale didn't answer. Turning toward the open balcony, a cool breeze rushed in. Suddenly, he called out, Come in, an invisible. Overwhelming energy surged. The sudden pressure made Rosalind tremble. Her hands shook as she gripped them tightly together. A dragon, she stammered. A flash of white light landed right next to the meat. Cale spoke firmly. Introduce yourself. The room fell silent as the white light began to fade. A small, black creature appeared on the table. It was a tiny dragon with piercing eyes, sitting still. The little dragon locked its blue eyes onto Cale and the stunned Rosalind, seeing her shock. The dragon stayed silent. It eventually turned to Cale with a look. I'm hungry. Cale. It grumbled. Cale hid. Just eat then. He then turned back to her. Shall we eat? Rosalind snapped out of her daze, startled by his calm, steady voice. Yes. She sat down. Her eyes glued to the dragon devouring food on the table. She felt a rush of excitement mixed with pure anxiety. Her heart wouldn't stop racing. A young dragon eating right in front of me times. She still couldn't believe what she was seeing. Asterisk, sharing a table with a dragon times. The thought repeated in her head like a broken record. No one would believe this. She whispered, overwhelmed with gratitude for this legendary encounter. As a mage, this is a miracle. A dragon and a human in one place. The dragon ignored her. Mouth full of food. It waved a hand mockingly toward Cale. This human is so weak. Just a tiny noodle. It chirped, not hiding its playful disdain. Cale calmly cut his steak and nodded. You're right. I really am quite weak. Rosalind didn't touch her plate. It's an honor to dine with you and the dragon. She looked at Cale with deep respect. He paused, observing the brave mage before him. He recalled how most people would be paralyzed with fear in a dragon's presence. Other mages would be kneeling, begging to learn high-tier mana or ancient draconic secrets. Dragon magic is a legendary power that every mage on the continent would kill for. Satisfied with her reaction, Cale gave her a bright smile. Stay as long as you want. Rosalind was stunned. She remained silent, weighing the weight of his unexpected offer. After a long pause, she spoke up softly. Young Master Cale. Yes, he replied calmly. Rosalind gripped her fork, her eyes fixed on the eating dragon. I have 3 questions. One is already answered, but I have 2 more. May I? Cale nodded gently. Go ahead. Her voice immediately turned serious and cold. First, why allow us to stay? Nobles usually fear the danger mages like us bring. Cale smirked, looking confident. Choi Han brought you here. That's all the reason I need. He pointed at the dragon. Rosalind gasped, then quickly moved to her final, sharp question. Everything's fine. He pointed at the black dragon on the table. Rosalind let out a surprised gasp. I see. Then, my final question is. Rosalind hesitated for a brief moment. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. You are a noble, yet you use formal speech with me. Why? Cale flinched, his hands freezing in place. He hadn't expected her to call him out. He quickly regained his cool, looking her in the eye. A mage of your caliber deserves respect. He faced her directly, knowing his secret was safe for now as long as he stayed calm. Red hair, blazing eyes, and the name Rosalind. It was absolutely absurd. A chill ran down Rosalind's spine. She watched Cale closely as he spoke. Stop the honorifics with me. Princess Nim. Cale dropped his fork. His gaze turned sharp, challenging her. Drop the formalities. Princess. Shock flickered in her eyes, followed by a clever, knowing smirk. The guild called you trash. They were clearly wrong about you. The cowardice vanished, replaced by the overwhelming aura of a noble. My reputation as a degenerate is actually quite accurate. He leaned back, staring outside. But for a powerful mage, trust intuition over rumors. Right, Rosalind nodded in agreement. We only believe what we discover. Cale silently appraised her. She was sharp, queenly, without honorifics, yet respectful as a mage. She identified strongly as a mage. Cale felt satisfied with his read. Then, Princess Neem Roslyn. She quickly corrected his current tone. Fine. Roslyn. Cale nodded. Any other questions for me? She returned to being polite. No. That is all. Silence fell, broken by clinking silver. Young Master Cale, you don't mind being involved with me. He kept eating calmly. He knew her identity, but welcomed her anyway. If I knew, he even saved Locke. Cale took a slow bite of his steak. I just didn't want to trouble the princess. A total lie. Rosalind caught it instantly. A clumsy, transparent excuse. She thought, a man with a dragon, labeled a rogue. But truly something more. She watched him feed the black dragon across the table, sipping wine. She pondered. He could have easily sold her out, to her kingdom's court. She felt a surge of genuine gratitude. Thanks for not reporting me. Cale waved it off dismissively. Respecting your wishes is only natural. But in his head, if I told the crown prince, he'd seize this opportunity. Rosalind looked down. The young master is right. I want no trouble. Tell them I refused. I'll write to them myself if needed. Cale agreed instantly. Rosalind bowed her head in thanks once more. A humble princess. Thank you for providing us sanctuary. I'll ensure I'm no burden. Cale smiled politely. Of course. She reached for a sausage. But a black paw stopped her. Eat your own. This one belongs to me, the dragon hissed. His mood soured instantly as he hugged the plate tightly. He pulled back, guarding his precious sausages from her reach. He glared fiercely. Rosalind froze. Completely lost on what to do, Cale tapped the table, catching her eye. He signaled underneath. He flashed 4 fingers. 4 years old. He mouthed silently. Rosalind softened, bowing to the dragon. Of course. Dragon Nim. Satisfied. The dragon turned away to finish his feast alone. Cale hid at the comedy. Just ignore him and eat. Understood. Silence returned, marked by the rhythm of knives. Dinner concludes. I bid Jin farewell and depart for the wheelsman estate immediately. Choi Han is waiting in the carriage. As I board, I let out a heavy sigh. My head throbs, noticing my fatigue. Choi Han leans in with an anxious expression. Is something bothering you? I'll do anything to help. I simply wave him off, leaning against the window. I massage my temples. The Northeast nobles only know trash Cale. My reputation as a degenerate has spread across the continent. I must be tactical now. The carriage rolls over the frozen ground. I squint at the passing shadows outside. I need to lean into it. How can I act like an even bigger scoundrel? I watch the scenery blur past, ignoring Choi Han's confused gaze while I plot. Even among degenerates, there are levels to this. Soon, we reach the wheelsman gate. The butler is already there, bowing low to receive his guest with practiced grace. Welcome, young Master Cale Henituse, he says, maintaining a humble, polite posture. I maintain a cold, arrogant mask, judging the estate with a single, disdainful glance. Located at the northeast edge, the wheelsman family lacks both immense wealth and power. A simple house with dark towers, it looks incredibly ordinary for a high noble residence. That's why our families are close. We are both outcasts at this northeast gathering. For the Henituse family, aligning with the wheelsman house offers clear strategic advantages. A name flashes through my mind, Eric Wheelsman, the eldest son of this house. Hans mentioned him recently. His warnings echo in my head as I step forward. It's good to be friendly with Eric, but other nobles will be watching you. Don't show your hand. Be careful with every word you speak. Young master, hands in my pockets. I follow the butler with a bored, nonchalant attitude. Hans said we were close, but reports describe Eric as a meticulous, cautious man. The butler stops at the door and turns to me with a polite inquiry. Will you head inside? Young master, I nod, wondering which mask to wear today. The door opens. Inside, the 3 wheelsman siblings have been waiting for my arrival. I stare blankly at the 3 of them, my face remaining a cold, unreadable mask. You are still listening to your Hyung, right? Eric is the first to speak up. He cuts to the point. Don't you find all of this incredibly annoying too? Eric pushes his glasses up while his siblings nod, jumping in to support him. Young Master Cale, we heard you despise these complicated fines. Useless noble formalities. Eric seems impatient. He slams the table and stands up abruptly when I am silent. Just stay silent. You don't need to speak or even smile at anyone there. Let us handle the heavy lifting. This alliance clearly benefits the wheelsman house. Eric's eyes gleam. You said you hated all the annoying noble drama, right? I am speechless. I just watched these 3 siblings with a sense of utter bewilderment. Eric doesn't even wait for my reaction. Don't say a word. Just sit still. He wants me to play the disgruntled noble to back his secret plan. The other 2 siblings offer me warm, Supportive smiles. Looking completely earnest. We'll take care of everything. Eric repeats. Their intense enthusiasm is becoming overwhelming. This is getting weird. I actually quite good at staying quiet. I mutter. Eric freezes for a moment. Oh. You are. He looks slightly embarrassed by himself. I watch him closely. He's meticulous. Yet he seems riddled with unnecessary anxiety. A man of contradictions. Eric speaks again. Cutting through my internal assessment of him, clearly. There's no. Eric trails off. Interrupting my silent evaluation of his character. Those Northeast nobles are vultures. Likely targeting you as Marquis Stan's loyal pawns. They're desperate to prove themselves. Just stay low. And we'll neutralize the threat. Cale remained silent. Weighing Eric's proposal. He understood the high stakes involved here. The Henituse name was a legendary neutral power among the kingdom's 10 great houses. These followers were eager to offer the Northeast region to their ambitious masters. Their true targets were the 𝐂𝐸𝐻 siblings, the real pillars of the Northeast faction. Only 4 neutral families remained. Precision was vital in this dangerous political game. As the strongest neutral leader, Cale Henituse had to play his cards perfectly. Sounds like a plan. Cale replied calmly. Eric finally let out a relieved breath. The mood shifted instantly. Eric insisted on handling the stiff meeting with the Crown Prince. Just make an appearance. Eric urged. Then go drink wine while we manage the politics. He rambled on incessantly. Acting like a worried father and giving Cale no room to speak, Cale watched the older man's nagging with an amused smirk. No words were needed. He raised his wineglass toward the 𝐂𝐸𝐻 siblings. The table shared a silent toast. They drank together. Satisfied. Cale took a slow sip. Savoring the moment's brief peace. Excellent vintage. Cale remarked. Eric nodded. His eyes already shifting back to the mission. Remember. Just greet them and relax. Eric repeated. Cale gave an easy, silent nod. This was a perfect arrangement, better than expected. Phase 1 of the plan was complete. Henituse wine never disappoints. He mused. Once the 𝐂𝐸𝐻s left, the real work began. Cale returned to his chambers and summoned his secret weapon. Choi Han arrived instantly. Choi Han entered. His gaze sharp. You called. Cale didn't waste time on pleasantries. How's the inn? Cale asked. Choi Han bowed. His voice filled with deep respect. Everything is set. The children are enjoying themselves. Choi Han reported. Cale smiled broadly. Then our work here is done. Right. Choi Han looked confused by the vague question. Yes. In, sir. Cale ignored the confusion and stood up. Dismissing the guard with a wave. Tell Hans I'm turning in. I've gone to bed and shouldn't be disturbed tonight. Choi Han knew better. This wasn't sleep, it was the start of a covert operation. You're heading out, Choi Han whispered. Cale gave a nonchalant shrug of his shoulders. Just like before. Use the balcony window. Cale's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Is it just us? Choi Han asked. Suddenly, a familiar, tiny voice interrupted them. I am coming to Raon. The young dragon materialized from the shadows in a flash. The 3 of us it is, Cale declared. Choi Han hesitated. His expression unreadable. Is this for revenge? Choi Han asked. Cale nearly choked on his own breath. Absolutely not, Cale waved him off. Just go grab a mask and hurry back. Understood. Choi Han vanished. Cale sighed at his companion's strangely intense bloodlust. Why was he always so extreme? With the plan set, Cale sat back to wait. Round sprawled across the carpet. Choi Han slipped out, blending perfectly into the night. The door clicked shut. The lights dimmed, leaving only the soft glow of the lamp. Cale closed his eyes to rest. The 0 hour for their mission was fast approaching. Round hovered near his head. Don't you dare oversleep. Human, the dragon grumbled. Does he think I'm 4 years old? Cale wondered silently as he waited. Outside, a shadow moved. Choi Han scaled the wall with effortless, predator-like grace. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. I'm here, Choi Han whispered. Entering silently, he looked like a phantom in the dark. Cale rose, grabbing his own gear. The night was finally theirs. It was time to put the plan into motion. Forget the hat. A cloak is better for stealth. Cale ignored the remarks about his sudden outfit change. Choi Han questioned their travel method. But Cale simply prepared his secret weapon, the dragon's high-tier magic. Choi Han wondered why the dragon didn't just polymorph into a human form for a more comfortable journey. The young dragon huffed in pride, declaring his absolute hatred for the weak and pathetic human form. Dragons are the ultimate existence. Cale smirked, acknowledging the creature's immense power-up potential as they prepared. Raon ignored Choi. Choi Han's confusion. Turning to Cale with a growl that only his master could truly understand. Dragons are indeed cool, Cale remarked, ending the petty squabble as the atmosphere shifted toward their mission. Round activated a high-level spatial distortion spell, wrapping them in mana before they vanished into thin air. Looking out from the window, Choi Han called out to his leader. His voice laced with growing anticipation. Cale responded coldly, signaling for the next phase of their infiltration as they observed the capital S dark perimeter. Suddenly, a shimmering mana circle manifested around Cale's body, mirroring the dragon's legendary casting technique from before. Cale marveled at the system of magic. Dragons truly are a cheat code in this dangerous fantasy world. Rayon's ego flared, boasting of his greatness while maintaining the complex invisibility veil over their small party. Choi Han finally understood the weight of a dragon's presence. Descending first to secure the landing zone, he scanned the perimeter for hidden hunters or guards. Once clear, he signaled that the coast was blue. Cale and Rayon phased back into reality, stepping out of the void as their silent infiltration successfully began. Cale analyzed Rayon's hidden stats. This black dragon's mana pool was far deeper than any high-ranking mage. With this level of destructive power, a fully grown dragon could easily wipe an entire kingdom off the map. But with the sound of the wind quest ahead, he didn't need to resort to such extreme measures. Yet, he kept his plans hidden, leaving his two powerful companions in a state of confused and silent tension. The sound of the wind was his next target, an ancient power hidden within the northeastern coastal territories. To secure that hidden trait, he had to navigate the treacherous lands belonging to the Ubar family's territory. After the capital incident, Cale planned a solo mission to claim the ancient power before the main war. He had to time it perfectly to avoid the Whale Tribe and the merfolk conflict brewing in the east. According to the original story's timeline, he just needed to stay clear of the shore during Volume 4. By then, Choi Han would be on a separate path, leaving Cale to claim his rewards in total secrecy. Cale pulled out a map, his eyes cold as he ordered his team to follow him into the shadows. They moved through the back alleys, passing rowdy taverns filled with commoners unaware of the impending seasonal crisis. Choi Han admired the capital's nightlife, a stark contrast to the death and degeneration he had seen before. Cale remained focused. They soon reached the central plaza, where the air felt unnervingly still and heavy. Choi Han froze, his gaze fixed on a scene that tugged at his heartstrings amidst their dark mission. Cale noticed the shift in his companion's aura. Looking ahead to see what had caused the sudden hesitation, a happy family played near the fountain, completely oblivious to the shadow of death looming over the plaza. Cale turned to Ran, cold and decisive. He ordered the dragon to deploy a soundproofing mana barrier immediately. The dragon complied, weaving a silent zone around them as he brought up a terrifying new topic. He mentioned the existence of magic bombs, a weapon designed for mass destruction and total tactical annihilation. Cale explained the grim reality. These mana-based explosives were the peak of devastating warfare on this continent. Their evolution tracked alongside the history of blood and conflict, becoming more complex and deadly over the centuries. Most had limitations, requiring massive mana supplies. But a new, more efficient variant had recently been developed. In exactly 6 days, these hidden bombs would turn this peaceful plaza into a literal living hellscape. Cale recalled the original hero's journey. In that timeline, 5 bombs were discovered before they could fully detonate. But the system had changed. He couldn't trust the book anymore. The danger was now completely unpredictable. He knew the event would still happen because he had already sensed that bastard mage lurking nearby. The silence stretched thin as Choi Han processed the weight of Cale's words and the impending massacre. "You're saying this entire place is rigged to explode?" Choi Han asked, his voice trembling with righteous fury. "They can be planted anywhere, even inside humans. The victims are completely oblivious to the hidden threat. We must stop this," Choi Han urged. Cale shrugged, his expression cool. "It's simple. Really, magic bombs are just concentrated mana. We just need to find areas with suspiciously high mana density." Choi Han looked skeptical. Is detecting that mana truly that easy? Cale remained perfectly calm. Not exactly. Even high-tier mages would struggle to find these tiny, mana-absorbing traps. These seeds absorb ambient mana until they detonate. Choi Han stared at him in heavy silence. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. "Cale Nim, this isn't easy." But Cale cut him off. "It is for us." Cale smirked at the dragon. Rowan understood. "It's as easy as pie." Choi Han fell into deep thought. With the dragon's overwhelming mana, his detection skills were god-tier for a dragon. Tracking those minute mana fluctuations was nothing more than a simple walk in the park. Seeing Choi Han's silence, Cale shoved a scroll into his hands. For humans. It's a different story. Explosives in a single location must be set at least 2 days in advance. That's a basic rule. One is definitely at the plaza. It's the most crowded spot. The perfect target for a massacre. Choi Han nodded grimly, fully agreeing with Cale's sharp analysis. Yes. That makes perfect sense. Cale issued his command. Choi Han. You and the dragon scout the plaza every night. Choi Han's eyes widened. Just the two of us. Cale placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Yes. You can move without suspicion. Your skills are far beyond any average hunter or guard. Choi Han ignored the praise. Focused. Once we find them. What's next? Cale replied. Nothing. Surprised. Choi Han asked. We aren't destroying them immediately. Cale shook his head. Wait for the day. Cale let out a short laugh. You want that, mage. Don't you? These bombs require a trigger. Any magic bomb needs a mage to activate it. They redetonated through a specific device they possess. Cale remained patient, explaining the intricacies. Choi Han listened intently as the strategy unfolded. First, locate them. If possible, find the living bombs, those with mana seeds implanted. Cale's expression darkened. He went silent. Finding them all would be a grueling battle, requiring constant, exhausting movement. It was a massive pain. So he left it to them. He hated tedious labor anyway. Choi Han broke his train of thought. So, we return 2 days before the event. Right? Cale shook his head. No. You both need to be active throughout the day before the event. The day before, Choi Han pondered. Security would be at its peak then. The risk would skyrocket. Suddenly, Cale let out a low, chilling chuckle. Choi Han flinched. Confused by his master's amusement, Cale didn't let the confusion linger. He quickly explained why he had suddenly started laughing like that. There will be mages. But for 10 golden minutes, their magic will be neutralized. That's enough. All magic-based tools will simply cease to function. Suddenly, a glowing black orb appeared in Cale's palm. He gripped the orb tightly, eyes gleaming. 10 minutes is all I need, he thought. Leaning back, he smirked. This stone will infect and paralyze those magic bombs for exactly 10 minutes. A perfect window. 10 minutes to save the victims. The villains will surely show themselves then. That's the turning point. Naturally, Choi Han and the dragon would handle the cleanup. Choi Han gasped in sudden realization. Cale Nim. Did you prepare all of this by yourself? Cale responded with total indifference. Yes. He pointed toward a corner. Hurry up. I'll be waiting over there. Be back before 11 tonight. It was just a small tavern. Choi Han wondered why Cale Nim wasn't joining the reconnaissance mission. Then, Cale said something totally random. It's freezing. Isn't it? Choi Han blinked. Yes. Buy me a beer. Cale nodded. Satisfied. Deal. He turned to Rayon. You go too. Little dragon. It's time. With a flick of mana, the little dragon cast a spell, splitting them into 2 tactical groups. Before vanishing, Choi Han gave Cale a respectful nod, a silent vow, then disappeared into the night. Cale stayed rooted to the spot, watching their shadows fade into the distance. His plan finally moving. 2 days later, back at the estate, Cale finally rolled out of bed and slipped on his slippers. Waking up, I see hid. 2 days spent hunting for hidden bombs. Yet the quest yielded 0 results. No traps found. Suddenly, a sharp knock shattered the silence, interrupting my calculations of survival. Young master. Are you awake? That voice. I froze, sensing a dangerous presence beyond the door. The door slid open. Ron, my breath hitched. The legendary butler of the guild stood there. He wore a terrifyingly calm smile. I have returned. Sir. My heart raced. This was no dream. The summer illusion vanished, replaced by cold reality. Ron extended a hand, holding a quest item. A message for you, young master. I snatched the letter, my eyes scanning for hidden intel. It was brief. Young Master Cale. May I receive a glass of wine? Short, yet heavy. I didn't hesitate. Ron. Bring the finest vintage we have. Immediately, the gears of fate turned. Ron vanished. I leaned back. That degenerate from the Flynn Merchant Guild was finally arriving. This meant the main quest, the meeting with the Crown Prince, was finally appearing on my map. Ron reappeared, bowing low. Master. Do you recall our scheduled infiltration of the royal palace? I remained silent, analyzing the board. The upcoming festival was a breeding ground for high-tier conflict. It wasn't just a party, it was a battlefield for nobles. A dangerous hybrid event of power. I wondered about Taylor and Cage, the discarded heir and crazed priestess. Were their stats holding up? They were survivors. They'd be fine. I finally gave Ron a curt nod, signaling my readiness. But wait. Why was I worrying about those two? I needed to focus on my power-up. I'll endure the palace snakes. Even if they curse me, I'll remain a shadow, lurking in silence. Ron's eyes sharpened. May I have the honor of escorting you to the capital? Young master, who else would do it? I replied. The old assassin fell silent, his hidden traits stirring. He was thinking of ARM, the shadowy syndicate from the east, now invading our western territory. Those monsters were unpredictable. Ron Molan, the true successor of a fallen legendary bloodline, knew this. His rage toward ARM simmered. He had stayed hidden here, avoiding a fatal confrontation until now. Perhaps his time for revenge had come. Seeing his stillness, I turned, sensing the heavy atmosphere. You coming? Aren't you? I asked the obvious. I asked. Ron didn't explain his dark past. He just flashed that benign, scary smile. You will perform brilliantly, sir. I liked that answer, tossing my hair back. I joked. My stats and looks and physique aren't exactly bottom tier. Right. Indeed. Young master, you are perfection itself. Yet. His words sent a chill down my spine. Why did that sound like a death flag? Before I could react, Ron bowed out to find Hans. I must discuss logistics with the other servants. I watched him leave. Measuring his renewed aura, he looked refreshed, like he just completed a secret quest. He didn't wait for my dismissal. At the door, he paused with a glint in his eye. I'll ensure the finest wine arrives. His vibe was strange, but I shrugged it off. Just get it done. Quickly, I replied. As soon as the door clicked shut, Hong and On blurred into the room, tails twitching. Lower your guard and you re-dead, they chirped. They'd already mastered the art of the kill. Good job. You too. I patted the little beast people. They purred, their hidden stats growing. They clung to my legs like tiny summons. I hid, letting the little monsters have their moment. Suddenly, they bolted back, their fur standing on end. Their instincts had detected a predator nearby. A wolf, they whispered. A heavy presence materialized outside the door. I sensed the mana shift. Enter, I commanded. The heavy oak door swung open on its own. A new player appeared. Locke stepped in, trembling slightly. Sit, I said, my voice cold and steady like a high ranker. The boy looked startled by my indifference. Ah. Yes. Sir? He moved with awkward, unrefined power. He sat opposite me, his anxiety radiating like a debuff. If you have something to say, speak. He froze. You came here for a reason, didn't you? I am listening. My gaze pierced him. In that luxury suite, the future Wolf King and I faced off. Silence filled the air. You have something to say, right? Cale asked. Locke sat frozen, hands trembling on his knees. He couldn't even meet Cale's cold gaze. The silence was suffocating until the young master spoke. Speak. Locke's face paled with nerves. He struggled to find the words to explain his visit. Cale watched the boy's hesitation. With his sculpted features and fiery red hair, his presence was overwhelming. Locke suddenly bolted upright. His face flushed. The sudden movement sent his chair screeching back, closing his eyes tight. He summoned his courage. I truly wanted to say thank you. Cale arched an eyebrow. All this drama for a simple thanks. Locke remained bowed, trembling in place. The boy's anxiety was palpable. Cale internally assessed him. He seemed too soft, too naive. Is this the legendary wolf from the stories? Cale kept his eyes fixed on the trembling boy, leaning back. Cale found the boy's awkwardness amusing. Though the novel predicted a dark transformation, after his first berserk evolution, his personality should flip. Yet, he still looked like a lost puppy. Locke could feel Cale's intense, predatory gaze weighing him down. His palms were soaked with sweat. Cale finally withdrew his searching look and turned toward the window. Fine. You've said it. Go. Locke froze, stunned by the sudden dismissal. After a long pause, he managed a weak yes, but his voice wavered with desperation. Cale stayed silent, crossing his legs with cold, aristocratic grace. Sipping his tea, Cale spoke again. The thanks is received. Now. Leave. Locke didn't move. Actually. Locke stammered. His fingers twisted together under the table. His heart racing with hidden pain. Young master. The truth is. He wanted to speak. But the words were choked by fear. Just say it. Cale snapped. Locke flinched, looking up in shock as he instinctively replied. Yes. Cale was annoyed by the boy's constant bowing. He leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. Look me in the eye when you speak. Locke slowly lifted his head, face burning with shame. Cale smirked. The boy was obedient. At least, he knew Locke was hiding a heavy, dark secret. Whatever is on your mind, let it out. I am listening. Locke's eyes widened with pure, raw gratitude. He hadn't expected the cold young master to be so patient. I am the eldest brother. Summoning his resolve, Locke began his story. He spoke of his duty to protect his younger siblings. He was a grandson, a brother, and a survivor. The pressure was visible even in the cool room. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Locke pushed back his chair and stood tall this time. The awkwardness vanished, replaced by a cold, burning hatred. That is why I must have revenge. Cale listened, unfazed. He already knew the tragedy of the wolf tribe. His expression remained stone cold. He thought about the siblings Locke had to protect. The boy's burden was truly immense and heavy. A strange feeling stirred in Cale. The wolf bloodline was famous for its fierce loyalty and love. Locke could never forget those he lost. Cale watched the boy's desperate, trembling figure with calculation. He didn't care about Locke's plans. But he knew this revenge quest was a point of no return. The tension reached a breaking point. Suddenly, Cale's voice cut through you. A werewolf. Locke's head snapped up. His deepest secret, his hidden trait, had been exposed by the young master. You are a wolf, aren't you? Cale asked. He didn't need an answer. Locke's shock said it all. The wolf tribe. Cale continued calmly. A race that lives and dies for their family. Two small beast children moved closer to Cale's feet. He crossed his arms, looking completely indifferent. A tribe of immense pride. Cale noted. Locke's eyes shimmered as he heard those high words. The boy was moved by Cale's unexpected respect. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope and admiration. Cale didn't look away. The sunlight hit Locke's face, highlighting his raw, emotional state and spirit. Thank you for everything. Locke's voice dropped as he looked at the children by his feet. He looked up at Cale, his eyes filled with a soul-crushing sorrow. Please. Help me. Cale watched the boy's desperate plea. I told you. One thank you is more than enough. Leaning back, coldly, Cale met Locke's hopeful gaze with eyes of ice. I won't help you. 𝐀𝐿 was deep in thought. Between the dragon and Choi Han, his future was becoming a chaotic puzzle. He wanted to help Locke. But that black dragon was a magnet for trouble. Adding Choi Han, a total disaster. One wrong move could trigger a system error in his peaceful life. He finally devised a foolproof survival strategy. Safety first. He glanced over at Locke, who sat there with his head hung low in absolute despair, even without a system window. The heartbreak in the boy's eyes was obvious. He knew the agony of loss, haunted by his own past. 𝐀𝐿 stood up. He felt a lingering guilt for his part in this. He couldn't shoulder the world's weight. But he couldn't walk away either. He approached the young wolf boy, stopping before Locke. His voice was as cold as a high-tier ice spell. Let's strike a deal instead. A flicker of hope ignited in Locke's eyes. He looked up, stunned. A deal? What kind of deal? 𝐀𝐿 loomed over him, reading every twitch of the boy's expression like a hidden stat window. Leaning down, he pinned Locke with a sharp gaze. Exactly. It's a simple quest of give and take. Locke's heart raced under that intense pressure. Then, 𝐀𝐿's icy words cut through the heavy tension. I can help you. But what can you possibly offer me in return? Silence filled the room. 𝐀𝐿's lips curled into a sly, devilish smirk. Sort out your priorities and find me when you're ready. Seeing the boy's flustered reaction, 𝐀𝐿 chuckled internally. The terms were set. There was nothing left to say. Locke stood to leave, his height nearly matching 𝐀𝐿's now. The wolf's hidden potential was starting to stir. Understood, Locke replied, meeting that enigmatic smile before heading out the door into the hallway. I'll return once I've made my choice. 𝐀𝐿 patted his head like a mentor. I'll be waiting. The next morning, the sun reached its zenith, bathing the grand palace in a blinding stay. Golden radiance, every pillar and spire shimmered. Decorated with an opulence that screamed of royal power and absolute wealth, dressed in a sharp black uniform. 𝐀𝐿 leaned casually against a marble wall, looking like a legendary hunter, with hands in his pockets. He gazed into the distance, his silhouette framed by the cinematic morning light. He stood at the joyous palace, the designated arena for royal banquets and high-stakes political maneuvering. The king's welcome for the crown prince was grand. But even this secondary palace put most mansions to shame, compared to the Henituse estate. This place was a fortress of gold, excessive, yet undeniably impressive. 𝐀𝐿 sighed at the blatant display of riches. His eyes scanned the area, waiting for his target. Still no sign of them. Just as he spoke, the thunderous rhythm of approaching carriages broke the silence. 3 luxury carriages pulled up simultaneously. 𝐀𝐿 gritted his teeth in annoyance. Are you kidding me? More uninvited guests. A man stepped down, greeted with excessive bows from the palace staff. Talk about terrible timing. He watched the figure approach, his expression souring by the second. A voice rang out as 𝐀𝐿 waved enthusiastically. Well, look who we have here. If it isn't the infamous young master 𝐁𝐿's fake smile only made 𝐀𝐿's eyes grow darker. The man didn't notice the aura of hostility. Coming to the banquet all by yourself? Are we? 𝐁𝐿's blood boiled. Why did he have to run into Venian's loyal lapdog right now? 𝐁𝐿, a typical degenerate backed by the second son of the prestigious Stan Marquisate. His family ruled the hellish territory where that black dragon had been brutally imprisoned and tortured. 𝐁𝐿 clearly hated 𝐁𝐿's cold shoulder. But 𝐁𝐿 couldn't care less about his fragile ego. He retreated into his thoughts. The Toles and Henituse families had a history of bad blood and rivalry. Only a mountain range separated them. But the Henituse extreme wealth had always fueled Toles's deep envy. They once tried to worm their way into an alliance. But those attempts failed. Questions swarmed his mind. Hey, are you even listening? 𝐁𝐿 repeated, his presence as annoying as a low-tier boss monster. 𝐁𝐿 stared him down, recalling how this trash had become the Stan family's servant 5 years ago. 𝐁𝐿 didn't flinch. He kept that annoying, plastic grin plastered on his face despite the blatant disrespect. Seeing him was pure mental degeneration. Since joining Stan, the Toles family had become increasingly arrogant. 𝐁𝐿 let out a long, heavy sigh. Of all the places, why must I encounter this stalker here? The sun was relentless. Cale felt sweat begin to bead on his skin. 𝐁𝐿 stepped into the crowded hall. He dismissed his followers with a sharp wave. I'll speak with him alone, 𝐁𝐿 ordered. The butler bowed and quickly retreated. The room emptied, leaving a heavy silence. 𝐁𝐿's eyes locked onto Cale's. Young Master Cale, 𝐁𝐿 chirped. His smile was bright, but his voice was venom. Why is trash like you at the palace? Cale didn't even flinch at the insult. He was used to such degenerate behavior. Real life felt just like a novel. The garden's floral scent filled the air. It was a perfect, fragrant distraction. Cale took a breath, calming his mood. He ignored the insect in front of him. 𝐁𝐿 was baffled by his patience. Usually, the trash would have snapped by now. Cale's eyes turned dark and cold. This level of disrespect was reaching its limit. Mocking a nobleman so openly, reality was far more annoying than any fiction. I'm not the protagonist, Cale thought. Yet, the drama followed him anyway. His face turned into a mask of ice. Should he just eliminate this villain? 𝐁𝐿 smirked, pushing his luck. What, going to throw another bottle at me? He wanted to break Cale's composure. He lived for this petty, toxic provocation. Behind Cale, a hidden power growled. The dragon was ready to end him. Cale kept his hands in his pockets. He saw right through the pathetic trap. Magic was banned inside the palace. Recording devices were strictly prohibited here. That guy's a minion, Cale whispered. He leaned toward his invisible companion. The dragon's black scales bristled. Its eyes were filled with pure killing intent. Can I kill him? Cale shook his head. Don't waste energy on small fry. The beast retracted its aura. It wasn't worth the effort to crush a bug. Suddenly, carriage wheels rattled nearby. Both men turned toward the new arrival. A luxury carriage pulled up to 𝐁𝐿. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. The door opened, revealing the trio. Amiru and Gilbert had finally arrived. Seeing his allies, Cale called out. His voice echoed through the courtyard. 𝐁𝐿's face twisted in disgust. Cale was already playing the victim card. Cale pointed a finger at 𝐁𝐿. This guy, he said, acting like a child. Henituse saw the tension and smiled. He moved to intercept the confrontation. The air was thick with hostility. Henituse cleared his throat to break it. He stepped between them with a grin. Young Master Neo. It's been ages. Cale watched the lower-tier trash. The two factions were clearly drawn now. Neo scowled, sensing their alliance. So, you're on the trash's side too. He met Cale's icy, calculating gaze. Something about Cale's face felt dangerous. Cale remained silent, arms crossed. He was dissecting Neo's every move. He thought of the villain, Vinian. Dealing with snakes required extreme caution. Neo's expression remained dark and gloomy. The newcomers had ruined his momentum. Cale turned and walked away. The black dragon followed him like a shadow. Recording magic complete. The dragon reported. Cale's smirk was truly sinister. Now he had the leverage to destroy him. His mood instantly improved. Video would have been better. But this works. He continued toward the hall. See you at the table, Henituse said. The group moved as one. They reached the banquet entrance. The guards welcomed the high-ranking nobles. Young Master Henituse, please enter. Cale looked around. The stage was set. Gilb's crew fanned out to scout. Amiru stood by Cale, noting the crown prince's throne. Seating tiers followed regional power rankings. Cale gave her a sharp, knowing smirk. Silent. She tilted her head. Cale sensed her hesitation, but didn't force a system prompt. Amiru scanned the hall's layout 5 strategic sectors. Her eyes evaluated the political hierarchy. Tables were organized by noble influence, a true map of the kingdom's current power tiers. She marveled at the opulence. This wasn't just luxury. It was a high-level psychological arena. Cale toured the room alone. The Crown Prince's calculated setup screamed tactical genius. This silent competition was a classic prince trait. The man was a ruthless, strict perfectionist. He spotted the third prince's lower-tier seat. Cale maintained his cold, unreadable, hunter's mask. To outsiders, he looked like a frozen statue. Every detail here was meticulously orchestrated. Approaching these top-tier powerhouses was a quest he definitely wanted to skip. Henituse stood by his chair. Our seats are right by the exit, perfect for escaping. Cale didn't mind the low rank. Proximity to the door was his favorite hidden stat. Cale gripped his shoulder. In this corner, we don't need to bow to anyone. The sudden contact startled Henituse. Young Master Cale. You really get the survival game. Cale's hand froze. Just a lucky guess. The banquet felt more like a battlefield. Laughter filled the air until the herald's voice cut through like a boss-ass roar. Young Master Venian of House Stan is entering. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Cale's group ignored the announcement. But the tension in the room spiked. Instinctively, Cale glanced back. He knew these degenerates wouldn't be easy to handle. Venian spotted Cale immediately. Ah. If it isn't the infamous young Master Cale, Cale nodded coldly. He kept his hands flat on the table, maintaining total silence. Why target him? Venian's smile felt like a trap in a high-stakes dungeon. Sweat beaded on Cale's brow. He looked down at the invisible black dragon. A surge of protective rage filled him. He gently stroked the dragon's scales. The dragon grumbled via mental link, I'm fine. I am a great, mighty dragon. Cale recalled his warning. Venian will be there. Don't trigger a massacre yet. He's a high-tier noble. If you lose control here, the palace becomes a tomb. Don't kill him today. It's a critical quest. Hold back for a bigger reward. I promise you revenge. The dragon's eyes glowed with dark, vengeful curiosity. Later, I'll let you destroy him. We'll turn that degenerate into something truly pathetic. Cale exhaled. The dragon was surprisingly rational. If it snapped, everyone here would burn. One wrong move and I'd be facing a game over screen. Truly terrifying. Cale sensed Venian's presence closing in. The predator was moving toward his prey. The northern nobles had to pass this way. Cale's heart raced in silent anticipation. Silence enveloped the table. Cale carefully adjusted the dragon's position on his lap. A companion whispered his name. Cale was mentally prepping his clueless noble trait. A signal was sent, stay quiet. Then, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Long time no see. Young Master Cale. A blond man approached with a venomous smile. Cale stood up, forced to play the part. Young Master Venian. Since the tolls incident, Cale hid his trembling hands, smiling like a weakling. Venian's laugh was deceptively warm. Venian seemed thrilled. But his aide looked like a boss monster, about to frenzy. The air turned stagnant. No one spoke. The social pressure was suffocatingly heavy. Venian broke the silence. That was my route back after our last meeting. Wasn't it? Cale played along perfectly. Is that so? Perhaps we should share a drink later. Right here in the capital, Cale and Venian acted friendly. But Venian's companion looked livid. That sour-faced didn't budge. Cale smirked, recalling their encounter after meeting the young master. Viscount Stan's knights came looking for me. Cale's lips curled into a sharp, predatory grin. Their tone had shifted to a desperate interrogation about the theft at the Stan estate. Young Master Neo. You're safe as Neo's friend. Surely you know the details. Venyan's face paled. He regained his cool. Lying about a hangover and being shocked by the news. Cale kept pressing. His words acting like a psychological debuff on Venyan's mental defense. A thief. Huh, I heard they took everything, even a high-tier item of immense value. Right. Neo realized Cale was taunting him and glared with pure rage before the banquet started. Hang in there. Neo. Life is full of these unbelievable, soul-crushing setbacks. Isn't it? Cale reveled in playing the talkative. Insensitive, degenerate, the ultimate cover for his secret plans. This was going to be fun. Cale nearly laughed at the chaos he was causing. When things get this depressing, top-shelf booze is the only cure. Neo. Drink with me. This man was Neo, the very target of Cale's relentless psychological warfare and verbal daggers. Cale kept laughing, inviting them both to join his trashy drinking spree without a care. Venyan wasn't smiling. He was drowning in a spiral of dark thoughts over the lost dragon. His credibility was shattered. He suspected the secret organization that supplied the dragon had betrayed him. Venyan's gaze darkened. Lost in a sea of suspicion and failing rank tiers. A group of strangers arriving exactly when the dragon vanished. It was too perfect. Cale stayed hyped. One night of heavy drinking, and you'll forget all your pathetic failures. Venyan forced a polite smile, declining the offer while his inner anxiety reached a breaking point. He dismissed Cale as a talentless loser who couldn't possibly know the dragon had awakened. As Venyan turned to leave, Cale shouted after him about those pale-faced knights he'd seen. Stay strong. Neo. Everything valuable was wiped out that day. Wasn't it? You can find what's hidden on purpose. Good luck surviving. Venyan fled in absolute fury. That piece of trash. Venyan hissed, cursing the dragon's invisibility skill for his ruin. Neo followed, his face a mask of defeat, while Cale gave one final, mocking cheer. Good luck. Neo inside. Cale was already calculating their total destruction and revenge. The real show began. Announcements echoed. Antonio from the Duke's house had finally arrived. The high-tier heirs were gathering. Cale slammed his wine bottle down on the table. His allies watched him intently, waiting for the signal in this political dungeon crawl. I'll drink later. He brushed them off. The banquet hall was buzzing with excitement. Venyan sat in the corner, fuming like a mid-boss monster, waiting for his turn. Cale checked his watch. The clock was ticking toward the decisive turning point. Sunlight flooded the hall as the doors opened. A silent command stopped the guard's announcement. 3 elite young masters stepped in. The leader walked toward the stage with undeniable presence. Thank you for answering my call, he projected. Cale glanced at his watch. Perfect timing. He praised the shining talents and future legends gathered within these palace walls. Suddenly, the heavy doors groaned open once more. A true game-changer was about to enter. The host sensed a shift in the air. The atmosphere turned heavy and incredibly strange. Cale gripped his watch and smirked. He's finally here. The real mission had begun. A noble in a wheelchair was pushed into the hall. The timing was absolutely flawless. Dead silence swallowed the room. All eyes were locked on the unexpected two-man party. The festive mood died instantly. Cale knew this move would shatter the Stan family's power. The Church of the Death God was in for a massive headache. Cale didn't care. Cale watched as Venyan's rage exploded. The degenerate heir stood up, his face contorted in a silent scream. His expression darkened, teeth gnashing in fury. Suddenly, a young man stepped in to diffuse the rising tension. I didn't expect the Stan family's eldest son and a priestess here, he remarked. The atmosphere turned ice cold. I heard this was a chance for the kingdom's noble hunters to meet the crown prince. A voice echoed, pardon our lack of invitation, Taylor said. The prince smirked, his hidden charisma stats flashing through his words. It matters not. If a guild or family lacks a true representative, anyone may step into the light. I'm sure young Master Taylor won't mind. These words were sharp daggers, aimed directly at Venyan's fragile pride. Venyan trembled with humiliated rage. He stood abruptly, his system window likely flashing red with a mental crisis. Cale smirked, sensing the brewing storm. A family without a representative, that was a direct hit to Venyan's rank. This was a formal strike. The crown prince was publicly de-ranking the man who thought he was the heir. In this quest for power, the prince felt pressure from the third prince's alliance with the Stan family. Cale analyzed the political interface. Even if the king favored others, unseating a crown prince was no easy feat. Every noble was picking sides in this high-stakes game. Cale felt a hidden quest unfolding right before him. Something felt off. As Cale dug deeper into his memories, the escalating conflict began to reveal a darker plot. It's a shame to cause discomfort, the prince said. But seeing Taylor healthy after his accident is a miracle. The words hung in the air. Taylor had survived the betrayal. A soul seeking his ultimate revenge and power up. My legs may be broken, Your Highness, but my eyes, ears, and mind have evolved beyond their original limits. Taylor's voice was steady. He was proving that even a degenerate could awaken a power that defied the system. The prince nodded slowly. Indeed. In this dungeon of a world, the last one standing is the true victor. Those words were like a boss monster's strike, piercing Venyan's mind. His face drained of all color and hope. Venyan's world turned dark. Cale, watching from the sidelines, found the escalating drama better than any rare drop. The party had become a battlefield. The crown prince, Taylor, and Venyan were locked in a psychological survival quest. The tension was thick, like a level 99 boss encounter. Cale wished he had popcorn for this cinematic showdown. The prince turned his gaze toward Taylor's companion, his eyes searching for hidden traits or secret class skills. And you must be the priestess of death, he stated. She bowed, her aura radiating a chilling, divine power. I am 𝐂𝐃𝐄𝐃, servant of eternal sleep. I greet the future son of our kingdom, she replied formally. The prince smiled. Enough talk. A banquet is no place for quests. Where shall our honored guests be seated? His eyes scanned the room like a system radar. Ah. I found the perfect spot for our returning hero. Cale froze. Was he coming here? It made sense. This area lacked high-ranking lords. It was a neutral zone. It was a delicate balance of power. No one dared touch the central seats where the wealthiest guilds congregated. Cale's strategic mind analyzed the layout. The prince flashed a bright, calculated smile that hid his true intentions. Young Master Taylor, take a seat at the northeast table. There is plenty of room for your party. Taylor and 𝐂𝐃 moved to their spots. Despite his hatred for Cale, Venyan was forced to endure the arrangement. Cale kept his cool. Meeting the kingdom's hidden talents was just another step in his personal power-up journey. The prince gestured toward the table of elites. Would you mind rearranging the seating for our new hunters? He asked the group directly. The man beside Cale stood immediately. Of course. Your Highness. It is an honor. They moved quickly, like a well-coordinated party. The man whispered to Cale. Stay put. Let them handle this. The seating was reorganized in seconds. Cale settled back, preparing for the next phase of this social dungeon. The sound of Taylor's wheelchair echoed through the hall, a rhythmic reminder of the price paid for survival. Taylor reached his spot and offered a polite nod. A pleasure to join you, he said with quiet dignity. Now, the prince declared. Let the feast begin. It is an honor to host such promising future legends. Thank you all for answering my summons. Cale glanced at Taylor, feeling the weight of the awkward encounter. Enjoy the night, the prince shouted. Meanwhile, Venyan remained trapped in his own hell, suffocating under the mockery. Every word from the prince felt like a targeted debuff, draining Venyan's pride until nothing but resentment remained. With the royal decree, the feast roared to life. Exquisite dishes were summoned to the tables. Masking the tension, Rosalind whispered that their audience with the crown prince was finally beginning. Cale studied the royal. What hidden quest was this golden snake plotting? This invitation wasn't just formal. It was a high-level tactical maneuver. War in the south or internal strife. Cale's suspicions intensified instantly. Civil war loomed. Not my problem, Cale decided. Dismissing the flags, he fed the invisible dragon, ignoring the heavy political atmosphere. Food's great, the dragon chirped. But this room is rigged with recording magic. Eric was trembling, pleading for Cale to behave for 5 minutes. Cale nodded. The prince was clearly scanning the nobles' hidden potential. This was a ranking war between the princes for the throne. Cale smirked as they stood. The real performance was about to start. The nobles rose, turning toward the radiant presence of Alvar Crossman. The Northeast's finest Alvar beamed with a master-tier royal aura. Eric bowed low. An absolute honor to meet you, Your Highness. Alvar's golden hair shimmered the sun god's legendary mark of blessing. I've waited for this, Alvar said with silver-tongued diplomatic grace. The prince played his part flawlessly, captivating the entire banquet hall. He praised the guardians of the Northeast Gate with effortless charm. Cale watched. This royal's manipulation stats were definitely maxed out. Young Master Cale Henituse. Alvar's voice rang out, sharp and clear. Alvar reached out. Your family keeps the dark regions safe. A free spirit, Alvar added, searching for a crack in Cale's mask. A soul as pure as your family's sculptures. The prince smiled. Cale bristled. Praising a known degenerate required legendary acting skills. If Alvar wanted a show, Cale would give him a masterpiece. If the king is the sun, you are the moon, Cale gushed. He bowed, hiding his real thoughts behind a mask of devotion. Alvar looked pleased. Cale doubled down on the exaggerated flattery. You are our star, Cale cried, leaving everyone completely speechless. The legendary trash was acting like a total royal sycophant. But Cale noticed it. The prince's hair was a high-tier magic disguise. Only a dragon could see through it. Who dyed this hair? A dangerous secret revealed. Cale had found a hidden royal stat. Careful, the dragon warned. This human is hiding massive power. The invisible dragon circled. Stay alert, or you might actually die. Alvar appeared weak, but the system didn't lie. He was strong. A commoner's son hiding his true nature from the entire world. Even the protagonist was fooled. Alvar's deception was absolute and terrifying. Cale didn't care about the plot. Only his own survival quest. Alvar laughed. Young master, I feel we are very similar. The honor is mine. Cale replied, ending the intense handshake. Why the favoritism for the third prince? The royal mystery deepened. The lineage held secrets more dangerous than any S-rank dungeon. The nobles watched the strange exchange with growing silent confusion. Cale turned to Amiru. Is your territory as beautiful as they say? She gave a gentle smile. But I just stared at those jagged sea cliffs. Beautiful, no. They were a total nightmare. Those rocks are just obstacles blocking my path to the third ancient power, the sound of the wind. In the original timeline, a mad tyrant from the Mage Alliance seized it during the fall of the Upper Kingdom. To him, it was a mere trinket. But the magic tower is destined to crumble. I know it will happen. Rosalind, with her insane talent, will lead the new tower in the west. Then there's Choi Han, the swordmaster, the mage, and the crown prince. These three hero types are destined for the north. Even the jungle queen who unites the south is linked to them in the original novel S-plot. I touched my chin. Aside from that mysterious organization Choi Han fought, everything is about to change. The western continent is turning into a bloody battlefield for supremacy, shattering 2 centuries of peace. Not my problem, I thought. Trailing the group. Young Master Gilbert. I'll leave after the banquet. Right. Gilbert nodded with a smile. We meet the crown prince after. You aren't coming with us. Cale. I shook my head. Why would I? Those 3 are experts at securing investments anyway. You actually read the documents. Gilbert looked shocked. I played it off with a humble, quiet shrug. The birthday banquet is tonight. The announcement rang out. Join us for drinks and a celebration. I remembered those words. It wasn't an invitation, it was a forced ticket to a ticking time bomb. The plaza is the kill zone. The party ends here. See you later. Brother. Being called brother by those 2 makes my skin crawl. I truly hate that title. Lady Amiru approached out of nowhere. Young Master Cale, allow me to escort you out safely. Worried I'll cause a scene, I joked. She politely mentioned that young Master Neo had already left. The sun was high overhead. You've worked hard today, young master, she said softly to me. It's nothing, I replied. But you'll need to work harder, Lady Amiru, for the best results. Despite her calm face, I could sense her desperation. The northeast coast was seen as worthless rock, steep cliffs and whirlpools perfect for locals to navigate, but a death trap for any outsiders. That's the power of the sound of the wind. Yet, Amiru and Gilbert were betting everything on this beach. My face hardened. I didn't want to talk, but I knew she was reading my expression clearly. Before boarding the carriage, I turned. Lady Amiru, you've definitely caught the prince's eye with this. She nodded. Realizing the weight of the investment, I leaned back, thinking to myself, everyone worked hard today. Helping a little one hurt. I need to solidify my ties with the Northeast. Amiru is tight-lipped, perfect for a secret ally. You want to invest in tourism, don't you? She nodded. If you in a rush, look closer at the geography of your family's waters. It's the gateway between the Whipper Kingdom and the North. Her eyes widened. She hadn't realized. Keep this between us, I warned. She nodded solemnly. Finally understanding the strategic value, our journey began, leaving Amiru behind. She bowed respectfully as the carriage pulled away. Unlike the sandy northwest, the Amiru and Gilbert territories were a maze of islands and sharp cliffs. I sat in the luxury carriage, chin resting on my hand. They think peace will last forever, but the Crown Prince knows the truth. This era of tranquility is already breathing its last. The carriage rolled out of the peaceful estate, casting long shadows against the setting sun. Inside, I sharpened my focus. Before the Mage Slayer makes his move. I need that ancient power. I have to reach it first. The fading light painted the mansion like a majestic golden fortress. Roses bloomed against the black iron fences as I returned to my room. Choi Han burst in, his face pale and drenched in sweat. I found 4 mana bombs. He was gasping for air, his eyes wide with gravity. They were all planted right near the plaza. I reached out and took the weathered map from his trembling hands, my expression cool and detached, while Choi Han panicked. I calmly unrolled the map on the table to study the layout. I took the black dragon and searched everywhere. He reported as his breathing finally began to steady. Aside from that spot, no other clues were found in the luxury suite. The black dragon circled as Choi Han reported his plaza search results. 10 magic bombs in total. 5 on people. 5 at key locations. Cale's fingers traced the map as he recalled the original novel's plot. 6 bombs on people. 4 at locations. A dangerous new variable emerged. The speech is in 2 days. Stay calm. There is no rush. Choi Han wanted to disarm them, but Cale planned to steal them. The black swordsman nodded. Though the plan seemed reckless and strange, detonating these bombs required a signal. But cutting it was simple. Rosalind would handle the civilians. A high-rank quest for a master mage. They had to act on the day of the event to deceive the enemy. Let the blood-crazed mage believe his twisted plan is still on track. Cale handed over the map. Steal them, not destroy them, Choi Han asked. Cale smirked with cold calculation. Why waste such high-grade magic resources? The mana within those explosives is far too valuable to just blow up. He looked at the kittens. Keep searching. There may be more hidden traps. The dragon and Choi Han would go undercover to monitor the plaza. The cat tribe siblings woke up, watching Cale with sharp, wary eyes. Time to earn your dinner. Cale laughed. Go out and get to work. From the window, the dragon watched the kittens vanish into the night. A luxury carriage entered the capital just before the king's grand birthday. Inside the carriage, Cale and Locke sat facing each other in silence. Please protect my siblings, Locke said, standing up with sudden intensity. And what can you do for me? Cale asked, his voice cold. I won't be alone. My siblings and I will fight together, Locke replied. Silence fell again. Locke fidgeted nervously as the carriage rattled on. The Blue Wolf tribe are legendary knights. Locke began his desperate pitch. I don't care about history, Cale interrupted, shutting down the explanation. Locke froze. Cale's indifference was more terrifying than any monster's roar. A knight brigade of 10 wolf children. The idea was almost laughable. But Locke was a man who would die for his own kind. Recruiting such a blindly loyal subordinate was a high-risk / high-reward move. Stop talking nonsense, Cale said. They are children, not soldiers or knights. You want them protected, yet you offer them as warriors. That's contradictory. With their wolf instincts, they wouldn't be knights, they'd be a lethal gang. Did the children agree to this? Why are you deciding for them? Locke looked down, his voice trembling. I am truly sorry. Seer, don't apologize, but just think about how you will pay me back later. Cale was already calculating a mission 3 months into the future. A hidden ancient power sat atop a peak only a wolf could climb. Selling that power to the Jungle Queen would mean infinite wealth. Even if his family fell, he would live like a king forever. Locke looked miserable. Do you have any use for me? Cale hid. The boy was too innocent for this world's cruel games. Stand up. Of course I need you. I have a specialized mission. I'll do anything, Locke vowed. Cale smirked, initiating the hidden quest for sincerity. Cale handed over a spatial pouch. Locke froze. A long-awaited reunion was finally beginning. Visiting the capital, a voice chirped. This wasn't a tour, it was a tactical infiltration. Cale smiled. Good food awaits. Hong and On are coming. Don't get lost. Cubs. Stop. That tickles. The kittens pounced. A brief peace before the dungeon's shadows fall. Cale watched the wolf tribe. To survive the tower, these cubs needed a brutal trainer, a chef who can cook and kill. The party required high-tier traits and perfect synergy. Beakroc's dark aura flashed in his mind. The chef's hidden stats were built for torture. No. That psycho ruins innocence. Evolution required a mentor, not a soul-crushing degenerate. The carriage stopped in the old district. Cale stepped out like a legendary ranker leader. Follow me. They entered the tavern. Mana scent hung heavy beneath the smell of grapes. Cale led. Locke followed with the kittens. Every step felt like a high-stakes quest. Checking in, the clerk asked. Cale whispered. Your siblings are inside. Open the door. Locke's hands trembled. Yes, sir. The moment of his family's awakening was finally here. Creak. Asterisk. The door opened. Inside, The wolf tribe's future waited for their king's return. 3 children stood frozen. They didn't see a degenerate, they saw their only hope. Brother, they swarmed him. Tears fell, a rare respite in a world of cruel systems. Outside. Bios waited. Young Master Cale. The underworld merchant king is expecting your arrival. Choi Han told me everything. An old man stepped forward. His power level hidden deep. Cale shook his hand. Honor. I am. Just a trash noble, seeking a quiet retirement. Odious smiled. His beard was groomed. But his eyes held a hunter's predatory glint. Odious of the Flynn Guild. A man who rejected a throne for secret power. He was more cunning than Choi Han, a viper lurking in the capital's dark corners. Cale analyzed him. Under that merchant mask lay the ruler of the world's setting underground. One wrong move leads to a boss fight. One right move secures a god-tier ally. Odeus, Flynn. A pleasure. Cale played the part. Hiding his knowledge of the future, so Yuri Billows' uncle. The pieces of the political chessboard were finally moving. I haven't seen Billows since his awakening. Odious laughed. A facade of family warmth. Locke played with his siblings. The boy has found strong allies. Odeus noted. Impressed. Odious was Billows' only childhood light. A rare mentor in a world of betrayal. Wine is upstairs. Cale invited. Choi, Han and Rosalind were nearing. The party gathers. Billows nodded nervously. An honor to drink with the man who defied his fate. We'll set a date. Cale replied. The merchant bowed. His loyalty already shifting gears. What a headache. Cale thought. I need a battle trainer. Not a simple nanny. The wolf kids stared with sparkling eyes. These were the gazes of future legendary rankers. How do I train them? Cale wondered. The system window offered no easy answers. Billows called from the window. Cale sat. I am just securing my future retirement. Bios. Oyusei asked. Bios entered. Speechless. He sat beside Cale. Pouring wine like he needed liquid courage. Asterisk, slam times. The glass hit the table. The tavern's silence screamed of the coming storm. Cale raised an eyebrow. Are you going to ignore me and just keep drinking? My stomach is turning. Young master. Billows was terrified. The weight of destiny hit. Cale poured a glass. Tell me. Odious is your uncle. But there's a secret. He doesn't carry the Flynn name. Billows started. I was forbidden from calling him uncle. He remembered the firm hand on his shoulder. You read the blood of this family. You have the stats to lead. Thus, the secret legend of the Merchant King began. Those words ignited a fire in Billows to seize power. Blinded by ambition, Billows joined the Inheritance War. Why a small guild? Cale shrugged indifferently. Flynn's aren't grand. Cale toasted the outcast heir. I'm a bastard. Cale, who says you're not Flynn? Cale's defense moved Billows. Your words hit home. Cale smirked proudly. They toasted to their secret pact. What are you stealing now? Billows asked knowingly. Just one thing today. Cale laughed. Refusing him. No room. Cale refused. Billows sought his own path. Ron Mullen emerged from the Henituse mansion shadows. Young master. Ron whispered. Cale sensed his request. Take my son. Beatdown. Ron's voice was ice cold. Beatdown. Why? Cale was stunned by the decision. I'm hunting foxes. Ron's killer intent flared out. I'm a murderer. Ron's eyes turned cold and predatory. Cale didn't flinch. You were going back to killing. Foxes mean humans. Right? Cale pressured the assassin. Exactly. I'll catch them. Ron's reaper smile appeared. I'll shred them. Cale felt the terrifying bloodlust. It was a death match. Cale saw through him. Locke's awakening meant they could survive without Ron. Ron's kind smile was terrifying. Cale seethed heavily. Fine. Tell Hans. Just don't die. Old man. Take your pay. Cale slumped. Acting totally exhausted. Leaving Beatdown with trash. Ron, he's ready now. Cale lacked confidence, but set a 1-year limit. 1 year leave. Cale planned for the future. Return unhurt. Cale warned. Ron vanished into darkness. Ron chuckled. He misjudged the puppy, young master. Ron realized Cale was the one in control. Monthly reports. Cale waved him off. Do whatever. Ron vanished silently. A true master of death. Cale watched the void. He knew their secrets. Dawn arrived. Flooding the room with new light. Cale met Rosalind. She looked like a queen. Red hair suits you. Cale admired her elegance. I chose this style myself. Rosalind smiled playfully. She was noble. Mischievous. And dangerous all once. She came for magic bombs and Cale's reward. Locke? Can you control your wolf power now? Locke nodded. Teams Rosalind. Locke. And Choi Han. Choi Han. Take the dragon. Cale's orders were set. And you, Rosalind asked. Choi Han looked away. The master is fragile. The dragon blurted out. Even useless foxes in Cale's hands became sharp weapons. 𝐀𝐊𝐿 hiding his true power behind a facade. Sunrise ritual prep. Choi Han checked his hidden inventory. Shift change. The mission, dismantle the hidden bombs tonight. Before the black orb triggers. A silent survival pact. Hold positions. Monitor the plaza and the secret guild. 𝐂𝐀𝐊𝐿. Tomorrow's boss tier ceremony begins at 9. Loot the defused bombs. Cale smirked. Plan in motion. Rosalind asked for her reward. A mage's hidden price. Cale agreed. High tier payment for her legendary magic skills. Midnight. The hunters vanished into the silent, eerie night. Alone. Cale's hidden mana began to resonate powerfully. Wind swirled. Moonlight revealed his true heroic warrior stance. I'll use it. Survival requires his secret system stats. Avoid the mad mage. A high-rank threat looms nearby. Morning. Ron Mullen, the veteran, prepared his final move. I'll return. Cale joked about his low combat tier. Ron smiled. The carriage was ready for the departure, galloping fast. Amiru Ubar watched Cale with sharp intent. Why me? Cale asked. A naval-based territory quest. The Crown's investment failed. A political power vacuum remains. Gilbert was desperate. But Amiru remained perfectly, unnervingly calm. You know the truth. Cale wore a cold, villainous smile. She'd contacted her mother. A strategic secret alliance formed, unfazed by the trash. She stood her ground firmly. A naval base is a high-level territorial conquest quest. Regional strife is deadlier than any dungeon boss monster. The Crown wants control. A blatant, greedy land grab. Sea access, the ultimate resource in this fantasy world building. Royal greed versus the Ubar family's quest for survival. Is the Crown encroaching? Cale verified the hidden quest. 10 days of travel. This was no simple escort. I'm curious, Cale said. But I have one condition. My father has the gold. I'm just F-rank trash. A degenerate with no voice. Cale played his role. Royal contracts are traps, full of hidden system penalties. If they build it, the Crown owns the territory. Massive gold sink. All control flows to the palace. Bases drain resources faster than a mana-starved hunter guild. Amiru and Gilbert lacked the stats to finish solo. Only one solution, borrow gold from the Henituse vault. Amiru smiled. The decisive turning point had finally arrived. The prince fears the Northern Kingdom's sudden power awakening. Information gathered. The North is mobilizing its elite army. Civil war looms. The knights are readying for evolution. Cale crossed his arms, evaluating the unfinished business. Amiru's territory was clearly desperate for intel. She was burning gold just to lean on the Weeman family. A heavy price for information. Seeing Amiru Ubar struggle felt tragic. She was pouring resources into a desperate survival quest. Her judgment was sharp. But her hidden traits were even more impressive. I valued her skills. The Henituse walls were upgrading to S tier. No monster or hunter would breach that reinforced perimeter. She shifted to military power, showcasing her high-level intellect. Her system-like strategy was clearly visible. I'll brief my father, she said. Cale smirked. This quest was progressing exactly as planned. Formal contact with the Count was next. Naval control in the northeast was the ultimate drop. Control would fall to Ubar and Gilbert. Cale watched the window. The scenario was unfolding perfectly. If the Ubar Guild invested, they'd gain ownership. A massive power-up for the Count's naval influence. It offered military perks at sea. Cale grinned internally. But the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. A deadly silence fell. I'm worried about the whirlpools, she finally confessed, revealing her hidden anxiety. They had a secret route known only to their lineage. A massive strategic advantage against invaders. I want to gamble on this, she smiled, laying out her plan to Cale Henituse. Whirlpools. Cale leaned back. His interest peaked. That chaotic terrain would soon be his property. He imagined his retirement a villa on the cliffs, watching the ocean. The ultimate peaceful ending. Handing the territory to Basin was the plan. During the war arc, he'd just disappear. After the war, he'd chill in Ubar or Gilbert territories. A luxury mansion by the sea. Young Master Cale, please assist us, she requested with a sincere, top-tier smile. He let out a dry laugh. Ask a degenerate like me. I have no ranking or voice, he warned her again. He was just a messenger. Amiru recalled her family's strict survival advice. Without power, be cautious. To gain power, you must be loved. That was her core trait. She smiled. inviting him. Visit 𝐂𝐷𝐔𝐿 sometime. This felt like a side quest activation. She offered a hand. There are many hidden spots to explore. A city full of potential. Cale shook her hand, showing goodwill. She looked relieved. Finally, they reached the quest location. They exited the carriage at 8:30. Cale checked his watch. Scanning the capital's central plaza. Glory Plaza was the focal point. The main event was scheduled to trigger in 1 hour. Royal Knights began locking down the perimeter. The plaza was already packed with NPCs and hunters. Cale stared at his watch. The trap was set. No one was leaving this zone easily. When the exits are blocked, the villains start searching for their hidden magic bomb items. He pictured his teammates the necklace. The magic bombs. The diverse forms of destruction they carried. He scanned the bustling city. The crowd was endless. How many were carrying those lethal items? Yuri here. A voice interrupted his thoughts. The awakening from his internal monologue was abrupt. Everyone arrived early. Even if they failed to find the items, the truth would be revealed. Locke approached. We left at 8:50. Stay put today. He warned with a serious face. Cale tried to play the clueless degenerate role, but his thoughts were cut off by a presence. Good grief. Taylor, Stan, and Venian appeared right in front of the massive crowd. The Black Dragon appeared invisibly. Weary disarming magic bombs. All cleared by 8:55. I am busy. Weak human. The dragon told Cale. If things get dangerous, remember to use your shield. The dragon patted Cale's head before vanishing. Get in the carriage. It commanded the others. Use a shield, Cale rubbed his head. Feeling the advice was overkill. There was no crisis. Everything was ready for the transition. The white-haired man sat calmly inside the carriage. Cale Henituse's expression remained unreadable. His gaze sharp enough to pierce a boss monster. A pleasure to meet again. Taylor Stan greeted the group with practiced high-tier noble grace. Amiru introduced herself. Cale looked at the seating chart. This arrangement felt like a sick joke. The Crown Prince's servant spoke with biting mockery. His eyes filled with sharp disdain. Cale Henituse remained silent. He felt no need to engage in such trivial, petty banter. Outside, the towering clock tower loomed. Cale's thoughts began to swirl in a chaotic storm. The approaching chaos was no longer a distant threat. It was right at the doorstep. Tension inside the carriage had already reached a breaking point. The atmosphere was suffocating. 4 people sat in total silence. There was no common ground. Only a cold standoff. Amiru Ubar and Taylor Stan wore forced smiles. Masks hiding their deep internal calculations. Cale tracked the servant's nervous fidgeting. The man was clearly shaken by the shifting tide. Most nobles looked bewildered. Cale's mind drifted to Venian. Picturing his imminent, total collapse, he could already sense the boy's panic. Everything was proceeding exactly according to his plan. The crippled Taylor Stan was walking again. The hierarchy was about to be utterly destroyed. A Stan family member siding with the Crown Prince. This was an impossible, game-changing twist. He had secured the legendary healing star. Amiru finally broke the silence with a question. Are your legs fully recovered? Taylor credited a stroke of divine luck for his miraculous return. He spoke with quiet pride. Amiru offered her congratulations, her voice masking her true shock. Taylor bowed gracefully. Meanwhile, the Stan servant looked like he was sitting on hot coals. The servant was visibly trembling. He couldn't understand how Taylor remained so calm and collected. Your legs are healed, the servant muttered, his voice cracking under the weight of fear. I assume you'll return to the Marquis's castle soon. He tried to shatter the awkward air. The question backfired. Taylor's eyes turned cold as he reflected on his path to revenge. That place was always my home. He discarded his initial thoughts, choosing a sharper response. Is that not where I belong? The servant shrunk back. Realizing his question was a mistake, silence fell once more. Cale stayed quiet, though Taylor looked ready to spill every secret. I have quite the story for you, Cale. Taylor's smirk made Cale's skin crawl with annoyance. The carriage finally halted. The servant scrambled out, desperate to escape the suffocating pressure. I'll head to young Master Eric's side first. Amiru bid her farewell and stepped out. Taylor and Cale were finally alone. Amiru cast one last worried glance back at them. She feared a clash, but her worries were misplaced. Taylor's gaze was now intensely focused. Taylor began to speak with a burning passion. The real negotiation was finally about to begin. I traded my legs to become the family head. He laughed, treating fate like a game. A trade for loyalty, Cale asked, his voice echoing with the weight of a contract. Cale stared out at the passing streets. Congratulations on your recovery, he said tonelessly. This was the essence of their deal. Taylor was ready to provide the forbidden information. Why give me this intel? Cale's mind raced, calculating the hidden costs of this gift. You need to know this. Taylor's voice dropped to a whisper. Thick, with hidden omens. 𝐀𝐻 has been excommunicated. Cale noted. She had moved independently, breaking her holy vows. She's never been happier. Cale smiled inwardly. His piece on the board was perfectly placed. The crazy priestess had entered the fray. Now, the gears of fate would turn faster. We will be the victors. Won't we? Taylor's voice grew deep, resonating with a dark resolve. Why say we? Cale thought. You are the one who will win. He replied coldly. They reached the end. Taylor stepped down. Let's share a victory drink when this ends. Henituse wine is the best. Cale didn't hesitate to praise his own family's famous vintage. The carriage rolled on. Cale reopened the secret letter, his eyes narrowing as he read. The Crown Prince wanted to prevent a civil war. Cale's rage flared at the sheer absurdity. After all, his grueling effort. This was the request. He tucked the paper away. Fuming, the Crown Prince's lineage remains a deep mystery. Finally, he reaches the destination and steps down. Cale Henituse. His companion calls out. Young master. We've arrived. It is time to go inside. Choi Han stands nearby. In the birth of a hero novel, he'd reached an even higher rank. Cale ponders. His status still paled compared to the high-ranking royals and their powerful vassals. He eyes the massive clock tower. It's 8:25 a.m. The gears of fate are turning. This was when nobles entered, while the commoner's gate faced strict military control. Young Master Cale. Is this your first time at the plaza? Choi Han asks curiously. Cale replies coldly. I've passed by in carriages, but walking here is a first for me. Tea house south. Inn west. Flower shop east. He mapped the ceramic guild to the north. The novel's map interface was clear. He didn't even need Cale's memories to navigate this geography. He feigns awe, scanning the area. The plaza. It truly is a massive sight to behold. Choi Han watches the crowd. Everything seems normal. But Cale's secret quest is already in motion. Block the exits. The military begins their deployment. The operation was proceeding exactly as planned. Now, he must locate the hidden mana bombs. However, he doesn't need to search manually. With a snap, his ancient power activates. His senses expand, hunting targets across the distance. Please sit here, the server tells Cale. At 9:01 a.m., the real answers will appear. His allies gather Amiru, Eric, and Taylor Stan. Taylor looks genuinely happy to meet again. We meet again. Young Master Cale. Cale responds politely. Recalling their previous encounter, Eric points a finger, warning him not to cause trouble. Cale just offers a quiet smirk. He checks his watch. The decisive moment nears. He must prepare his forces against impending fate. I won't do anything today. Cale reassures Eric. At the plaza, the clock strikes a beat. A dragon's voice echoes. The Crossman Royals are entering. From above, it announces 15 minutes left. The dragon maneuvers through the air, gathering intel. Cale watches the invisible beast with intense focus. An all-powerful dragon. Its magic makes the impossible a reality. Truly a cheat-tier existence. Then, a grand carriage rolls in. The prince and princess arrive, radiating overwhelming royal prestige. The prince waves, wearing a friendly mask. Cale knows the truth behind that perfect smile. Per the black dragon, that hair and eye color are mere magical disguises for the crowd. Cale claps with the crowd. Underneath that magic, the princess' eyes are a commoner. Plain, brown. Next comes the king's carriage. The son of the kingdom, 𝐀𝐿 Crossman, makes his entrance. Cheers erupt as the king passes. Sitting nearby, Cale observes the spectacle with deep suspicion. Cale's eyes sharpen, scanning the distant rooftops. He spots a specific flower pot. He zooms in. Aside from the plant, the area was clear. The trap had been disarmed. A thin smile tugs at Cale's lips. So, it's finished. Silence returns as the ceremony starts. The masses turn toward the main hall. 𝐀𝐿 and the crown prince stand tall above. The king raises his hand high. The city falls into a heavy, expectant silence. I have ruled under the sun god's protection for 30 years, his voice booms out. He looks triumphant, basking in the glory. But Cale knew this peace was incredibly fragile. Cale glances at the clock tower. 9 o'clock sharp. The countdown to chaos hits 0 as the final chime rings. Confusion ripples through the crowd. Eyes turn toward the sky. What is that? Voices whisper. The festive atmosphere shatters instantly as panic begins to rise. People bolt from their seats. Look up there, what's happening? The plaza descends into madness. An old man points a trembling finger. Who? Who is that? A shadow looms up above, high atop the castle roof. A figure in a black cloak stares down at the city. It's the enemy leader, braided blonde hair and blood-red eyes. A chilling presence overlooking the chaos, as the mysterious army invades. The citizens scream in terror. Who are you? Get back! City guards surged forward, their voices echoing as they ordered the terrified crowds to move upward immediately. Amidst the chaos, Cale remained motionless, his mind fixated on the blood mage 𝐂𝐿𝐼𝐻's next deadly move, scanning the area. Cale frowned. If that lunatic didn't appear now, his entire strategy would face a setback. Without 𝐂𝐿𝐼𝐻's arrival, Choi Han would be the one breaking a sweat. The hero's toil wasn't his concern. Cale recalled Choi Han's grim expression when he first heard the mad mage's prophecy of impending horror. The shadowy figure let out a bone-chilling laugh. Raising his hands, as Cale predicted the coming onslaught, crimson bolts of lightning tore through the sky. This is getting interesting. The mage hissed with sadistic glee, raising clawed hands. He forged a massive lightning orb, pulsing with lethal, concentrated power. He hurled the orb downward, the trailing sparks sending the citizens into a frantic scramble for survival. As the crowd reached the plaza, the massive sphere of death plummeted, threatening to erase everything. The ground shook as the orb hit. Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke stared in disbelief at the devastation. Cale's eyes sharpened. Found him, he whispered, watching his allies regain their fighting spirits. Choi, Han, and Locke sprinted forward. 10 minutes. That was the window they had to change destiny. Defusing the mana bombs was impossible, but relocating them to the restricted mountain was their only shot. High above, the black dragon pointed toward the crowd. Human. I've located one of the targets. Watching from the sidelines, Cale allowed a faint smirk to appear. Everything was falling perfectly into place, with Rosalind and the dragon handling the heavy lifting. Cale's attention shifted to a sudden commotion nearby. Choi Han pinned a gray-haired man, who shrieked in terror, begging to be released from the hero's grip. Cale's gaze locked onto the blue gemstone pendant hanging from the man's neck. That was the key. In one fluid motion, Choi Han snatched the necklace. Cale marveled at the hero's terrifyingly efficient speed. Eric's voice shattered his focus as he rushed over, grabbing the young master's arm in a panic. Eric's frantic shouting faded into the background as Cale's eyes drifted toward the plaza's grand main hall. There stood Crown Prince Alberu Crossman, his composed facade finally cracking under the weight of the crisis. Your Highness, you must evacuate, the guard urged. But the prince's gaze remained fixed on the chaos. Cale's eyes narrowed on Alberu's golden hair, remembering the dragon's cryptic words about its true nature. If magic wasn't the cause, what hidden power masked the prince's true self? Cale wondered. The dragon had been certain. This wasn't standard magic. Something deeper was at play within the prince. Eric's frustration boiled over as he noticed Cale's indifference. Are you even listening? We need to go. Above them, the cloaked mage's laughter rang out again as he prepared another devastating wave of power. He glared down at the plaza, his eyes burning with a deep-seated hatred for the world below. On his command, the black-cloaked army raised their hands, unleashing a lethal rain of magic arrows. Another one, and another. The black dragon chirped from the sky, marking the hidden bomb locations. It was 9:04. 3 targets secured. Eric's voice grew increasingly desperate, pleading with Cale to move. Even Lady Amiru and Gilbert joined in, their faces pale with worry for the dazed young master. Young Master Cale, this isn't the time to daydream. We have to leave right now, they cried out. Cale sighed and patted Eric's shoulder. Take a deep breath, Eric. We need to stay calm to survive. A roar of desperation erupted from the gates as citizens found their path blocked by the military. Stay back, wait for orders, the soldiers yelled, only fueling the rage of the trapped, terrified masses. Wait, the nobles are already gone, someone screamed. Cale watched the total collapse of order with detachment. Eric adjusted his glasses, nodding slowly. You rewrite. Cale, I am focused now. Let's make our move. 9:08. 2 minutes left. The mana jammers were failing as the atmospheric energy began to stabilize. Choi Han lunged forward, snatching a bag from a woman as the dragon announced another target down. That made 4. Only 2 remained. Cale looked up at the darkening sky, calculating the final steps. As mana stabilized, it would ignite the magic bombs, triggering a devastating chain reaction. The mana was resonating with the magic bombs. Cale's plan had to change instantly to avoid a catastrophe. Cale calculated 2 minutes for his move. Suddenly, The black dragon signaled success. 6 targets identified. But Cale froze. His eyes widening at an impossible sight. 𝐂𝐻𝐿zman noticed the tension. Young master. What's wrong? Cale's gaze scanned the area. Panic surged through his mind. Only 4. Where are the rest? The original story promised 10 bombs. Something had changed. The cultists attacked. Mana bombs soared into the night sky. Multiplying like a dark omen, a massive explosion rocked the heavens. Lighting up the pitch-black horizon, a blue mana barrier surged forth, teleporting the stolen items far away, wrapped in emerald orbs. The loot vanished instantly beyond the city walls. Cale smirked. Rosalind and the dragon had successfully diverted the blast. The green spheres plummeted toward the Forbidden Mountain. Exactly as planned. Mana stabilized, the announcers roared. The king and prince stood paralyzed. Even Cale was stunned by the efficiency. 𝐂𝐻𝐿zman recognized the magic bombs. As a noble. Cale knew these weapons possessed world-ending destructive power. His head throbbed. Were there really only 4? He questioned the anomaly. Above. The black dragon rejoiced. We saved them. I actually did it. Cale breathed easy. 0 casualties. Everything was falling into place perfectly, but the villain in black seethed. Glaring down at the unharmed city, not a single death, he hissed. Watching the smoke on the mountain, the plan is ruined, he cursed. Below. �K𝐫𝐻𝐿z's fury finally erupted. Who are you? The king bellowed. Cale focused on the villain's words. Ruined, Cale analyzed. Does that mean there's more hidden in wait? The king ordered a total arrest. The villain let out a sinister sigh. No other choice then. His eyes turned bloodshot as he signaled. Space tore open. Dozens of suicide warriors warped in from the sky. Cale spotted the black backpacks. The missing 2 bombs were right there. A soldier shredded a magic scroll. Acceleration and self-immolation mana ignited. The suicide squad deployed. A lethal trap was set to trigger instantly. They dove toward the plaza. Chaos exploded as civilians realized the danger. Run for your lives, people screamed. Cale watched them close in. They were targeting us. He realized. 𝐂𝐻𝐿zman begged Cale to retreat now. Amiru panicked, shouting for him to flee. The dragon prepared to move. It's too late. Cale thought. The blast radius would consume them all. The bombers accelerated. Cale hid. Calculating the cost of the impact, I might lose an arm. But my heart vitality will regenerate it. But the others, they would be erased. They didn't have his powers. He scrapped the plan. Rosalind arrived just as the situation turned critical. She shielded him. But the villain signaled the final detonation command. Lightning struck the bomb packs. Cale finally reached out his hand. Rosalind gasped. Cale unleashed his ancient power, the indestructible silver shield. Rosalind rushed in, her eyes wide with urgency. I'm here. Young Master Cale, we out of time. She leaped in front of him, her arms wide to form a powerful mana barrier against the blast. The black-cloaked terrorist gave the signal. A lightning bolt shot toward the soldiers' packs. The bombs were live. Rosalind gasped as Cale suddenly reached out his hand. He wasn't running, he was activating a hidden power. A magnificent silver shield erupted. Cale had unleashed the indestructible shield. Fueled by his very life force, Cale threw himself directly into the path of the soldiers. Their eyes widening in pure, unfiltered shock, Rayan appeared instantly, vowing to assist, as the silver shield rotated to trap the 2 bombers inside, forced to endure their own blast. The enemies panicked, while Rosalind shouted Cale's name in utter confusion. Ignoring her cries, Cale held his ground, the silver circle trembling under the sheer force of the explosion. Damn it. He hissed, the pressure pushing him back until the bombs finally detonated within the barrier. A horrific explosion erupted within Cale's shield. Tongues of fire, hungrily devouring everything in their wake. Those nearby dove for cover, shielding their heads as the world turned into a hellish, burning inferno. Screams pierced the air as the searing heat and violent winds lashed against their exposed, stinging skin. The pain felt like thousands of needles. A burning agony that forced them to cry out in desperation. My hands, it hurts, they wailed. Faces twisted in terror as Cale Henituse rushed toward the carnage. He stopped dead, jaw-dropping at the sight of a brilliant white logo shining through the thick smoke. It was the same crest they had glimpsed during the initial blast, now etched into their shocked memories. Cale's hands were a bloody mess, shredded by glass. But he used his power to expel the shards. Under the pale moonlight, he checked for any remaining debris and sighed at the sheer, terrifying destruction. What an insane level of power, he muttered, before a sudden, agonizing cramp turned his face deathly pale. Cale stumbled and collapsed. Young Master Rosalind screamed, her voice cracking as she rushed to his side. She held him tight, desperately asking if he was okay. But Cale only stared at his mangled hands. My hands. They reburned, he thought. Hating the sensation of injury more than anything else in life, Rosalind's heart sank as she looked at his blistered palms, her worry deepening at his eerie, silent state. Cale grimaced, even with the black dragon absorbing the impact. The pain was still sharp and real. Hearing the commotion, the rest of the group turned to see Cale's dire state and rushed over. Amiru called out his name in panic, while Cale Henituse arrived breathless, asking if he was all right. Cale looked at their frantic faces and tried to offer a reassuring smile. But it was too late. Before he could speak, a massive amount of blood erupted from his mouth, staining his hands crimson red. Eric turned pale as a ghost at the sight. While Cale felt his heart vitality finally activate, the ancient power surged, knitting his wounds and stabilizing his body back to its normal, healthy state. The looming fear vanished, replaced by a calm smile. My limbs are still attached, he noted inwardly. His palms were still raw, but compared to a paper cut, this was a manageable level of pain. Feeling stronger, but still needing Rosalind's support, he stood up, finding the silver lining in the chaos. I finally get why those ancient heroes never let go of these powers, he mused to himself. Rosalind remained on high alert. How can you smile right now? She asked, her concern reaching its peak. Suddenly, a voice from Eric's group roared. Stop smiling, Cale blinked, confused by the sudden, angry outburst. Don't even try to open your eyes, the man barked, his face a mask of pure, frantic worry. What is his problem? Cale wondered. Above him, the black dragon hovered, looking down with cold, draconic intensity. Weak human, you better not die, Rowan warned. If you do, I will destroy everyone here. The dragoness' eyes darkened with a chilling aura. I'll kill everyone and blow this whole place away. And then? The dragon added darkly. I'll follow you into death. Cale's brow furrowed at the intensity. He knew the little dragon was worried. But why did everything he said have to sound so apocalyptic? I'll go find a priest, Amiru shouted, turning to sprint away before Cale could even stop her. Gilbert followed immediately, promising to be back soon. Cale felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He was actually fine now, but their overwhelming concern made him feel like he needed to fake it. I am not even in pain anymore, he thought awkwardly. Meanwhile, Choi Han was locked in a heated argument. Move out of my way, Choi Han roared, his eyes filled with a murderous, predatory, dark glare. But the man facing him didn't flinch, leaning in close with a sneer of noble, arrogant superiority. Commoners aren't allowed past this point, the man stated coldly, igniting Choi Han's rage even further. Who set that definition? Cale muttered, glancing at Choi Han, who looked ready to snap. I told you to stay hidden, Cale signaled, waving Choi Han back to maintain their cover. Choi Han ignored the warning, facing Cale's gaze while protecting the two terrified cat tribe children, cradling the trembling kittens on his shoulders. Choi Han whispered a soft apology to the little ones. The two siblings huddled closer to him. They knew this burden wasn't his alone to carry. Rosalind rushed over, checking on the exhausted noble. Young Master Cale, are you all right? Cale nodded weakly. Rosalind stood amazed. Could a royal like her ever show such selfless courage? After a hesitant silence, she confessed, I truly cannot understand you. Her eyes wide with shock. Cale ignored her confusion, his gaze fixed on the carnage unfolding before them. 𝐶𝐸 stood amidst a sea of blood. Exhilarating, he sneered. This is beyond my wildest expectations. As they watched in silence, 𝐶𝐸's eyes glowed a malevolent crimson. Locking onto Rosalind, she felt his dark mana constricting her. It was a high-tier spell she couldn't possibly block. Cale sat nearby, jaw clenched. The pressure was suffocating, his survival instincts screaming in warning. 𝐶𝐸's gaze was a crimson vortex, threatening to swallow their very souls into the abyss. He looked at Rosalind's pale face and chuckled coldly. You were at the Grey Wolf village. Rosalind froze. Above them, 𝐶𝐸 ascended, his oppressive aura crushing the spirits of everyone below. Gods help us, someone whimpered. The villain's voice echoed like a death knell through the air. Panic surged through the ranks. No one knew what nightmare this degenerate would unleash next. 𝐶𝐸 looked down at them like prey. I've always loved the color of fresh blood. Cale and Rosalind recoiled. The hidden meaning behind his twisted words sent chills down their spines. I'll store you in my collection, he hissed. Cale gritted his teeth. You insane bastard. Suddenly, Choi Han appeared like a shadow behind Cale, his eyes fixed on the arrogant enemy. Choi Han's brow furrowed in pure disgust. Cale sensed the protagonist's murderous intent rising rapidly. In the original novel, lunatics like this were just fodder. Cale turned back to Choi Han. Choi Han's expression turned dark. He wouldn't wait for orders. Archers, level your weapons, fire. Arrows rained down like a silver storm, aimed straight at 𝐸𝐻𝑅𝑒M's arrogant, floating form. The projectiles streaked through the air. 𝐸𝐻𝑅𝑒M just laughed, mockery dancing in his eyes. Idiots. The king watched, teeth gnashing as the villain showed zero fear against the kingdom's might. With a casual wave, 𝐸𝐻𝑅𝑒M froze the arrows mid-air, effortlessly negating the entire volley. 𝐸𝐻𝑅𝑒M sneered at the fools below. Until next time. The redirected arrows whistled through the air. They slammed into the earth with deafening cracks, shattering the ground into a web of fissures. Chaos erupted as people fled. As 𝐸𝐻𝑅𝑒M departed, a violent gale tore through the battlefield. The sky turned pitch black. Thick smoke blinded the survivors, swallowing the area in darkness. 𝐸𝐻𝑅𝑒M and his squad vanished. Cale slumped, his hands pressing into the cold, cracked dirt. High-tier teleportation. Cale muttered, analyzing the remnants of the monotrail left behind. No one knew where they went. But Cale had the hidden knowledge of the story. Rosalind trembled from the pressure. Cale recalled the hero's birth novel to find their destination. Choi Han, On, Hong, and Locke were already moving toward the predicted coordinate at full speed. They raced through the shadows, determined to end 𝐸𝐻𝑅𝒻's tyranny before he could strike again. If they arrived in time, the villain would face the protagonist's true, unbridled fury. Cale worried about Choi Han's berserk state. The stress of the situation weighed heavily on him, keeping Rosalind close for safety. Cale hoped his hidden backup plan would be enough. He had sent the children and Locke to act as Choi Han's emotional anchors. They were moving fast. Cale knew Choi Han was always gentler around the small and weak. 𝐂𝐀𝐄𝐃, his heart heavy. Please, let this plan work just one more time. Cale Min struggled to his feet, eyes fixed on the horizon as the king overlooked the ruined hall. Today, everyone gave their all to stop this catastrophe. The king declared under the darkening night sky. Silence swallowed the air, save for the whistling wind. As the sovereign's commanding voice echoed with authority, follow me to the palace. We must prioritize everyone's safety. The grand festival is officially postponed. Cale and Jalin hesitated. Yet the king's royal decree was an absolute command they couldn't defy. Cale watched Jalin closely, but her expression was a perfect mask of calm, revealing no hidden emotions. His gaze darkened. Jalin, who preferred the shadows, was stepping into the light just to protect him. Even a cold-hearted man like Cale felt his resolve waver. He found himself unable to look away. Since the black dragon had to remain hidden, she was forced to reveal her power right now. A spark of calculation flickered in his cold eyes. Jalin finally sensed his gaze and turned around. She met his deep, intense eyes and froze. In that single look, she saw his internal chaos. She gave him a radiant, knowing smile. A silent message passed between them in that fleeting moment, though separated by a gap. Cale read her lips perfectly. It is a secret. She signaled him. Cale smirked back. She truly was a master at reading the hidden thoughts of those around her. Inside a lavish, gilded room, Cale assembled his 6-man squad. The final briefing was about to begin. They knew the weight of this summons. Tension radiated from the group as they awaited their orders. Time was their enemy. Cale had to move fast to ensure the success of his next move. First rule, Cale commanded. The black dragon and the 2 beast children must never reveal their identities. Hong and the kittens watched him intently, memorizing their mission. They understood the gravity of the task. He glanced at Choi Han and Jalin. By some instinct, the two shared a sharp, silent nod. Cale's aura turned freezing. And finally, there will be absolutely no friendly fire. We move as one. The crew absorbed the strategy. They would execute this quest flawlessly to achieve Cale's ultimate goal. Cale and Jalin walked together in silence, each lost in their own thoughts regarding the coming storm. They exchanged a gentle, knowing smile just as Priestess Amiru and Gilbert finally reappeared before them. Seeing Cale's rapid pace, the priestess called out, her voice echoing with sudden, frantic concern for him. Cale halted. Cale halted. The priestess rushed to his side, her breath coming in short, desperate gasps from running. She looked up at him, eyes wide with worry. Young master, are you unharmed, please? Speak to me. He stared back at her with a blank expression. Seemingly unfazed by her obvious state of panic, Cale looked down at his scorched, Raw palms. The adrenaline was finally wearing off. Revealing the damage. The stinging pain returned in full force. It actually hurts quite a bit. I need your help, the priestess gasped at the sight of his burned, bloodied hands. Her face turning pale with shock. Healing really is a grueling job. Isn't it, Cale remarked. His voice surprisingly calm despite the pain. She stammered a reply, overwhelmed by the crushing aura emanating from the man standing before her. Your silver shield. It was magnificent. You saved us all, she whispered, her hands glowing with light. She pressed her palms to his wounds, channeling her power as Cale stood there in stoic silence. Cale's eyes shifted toward the stairs. The Crown Prince was making his way down toward the group. First time seeing an ancient power, Cale teased loudly, his lips curling into a provocative, bold smirk. He didn't look the prince in the eye. Yet every word was aimed directly at the royal. The prince stepped closer, leaning in to whisper near Cale's ear with a cold, piercing intensity. Indeed, he replied smoothly. The priestess bowed low, acknowledging the arrival of the future sovereign. Cale smiled inwardly. The trap was set. It was time to squeeze the prince for every cent. If he had to sacrifice his body, he would ensure the payout was worth the legendary pain. Fame is a hollow lie. The prince's sea-blue eyes searched Cale's face, looking for a hidden motive. Cale gave nothing away. To him, cold hard cash was infinitely better than the title of hero. Being a wealthy slacker was the ultimate goal. The prince stared at Cale's unyielding, icy face. Young Master Cale, the Crown Prince lunged forward, pulling him into a sudden, jubilant embrace with a thankful smile. You, incredible. Cale was stunned by the prince's outburst. Then, a sharp whisper reached his ear, low and cold. You on my side. Right, Cale nodded slowly. Of course. His voice dripped with a layer of hidden annoyance. The prince clung tighter, promising no trouble and massive compensation. Cale's eyes gleamed at the mention of a reward. Compensation. Cale was suddenly satisfied with this royal-s attitude. He gripped the prince's sleeve with fake, loyal devotion, forcing a radiant smile. Cale hugged him back. It was nothing, Your Highness, he replied in a bright, cheerful tone. I only did my duty. Above. The black dragon watched them hug, shivering with a sense of absolute, pure disgust. That human is so weird, the dragon muttered. Guy winced, knowing the dragon's instincts were always deadly and accurate. Cale pushed the prince away quickly, maintaining distance. He needed to secure a powerful, solid foothold within the palace. The prince looked anxious, fearing Cale might betray him. Their groups gathered as the heavy, suffocating tension slowly ebbed. The atmosphere softened. The prince pointed toward the waiting royal carriage. Young Master Cale, you should go on ahead. I truly respect you today, the prince said, smiling broadly. Cale waved it off with his signature fake humility. I cannot precede the kingdom's brightest star, Cale replied smoothly. The black dragon marveled at his elite, masterful acting. Are you even human? The dragon hissed in contempt. Cale ignored the comment, keeping his perfect, noble mask intact. The prince patted Cale's shoulder. Cale clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze turning sharp, icy, and cold. Then I shall lead, Cale said, casting a challenging look toward Venyan and the gathered Henituse guards nearby. Venyan gnashed his teeth in fury. How could that trash possess such power? He seethed with pure, unadulterated hatred. Cale stepped into the carriage but paused. He turned back, flashing a sharp, mocking smile at the stunned crowd. Take good care of the ladies, the prince ordered. The guards bowed low in absolute, silent, and royal obedience. Cale saw Jalen watching from the gate. Her gaze was intense. He felt strangely calm seeing her standing there. Jalen was reliable. As the carriage rolled away, Cale knew many more difficult tasks awaited his arrival in future. Inside the royal carriage, Cale felt the luxury. He touched the leather seats, amazed by the sheer, royal opulence. Do you need a healer? A soft voice asked. Cale froze. He met the prince as unreadable, blank, stone-cold starry. I am fine, Your Highness. My body is strong. I just need a few days of rest. That is all. The prince stared, shocked by Cale's nonchalance. A noble who risked his life deserved the palace's very best care. Cale bowed respectfully. Then, the prince's eyes turned sharp. Cale. Are you connected to those plaza terrorists in any way? A heavy, suffocating silence filled the carriage. Cale didn't flinch. He thought about the chaos in the bloody square. He remembered the dragon's question. Why didn't the prince act? He had the power to save everyone there. The prince had hidden his true strength while people died. He was a predator, pretending to be a weakling. He had watched it all, using the tragedy for his own ends. Cale realized the man was incredibly dangerous. His eyes met the prince's across the seat. The royaless expression was an unreadable, cold, and porcelain-like mask. I am perfectly healthy. Cale replied with grace. I don't require the help of high priests or royal doctors. A few days of sleep is enough. He spoke as if death-defying combat was merely a minor daily inconvenience. The prince sat stunned, mouth agape. Cale's casual attitude toward his own survival was utterly and completely baffling. He scratched his chin, looking away. Very well. But a hero who protected the people deserves special royal treatment. You shall receive the finest care the palace can offer. Cale bowed his head in a polite, silent salute. Thank you, Your Highness. Suddenly, the prince's gaze turned predatory, probing for any hidden, dark secrets or lies. Young Master Cale. Are those attackers related to you? The air in the carriage turned instantly, bone-chillingly cold. A suffocating silence stretched between them. They stared at each other, neither one willing to blink or yield. Cale didn't rush his answer. He thought of the chaos and the masked terrorists who had struck the plaza. He recalled the Black Dragoness question before they left. Why had the prince stayed hidden during the massacre? That man is strong, the dragon had whispered. Cale had already suspected the prince was hiding his power. He stayed back while his people were slaughtered and his knights were maimed. He chose to play the weakling. He wore a mask of incompetence to deceive the world. He was watching everyone with cold, calculating eyes. He was a predator waiting for the right moment. He had been using everyone from the very start, even if others disagreed. He seemed like a decent man. As the royal carriage departed, the truth unfolded. But it was a lie. Cale saw the prince's rotten core, hidden behind a weak, fragile mask. Your Highness. Why bother with such annoying things? Cale replied, wearing a fake, practiced smile. The prince didn't notice Cale's change. He leaned back, satisfied that the trash was still predictable. Malice filled the prince's mind. He still viewed Cale as nothing more than a useless degenerate. Noble. This incident was likely a fluke. He crossed his legs, looking utterly relaxed in his regal status. The palace might launch a pointless investigation on you, he warned. Maintaining a calm, composed aura, Cale smiled, unbothered. But Your Highness will block them for me, right? He asked knowingly. Isn't tea that obvious? He replied firmly, pulling the curtains aside to reveal the roaring crowd outside. Young women screamed in adoration at his divine looks. Crown Prince Alberu Crossman had finally appeared. A simple wave and a radiant smile were enough to steal hearts. We'll talk during the visit, Your Highness, Cale called out. The Crown Prince turned back with his usual charming, perfect gaze. I'll always have time for the kingdom's brightest star, Cale said, pouring honeyed flattery into his ears. The prince looked satisfied with his attitude. The red-haired youth seized the moment to make a request. I don't want my actions today to be overblown. Cale wanted to avoid the troublesome spotlight. I'll handle it, the prince agreed. As long as the palace isn't criticized. Thank you, Cale. Cale wasn't surprised. Thanks to you, casualties were minimized, the prince added. Looking out the window, Cale watched him, wondering if this man was truly good or just a master of deception. He kept waving to the citizens with fake warmth. Is he even human? Or something far worse? Cale nodded. I'll be waiting for my compensation then. The Crown Prince could only sigh loudly. He was speechless at Cale's audacity. This guy was definitely not your average everyday noble trash. Cale watched him, thinking, since he didn't say no, I'm getting a massive payday. Right. They arrived at the palace, a sprawling, luxurious masterpiece. Inside, the suite was breathtakingly grand and elegant. In a room of modern European luxury, a pale hand reached for a premium chilled grape. It was Cale Henituse, lounging on a massive bed, savoring the high-tier royal treatment alone. They're treating me much better now, he noted. This was the finest room in the guest palace. In the novel The Birth of a Hero, this was Choi Han's room. Suddenly, a knock echoed. Come in, Cale called out. Choi Han's group entered Hans, Locke, Rosalind, and the two kittens. They came to visit the injured noble. Before entering, a loud, dramatic voice filled the air. Young Master Cale Hans wailed, reacting more intensely than anyone, tears streaming down his face. "Do you know how worried I was?" he cried. Acting like a child who'd lost everything, Cale sighed at his overly emotional deputy butler. He slowly put on his slippers to stand up. Hans rushed forward like they'd been apart for years, his face a mess of tears and snot. Cale cut the drama instantly. He raised a hand, commanding, "Stop right there. The others. Enter." He gestured with his finger, leaving the weeping Hans frozen outside with tears still flowing down. After composing himself, Hans returned to his professional self. "I've already contacted the Henituse estate. Beating the palace was better. I used the magic communication device. It was a bit expensive though." Hans scratched his head sheepishly. "You did well," Cale praised, making the deputy butler beam. Hans glanced at Rosalind. Cale already knew the situation and signaled for him to continue speaking. "Go on," Cale urged. Hans reported that he told the servants to stay quiet about Rosalind. This move earned him respect. Both Cale and Rosalind praised his quick thinking and perfect discretion. "Well done, Deputy Butler." Hans sighed in relief, the heavy burden finally lifting from his chest. Cale felt things were stabilizing. In this world of power, silence was the ultimate survival skill. "Young Master," Hans added quickly. Cale responded with a short, expectant look, waiting for more. "What is it now?" Cale asked, prepared for whatever new chaos his team had brought along. "Master Cale, a word of caution. Despite my report, you'll still need to contact your family personally soon. Otherwise, the Count might just march here himself." Hans reminded him. Knowing his father's iron resolve, Cale understood perfectly. Count de Ruth was exactly the type of man to follow through on that threat. Mission complete. Hans excused himself to meet the villa manager. "I'll take my leave for now," he said. Rosalind nodded, waving Hans away, as if to say get out. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed nearby. The young dragon appeared, sitting by Cale. It instantly shared the vital intel it had just gathered. No hidden cameras or mana recording devices here. Cale. The dragoness detection skills were top tier and flawless. Cale wasn't worried. Even if there were. "Wouldn't you protect me?" He had other reasons for confidence. Analyzing the room. Total privacy was a given. It was physically impossible to bug a high noble suite, spying on foreign royalty in their private quarters, even for allies. That's a direct declaration of war. The little black dragon snatched a grape from the table. Suddenly, Rosalind's voice cut through the silence. "We can speak freely here, but safety first." Rosalind's sharp intuition mirrored Cale's own cautious thoughts. With a playful smile, she instantly cast a high-level invisibility shield. Cale was impressed by her mastery. She had deployed a perfect soundproof barrier. Cale turned his gaze toward Choi Han, who sat silently. The young master leaned back, observing his knight. Choi Han looked unstable, his aura flickering with unrest. Cale gave the command. "Report." Choi Han. The swordsman remained stone-faced, eyes slowly lifting to meet Cale's. His face was a cold, emotionless void. No one knew his dark thoughts, or what he'd say next. Cale stared him down. Choi Han finally nodded, his face flushing with a sudden, intense surge of emotion. Calming himself, he spoke. "The mage appeared exactly where you predicted, Master. But as I tried to kill, his subordinates blocked my blade." Cale's eyes narrowed. "A suicide squad." Choi Han nodded grimly in response, recalling the chaos. Choi Han gripped his hilt. Veins popped on his face as pure rage ignited. "My precious friends died because of monsters like you." His voice was a low, terrifying growl of vengeance. He had lunged at the 3 suicide members without hesitation. "So, the target escaped." Cale interrupted his thoughts. Choi Han frowned, his frustration boiling over. "Yes. But I managed to sever his entire left arm." Choi Han felt the sting of failure for not finishing the job. Cale tilted his head, feeling confused. He hadn't seen a severed limb anywhere. Choi Han continued, his voice as cold as the grave. "I feared he'd reattach it with dark magic, so I incinerated it. Also, I destroyed his left eye." Cale realized those were fatal blows. Mages need both hands to perfectly balance their mana flow and spells. Choi Han clenched his fists tight. "I should have killed him. I'm sorry." The air turned freezing cold. The pressure in the room became suffocating as Choi Han's unstable emotions began to leak out dangerously. Don't apologize. You did more than enough. Cale's calm voice acted like a soothing status effect cleanse. The cat tribe siblings were trembling in the corner. Had Choi Han's bloodlust triggered their survival instincts? An and Hong huddled together. Terrified. Cale asked calmly. What about the rest of those subordinates? Choi Han's reply was chilling. It was better to kill them. So, I took care of them. Permanently, the kittens shivered violently under Choi Han's lingering killing intent. They tried to hide their presence completely. Cale sighed internally. He shouldn't have said that last part. Did he wreck the building as well? If Choi Han went berserk, Cale would be the one paying the massive repair gold. Choi Han sighed. I followed your orders. Young master. I ensured there was no collateral damage to the surrounding area. Guilt was etched on the Knighta's face. Panicked. The kittens scrambled onto the bed toward the dragon. They huddled together, whining as if reporting a bully. Good work, Cale said, closing his eyes. Everyone did well today. We survived because of your efforts. Even you, Lady Roslyn, worked very hard. You worked hard too. Cale, the dragon's voice broke the silence. Cale smirked with a look of arrogance. Of course. Now, it is time for my reward. Moments later, the crown prince finally entered the room. You've pushed yourself enough. Zeon broke the heavy silence. Cale listened. His expression completely unreadable. A smirk played on his lips. Naturally. Now. Where's my reward? Moments later. The crown prince arrived. Alberu enters. Dismisses everyone. Doors close. Privacy secured. You okay, Cale smiles. Your visit heals me. Cale acts trashy. Urea hero noble. The bomb stopper. Ancient power exposed. Lied. Called it weak shield. A weak hero. Perfect. Cale's eyes calculate. Reports arrive tomorrow. Study. Alberu hesitates. One thing. Round sans danger. Human. He isn't human. Are you human? Cale is confused. Of course. Cale wonders. Right. Both just humans. Alberu points. Rayon growls. He's fake. Cale screams. Stop telling me secrets. Round stands. Unique entity. 4 years. This one, different. Cale resets his thoughts. What else but human? No exceptions. Alberu murmurs. But. Your strange scent. Scent. Cale sniffs himself. I just bathed. What? Alberu turns serious. What reward? Northeast trash. No resentment. Alberu notice. Rumor said drunkard. Reality. He is dangerous. A total smokescreen. Blue eyes like radar. Highness. What's the job? Silence among the nobles. No trash speaks this. Alberu pushes it aside. Praise the royal family. Mention your greatness too. Exactly. Cale turns cold. Humiliation today. Nobility erupts. The prince is offering a bribe to settle things. He knows the royal faction will use this crisis against me. As a Henituse, my neutral standing is a top-tier trait. Letting me negotiate from a position of absolute power. That ancient power. Surely that's not your only hidden stat, the prince asked with a sharp, calculating smile. I sensed his probe immediately. I had to maintain my degenerate facade and claim my other skills were useless. I gave a vague answer to keep my system private, never reveal your full evolution path to a potential antagonist. In the original book, this prince was an expert on ancient powers, making him a high-ranking player here. I wasn't sure if his data exceeded mine. But I wasn't about to let him scan my hidden stats easily. That healing star ability was a legacy from his mother. I stroked my chin, recalling the hidden world lore. What's your price? He asked. Investment in the Northeast. Or do you want to solidify your guild's power there? I could hear the pure curiosity in his voice as he tried to figure out my next strategic move. I shook my head dismissively. None of that interests me. I don't care about titles or ruling some territory. Placing a hand over my heart, I gave him a smug look. Just give me the actual reward money. The prince laughed, his eyes flashing. I see through your act. You degenerate. You replaying for much higher stakes. He assumed I was hiding my true power level, planning to seize control of the capital and ranking tiers. To a man like him, personal power-ups and self-preservation always come before family or allies in this game. Fine. A medal of honor. Or perhaps a high-ranking position of authority within the capital S inner circle he offered. I closed my eyes with a smirk. Money, I replied bluntly, leaving the prince completely stunned by my answer. What was that? He stuttered, his composed mask cracking as my demand defied all his calculated predictions. Just the reward money. I have zero interest in medals or titles that only attract unwanted boss monsters. With war approaching, medals are just useless inventory items. Survival requires liquid assets and cold, hard gold. Cash is the ultimate trait. I'll take the gold and flip it into food supplies and strategic land. I crossed my arms, grinning. The prince rubbed his temples, totally exhausted by my blatant lack of noble ambition. My next target was the final ancient power, the sound of the wind. A skill that evolves by spending wealth. Going to spend it all on booze, he asked. How, you guess my favorite hobby? Your Highness, I joked. I kept the trash noble act going to hide my true objective. Playing my role perfectly to avoid attention. Fine. I get it. Check the budget report tomorrow and tell me the exact figure you want. He sighed as he stood to leave. I raised an eyebrow, clearly showing my lack of enthusiasm for his future visits. Not happy to see me, it's a profound honor. Your Highness, I replied. Flashing my fake business smile, I smiled like I just won a legendary jackpot, making the prince look at me like I was a demon. Just get some rest, he said, waving me off as he hurried to escape the room. Weird energy. The second he left, Rayon popped up. Human, is there a secret skill to change hair color without mana? When I ignored him, the little dragon kept pestering me. Answer me, if it's not mana. Is it a trait? Rayon was buzzing with curiosity, poking my back with his paws. I just ignored him to maintain my status. I pretended to sleep while Rayon poked away. The next morning, the butler arrived with a mysterious sealed letter. Ron handed it over, his voice calm. John has departed as scheduled. Here is his final report for you. I opened it, young master. I'll send monthly updates. I never expected you to hide such overwhelming power. Choi Han gave me the target S description. I've memorized it. I won't let this chance for revenge slip away. I set the letter down. Everything was moving according to plan. The pieces on the board finally shifting. If that villain crosses paths with Ron's crew now, his health bar is going to hit 0 instantly. Eric rushed in, looking panicked. I heard you were in agony. Is your condition stable? Did the awakening fail? I am totally drained, I said with a weary face. My stomach feels like I just fought a boss monster. Eric was terrified, unaware that my internal damage was just a bad case of bloating from being lazy. Just tell me what you need, Eric pleaded, treating me like a hero who had just survived a raid. Amiru nodded, her eyes full of concern. I leaned back, internally smirking at how well my slacker plan worked. The cat siblings just stared at me, totally unimpressed by my master-level acting and fake exhaustion. This wasn't a social call. They had intel to drop. Cale sensed the hidden agenda. Eric glanced at his team. The air shifted. The real meeting finally began. Northern investment plans revealed. Eric handed Cale the postcard. A naval base was coming. Cale looked completely unfazed. Intel was moving to Henituse. Cale gave a bored shrug. They had a royal meeting tonight. The plot was accelerating. Hook the prince, Cale summarized. Then we start the job. He dismissed them coldly. Send servants next time. Don't visite. It's too much hassle. Stop coming by for wellness checks. Eric refused instantly. We were coming. You need this information. They left. Rosalind and Choi Han entered the room next. Cale massaged his neck. Both of you get out. Now. Choi Han flinched. Rosalind stepped forward with an apology. She needed the heavy hitters. Breck Kingdom was calling her. Her survival meant assassins. She couldn't travel home alone. Higher-tier enemies were coming. She needed an elite escort. No apologies needed. You've saved us countless times before. It's debt repayment. Your family to Locke and Choi Han. To Cale. It was business. Logic dictated he help her. Rosalind thanked him. Choi Han still refused to leave Cale. Cale needed space for war prep. I 1D. Period. His confidence was absolute. Choi Han stood there, totally stunned. Cale's real goal. Dump them and retire with the cash. Rayon was enough protection. Choi Han was just overkill now. I understand. Choi Han conceded. His worry finally faded away. Cale called Locke over. Protect the kids. Return in 3 months. Cale set the deal. Locke just nodded, looking totally confused. Go to Harris Village. We'll be waiting there. Don't forget, a place to return. Locke whispered. Cale patted his shoulder. Locke's spirit ignited. I'll be back in 3 months. Isar too. The timeline was shifting. Cale hoped his knowledge held up. He promised a proper goodbye once the crew returned later. The door slammed open. Hans burst in with royal news. The king is awarding you the pride of Henituse. Cale read the heroic praise. It was pure. Agonizing cringe. 1 week later. Glory Square. The royal carriage arrived. Round hovered invisibly. Cale stepped out into the bright light. The crowd erupted. Every eye was locked onto the hero. The silver light young master, a fanatical voice screamed. Look, it's young Master Shield. Cale's face twitched in annoyance. Hans smirked proudly. See, that's your official title now. Sir, a legendary name for a legendary man. Hans bragged loudly. Damn it. Hans wouldn't stop the hype. He was loving this. Silver light shield. Cale grimaced. This was his worst nightmare. Cringe, not at all. 𝐀𝐊𝐿. Crossing his arms. He turned to Hans with a sharp smirk. If I keep drinking here, maybe they'll stop calling me a hero? Hans choked. Startled by the remark, your body hasn't fully recovered. Sir, please be careful. Cale ignored the warning and walked away. To the world. I am still a wounded hero. A fragile noble who sacrificed himself for the capital. My plate nearly shattered from pushing my ancient power past its limit. Cale stared at his trembling palm, but that miracle stopped the bomb. He recalled the days spent faking recovery in his room. Did you see their faces? Count Daruth's voice boomed through the communication orb. Thick with rage, the Count looked ready to kill. I'll hunt them down for you, he declared. His eyes cold, his voice was sharp, a deadly blade. How dare they target his son? A man who cannot fight. The Henituse family isn't silent because we were weak. The Count growled. The air in the room grew heavy.